The Senate Finance Committee will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Serino.
Here.
Vice Chair Chavez. Here. Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson.
Present.
Senator Blessing. Senator Brenner.
Present.
Senator Craig.
Here.
Senator Ingram. Senator Lang. Senator Manchester.
Here.
Senator Manning. Senator O'Brien.
Here.
Senator Patton. Senator Romachuk. Senator Wilkin.
Okay, we have a quorum and we'll proceed as a full committee. With the quorum present, we'll ask the committee to review the minutes from the May 28th meeting, which are on your iPads. Are there any additions, corrections, or objections to the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved and are part of the record. Our first and only order of business today will be the 7th hearing on amended substitute House Bill 96. Given the high volume of individuals here to testify, we will have a 3-minute time limit. If the electronics are working, it'll be on the podium so everybody presenting can see it. We would appreciate it. I know it's a short amount of time, and you may have driven a while to get here, but we have a lot of people testifying today. So we'll try to get through it. And when you see the last 10 seconds, it'll flash. Please begin to try to wrap it up. I don't want to have to cut anybody off, so I'd rather you cut yourself off. Anyway, but we're appreciative of everybody taking the time to come and testify in this important bill. We do have outside the committee room, if you haven't seen it already, the order of the testimony posted for the day. That order was determined off the order that we received requests for testimony. If you have any questions or concerns throughout the day, please seek out my staff, Richard, Kelley, or Sydney. Sydney was just walking up there. Or you can go out the door into my office and make an inquiry, and we'll do our best to accommodate you. So without any further housekeeping to cover, our first person testifying today will be Caitlin Johnson, representing All In for Ohio Kids. Welcome to committee.
Hello, and thank you. I'm Chairman Serino, Vice Chairman Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. And my name is Caitlin Johnson, and I am here on behalf of All In for Ohio Kids Coalition. So our coalition is made up of the Ohio Education Association, the Ohio Federation of Teachers, the Ohio Organizing Collaborative, and Policy Matters Ohio. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't say that I am the daughter of a former Cleveland Metropolitan School District teacher, history teacher, and the mother of a current public school first grader in Shaker Heights. Very satisfied. So we worked with school board members to draft a letter, which we sent to all of you, calling on the General Assembly to fully fund Ohio's public school. And I'm here today to read that letter into the record. So far, as of yesterday, it's been signed by 241 current and former school board members. And I have handouts here so you can see all of the names. They represent all of your districts, rural and urban districts and suburban districts. So I'm going to read as quickly as possible starting now. And several of them are here with me, and they will be testifying after me. So we, the undersigned members of local school boards across Ohio, respectfully urge you to support the full and ongoing implementation of the Fair School Funding Plan, FSFP, using current research-based inputs that reflect today's educational and economic realities. The Fair School Funding Plan represents a bipartisan effort to address the long-standing constitutional mandate to provide a thorough and efficient system of public education for Ohio's students. Developed with input from educators, finance experts, and legislators across party lines, the formula is working as intended. It calculates the actual cost to educate each child district by district and provides an equitable and transparent foundation for a shared responsibility between the state and local communities to support public education for nearly 90% of Ohio students attending public schools. The 134th General Assembly took historic action to adopt the FSFP law into law, establishing a 6-year phase-in that would bring Ohio closer to a stable, equitable, and constitutionally sound funding model. This plan was never intended to be static. It requires regular updates to ensure accuracy and responsiveness to changing conditions in our schools and communities. Full funding of this formula is essential to ensure that every student in Ohio, regardless of zip code, receives educational opportunities they need and deserve. Alarmingly, the current state budget for fiscal year 2026-27 threatens the integrity of the Fair School Funding Plan, leaving many districts, especially those with limited tax bases, struggling to meet the rising costs and educational demands. These changes risk stalling progress, undermining the formula's effectiveness, and disrupting local schools districts' ability to plan responsibly for the long term. So I am probably not going to be able to finish this within the 3 minutes, but that's okay because you all have it submitted in writing, and I have it here for you today. I think that the main point is that this has been signed on to by school board members who really know districts and they know what's at stake, and represents a vast cross-section of Ohio communities, from rural districts to urban districts, and they know what their kids need, and they know what their communities needs, and they're calling on you to fulfill the promise that was made 4 years ago, and to finish the job and fully fund our public education. So behind me are 3 of the folks who signed the letter, and so with that, I will conclude.
Great. Well, are there any questions for the witness? Yes, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Chair. You say fully fund. We've got revenues ranging from $14,000 a student to over $44,000 per student in high poverty districts. We are spending billions more than we've spent before. Even the House proposal, while maybe not exactly on the formula, spends even more than the governor's proposal, and we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. Yet we're not seeing results, especially in the districts where we're spending between $37,000 in operating expenditures per students, and when we're seeing passage rates of 20-30%. So what do you mean by fully funding when we're spending, in those districts 2 or 3 times the amount we're spending in some of the rural districts, yet the rural districts you're seeing results that are far better than some of the urban districts where we're spending, like I said, $37,500 a student with revenues of $44,000 a student for wraparound services?
Well, I just want to note that I came here today to read this into the record as kind of the organizer and convener of this plan. So I don't really want to speak on behalf of all the school board members who signed this because every district has different needs. I will say, though, that the Fair School Funding Plan was created by a bipartisan group of experts and educators who calculate the cost of educating students in every community. Every community has different needs and different costs.
No follow-up? Follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. Well, this was created by the General Assembly. It wasn't created, experts came in and gave testimony at the time. However, those experts are also coming from the schools where they're requesting the money that we're funding. There doesn't seem to be a correlation with results to funding per student, and yet you're the organizer that had all those schools send us all those letters. I'm not really sure there's a correlation here with how the funds are actually spent and the results that we're seeing among the students. And I think that should be part of the discussion, and I'm not really sure why that hasn't been part of the discussion. Can you address that?
Respectfully, and I'd like to say this as myself as an individual, not necessarily representing All In for Ohio Kids. The amount that's being increased to vouchers for private schools aren't subjected to any of the measures of accountability that public schools are. So how do we even know that their outcomes are better, worse? There have actually been many studies that show many private schools don't produce the same outcomes or as good as many of the same public schools with comparable students. So I think, getting into this tit for tat about this is not a path I really want to go down. What I'm really here for today, the main point is that districts from across the state, your district, people that you represent, are calling on you and saying what's best for their kids, for their communities, is to fully fund the Fair School Funding Plan. Now, I don't know if you're speaking about, if the districts that you're speaking about that aren't producing the results are the ones that are in your Senate district, but the people that have signed this letter that you represent certainly feel Like, they need the funding that was promised under the Fair School Funding Plan.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony today. I do want to mention I should have earlier, many of you, this is the first time you're testifying. When you're answering questions, if you're going through the chair, and then, that's okay, and then to the senator who asked the question, that's just the protocol that we follow here. Okay, next will be Lauren Marchesa from Mentor Public Schools from District 18 in the Senate. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 96. My name is Lauren Marchesa, and I serve on the Mentor Public Schools Board of Education. I'm also a graduate of Mentor Public Schools and a parent of 2 children in the district. On May 13th, the Mentor Board of Education passed a resolution to support the full implementation of the Fair School Funding Plan and to urge the legislature to protect local financial control over Ohio's public schools. The Fair School Funding Plan was created through a bipartisan effort with input from educators, superintendents, treasurers, and policy experts across the state. It is a transparent, student-centered formula based on the actual cost of educating students, one that balances both state and local responsibility. The Fair School Funding Plan has brought stability and fairness to Ohio's public school finance system. It is not a static formula, but a living one that must evolve with changing economic conditions and educational needs. Unfortunately, House Bill 96 threatens the integrity of this process. By underfunding the state's share of education costs and reverting to non-transparent budgeting practices, we risk undoing years of thoughtful research-based work and passing that cost on to our already overburdened local taxpayers. For the Mentor School District specifically, this underfunding would result in a loss of more than $560,000 over the biennium compared to what would be provided under a fully funded Fair School Funding Plan. We are equally concerned about the proposal to cap district cash reserves at 30% of the prior year's expenditures. This is an unprecedented intrusion into local control. The responsible management of our reserves is a crucial tool for districts to manage uncertainty, plan for capital improvements, offset inflation, and avoid repeated levy campaigns. For Mentor, this cap would lead to an estimated revenue loss of approximately $12 million in FY26 alone. Capping reserves and underfunding the Fair School Funding Plan will force districts to return to the ballot more frequently, increasing the burden on our local taxpayers and creating instability and unpredictability that could result in harmful cuts to staff, programs, and services that students rely on. We respectfully urge this committee and the General Assembly to fully fund the Fair School Funding Plan using updated base cost inputs, reject any reductions to funding guarantees, eliminate the cap on cash reserves, and reaffirm your commitment to local control and long-term financial stability for school districts across the state. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I will happily try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Are there any questions? I have one very brief. Did you have a question, Mark? Oh, I'm sorry. Question, you made a reference early in your testimony here about transparency.
Yes.
Could you read back over that part again?
Sure. Sorry. Yes. About the Fair School Funding Plan, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that was the only place.
Okay. I mentioned that it is a transparent, student-centered formula based on the actual cost of educating each student. Was that it?
No, you actually used the word transparency. You were.
Maybe in the next paragraph down, reverting to non-transparent budgeting practices?
So can you tell us what you mean by that?
Yes. Essentially, what the Fair School Funding formula does is it makes it very clear what each district is entitled to. So it's there for everyone to see. It is, if we revert to the old way of doing business, it kind of creates a system, and Mr. Wade, our CFO, has explained this before in our meetings and our community meetings, for example. But he kind of says that it's an unpredictable share that comes to us, and it feels not transparent, and it makes it very difficult for us to plan ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator Brenner?
Thank you. So if we were to continue the plan, but we eliminated all the guarantees that aren't part of this Fair School Funding Plan, you would not have a problem with that?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to the senator, are you asking if I would be okay with eliminating the guarantees?
as a clarification, yes, the guarantees for students that don't exist. Would you be for eliminating those guarantees which aren't part of the school funding formula?
The guarantee is very important to Meyer specifically. We are on the guarantee, so I would not be supportive of removing those, if that's what you're asking.
May I follow up?
Follow up?
The fair school funding formula, though, would be eliminating the guarantees. So if we were to follow that, the guarantees would be gone.
Through the chair to the senator, I support keeping the guarantee. Our CFO has made it very clear that maintaining the guarantees is extremely important to our district.
One last follow-up.
Follow up?
So then basically you're for not following the school funding formula if you're keeping the guarantees.
Through the chair to the senator, thank you for the question. I am supportive of keeping the guarantee. It's a critical thing for our district.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Hines from Cleveland Heights University Heights Board of Education. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and the rest of members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Dan Hines, and while I'll be testifying today speaking for myself, I am proud to share that I am a member of the Cleveland Heights University Heights Board of Education. I am a public school teacher, a member of the Ohio Education Association, and a member of the steering committee for the Vouchers Hurt Ohio lawsuit. But perhaps most importantly, my wife, son, and I are all graduates of Ohio's great public schools. I am here today to encourage you to fulfill the promise made by this body first in 2021 and then again in 2023 to fully fund the Fair School Funding Plan in the 2025 budget. The credibility of this assembly rests on this. For if a legislature breaks its promise to citizens, the entire notion of representative democracy is called into risk. Why is fully funding the Fair School Funding Plan so important? First, as everyone in this room certainly knows, nearly 30 years ago, our state Supreme Court declared our way of funding public education to be in violation of our state's constitution, primarily because of its over-reliance on property taxes. By fully funding the Fair School Funding Plan, you will, for the first time, align our funding with our Constitution. Also, the Fair School Funding Plan is critical because for the first time, it identifies how much it costs to educate our students with a recognition that different students have different needs. Ohio's students with disabilities and the district serving them are desperately in need of the financial support necessary to address the individual needs of this vulnerable group. Article 6, Section 2 of the state constitution directs the General Assembly to fund a thorough and efficient system of public education. This is the birthright of every Ohio child. Senators, the work you are doing is important. Your service is an opportunity to make a meaningful difference in people's lives. Years from now, each of you is certain to be asked, what is the one vote that you are most proud of? What could be a better answer to that inevitable question than, I am most proud to have voted to ensure that Ohio children receive the education envisioned by our forefathers? Thank you for your important work.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did I miss? Oh, sorry, Senator Brenner has a question.
By all means.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at Cleveland Heights, University Heights per pupil spending. Total operating expenditure for the fiscal year 24 was $27,195. Per pupil spending in 2021 was $21,222. It has gone up massively by a massive amount, and a large chunk of that is state aid. This has been phased in, and it looks like you are actually on some guarantees here. Again, if we're following the Fair School funding formula, we would eliminate the guarantees. You would receive less funding by eliminating those guarantees. If you're here advocating for the Fair School funding formula, then I would assume you're advocating also to eliminate the guarantees.
Through the chair, if that's a question, Thank you for it. I, along with my colleague, encourage both. And I will say also that, the Fair School Funding Plan, as we know, is sort of the product of the legislature as well as a bipartisan commission of fantastic Ohioans, truly experts in the field of education and finance. My district alone is expected to lose $6.6 million, as it stands today, if we do not implement the Fair School Funding Program. So this is critically important to us.
Senator O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I can tell you what I'm most proud of. I'm most proud of putting Ohio families first. And no one loves the children more or knows what is best for children than their parents. So I'm so proud to have changed law where the money follows the students. And at the same time, we have increased public school funding by billions and billions of dollars. But the results we get keep getting lower and lower and lower. Property taxes, boy, public schools, good for you. You get basically the majority of those property taxes. I said before, you don't share those with STEM or community or charter schools. Maybe you should. But look what's happening right now. My constituents tell me they can't handle their property taxes. So they're in a revolt, and they want to put something on the ballot for that where there's absolutely no property taxes. I am an educator, taught in publics, private, college, the whole thing, county auditor. I understand the funding like most people do not. But I'm putting my constituents first, and I have people in my district that may lose their homes because of their property tax. And I'm going to represent them first. You look at the statewide average for absenteeism, it's over 25%. So you're getting paid for students that aren't there. Same with the phantom students. You're getting paid for students that aren't there. How is that fair? I mean, if I stop grocery shopping at Kroger's and go to Walmart, Kroger's doesn't still get my grocery dollars. And we have more per pupil funding since at least 10, 12 years than we've ever had before. Because when you lose a student, you still get funding for that student in the property tax. So you have more money per pupil. I'm not real happy with you coming here and saying Ohio's General Assembly doesn't fund public education. We most certainly do fund public education. All we're saying is the dollars should follow the student. So what's your comment to that?
Through the chair, thank you. That was, I appreciate getting a better understanding of how you feel, and I'm glad that you're proud of the work that you're doing. There was a lot in your statement. I will remind sort of the room that there's no such thing as vouchers, prior to about 20 years ago. And we had fantastic public schools, and we had a great menu of private schools as well that were thriving. So, the institution of vouchers is still very, very new. I will also say that, unlike private schools, public schools take everybody who walks through the door. And this is another really critical piece. My district, we've got a state average, I think, of around 14% students with special needs. My district is at 20%. And the reason for that is because so many folks are leaving the schools using vouchers to go to private schools. We are here still proudly serving every student that enters our doors. The notion of money should follow the student is interesting to me because we're at a place in Ohio where we're sending tax money to private institutions that are not accountable to the public. Their bookkeeping is non-transparent. It's like, if I don't like my city's tennis courts, should I get a voucher to join a country club? It's really the same question. So, while students are being served well, I'm sure by the public schools in your community, as I hope all of you, this is really about funding the students who need it most. And I would argue, following the Constitution.
Senator O'Brien? I'm sorry, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a follow-up. So and the question is ultimately, do you believe in accountability for the tax dollars? And I ask this because we're spending, as I said, operating expenditure per pupil in Cleveland Heights, University Heights is $27,195 as of 2024. Looking at those report cards, though, you've got some passage rates here. So, for instance, 8th grade math passage rate was 89% failure rate, 11% passage. You've got 24% passage rate, 6th grade math, 19% 7th grade, 41% in English for both 6th and 7th grade, which means 60, 70, 80% of your kids are failing the test with 27,500 or so per student. Do you believe in accountability for those tax dollars?
Thank you, through the chair, to Senator Brenner. Thank you for the question. I think it's really important for us to talk about that accountability. Yes, I absolutely do believe that every tax dollar should be accounted for. And I will say that, when it comes to the test scores, we can continue to improve, no question about it. But the other thing to talk about is the fact that, when you look at the tests that are the basis of those scores that we're talking about, there's been a great deal of research that shows that really the only thing that those tests can accurately measure is the social capital of the community within which the tests are taken. And, my district, I have to be careful about this actually, because so the students in our desks are both majority poverty and majority minority. And so when we talk about social capital, this is one of the things that's being measured. I will also point out that there have been a number of research studies done where it has been shown that actually students who are using vouchers to attend private schools underperform their peers at the schools that they left. So it's a really hard thing to grab hold of. It's a slippery thing that we're talking about when we talk about results.
Thank you. Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to get into this. Would you say that the responsibility for a free and public education is on the government?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Senator Ingram, I am very passionate about this. And yes, absolutely, it is the government's responsibility to provide for an excellent education to every student in our schools. This is what I call the power and promise of a public education. This is where we pass on our democracy to the next generation. These are things that I think we all feel are important, because if we don't have, a well-educated population, it reaches into our workforce, it reaches into the next generations of our students and families. This is the core of a democratic society.
Follow, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would you say that if indeed, as just quoted, your scores, which of course we all know that scores don't determine the outcomes of people, would you say that it is also the government's responsibility to fix that in a way that results in those children achieving, rather than shifting the responsibility of the dollars to somewhere else that still doesn't provide better outcomes for those students?
Thank you, through Chair Serino. Yes, yes, and yes. Is the short answer. The tests are very difficult. Again, it's sort of that slippery thing that I mentioned a moment ago. Here we've got a school district that on these tests that are notoriously, a measure of social capital, we've got a school district that is not scoring as high as we'd like. However, the College Board just a couple of years ago identified 11 school districts in the state of Ohio, 11 high schools in the state of Ohio, and designated them high schools of distinction. Cleveland Heights University Heights High School was one of those 11. So when you're talking about the College Board, this is the organization that does ACTs, SATs, and AP courses. Also, while we have low scores, last year, I'm very proud to share that our 350 seniors earned $19.6 million of scholarship offers. So there's a disconnect, I think, between the scores that are published by the state tests and the other partners out there in the world who are looking at our graduates and are very, very pleased with the work that we're doing. And our teachers ultimately are the core of that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. I take issue when you say that our private schools cherry-pick students, because by saying that, you are saying that some students are worthier than others. And as a teacher, I totally disagree with that. I've taught in inner city schools where there's poverty. I've taught where there's minorities. I treated all my students the same. And some of those students from those poor districts, if you put a good teacher in a classroom with them, they will improve their scores. So the fact that you said we cherry pick our students as a teacher, I find that terribly, terribly offensive. That's what teachers are trained for, how to teach to each individual students. That's what we do. And as legislators, we have to think about our taxpayers. Our taxpayers are paying twice. If they send their child, because they believe that's what's best for them, to a private school. They are paying for public education and their child's not going there. And then they had to pay on top for private schools' education. I mean, how is that fair? I'm just saying, put Ohio's families first and let the parents decide what's best for their children.
Thank you. Through the vice chair. First of all, thank you for your service as a teacher, public or private. The fact that you're bothered by my saying something to the extent of cherry picking students, you know, what that's based on, in my mind, is the fact that, as I've said before, public schools accept everybody who walks through the door. As we say it in Cleveland Heights, public is for all. That's not the case with private schools. I'm sure that the private schools that you proudly taught at have applications, and many of them have, academic standards. They reject some students. They don't have to, all of them don't take IEPs. And so there is ultimately a difference here. We can't deny the fact that there are hoops that students have to go through in order to attend a private school that they don't have to go through in order to attend their local school. And the parents who make those decisions to send their children to private schools, I think that that's a really important decision. I'm the youngest of 7, and 6 of us went K-12 through the public schools. But for one of us, for my sister, the local parish school was the right choice for her. And so my parents, and let me tell you, we didn't have a spare nickel to rub together. My father was a college professor and Mom stayed home with us. My parents made it work, and the parish school had a sliding scale, and Dad taught CCD, and and so they made it work. What they didn't do is expect their neighbors to pay for the decision to send my sister to that school. It's, again, I will say that like every purchase decision that all of our families make within our budgets, if I find taking public transportation sort of difficult, you get wet, you're in the rain, so I don't expect a voucher for Uber. I think that these are all decisions that we make within our families, and we did this for the first 150 years of our statehood.
Okay. Senator Craig.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning. Wasn't going to say something, but to this point, I thought about, and we've got to bring it back to that point because many of us, I'm a Columbus Public School graduate. My mother came here cleaning houses as a maid. Everything I'll ever be started there. I want to thank my 12th grade teacher, my Problems of Democracy teacher, her commitment to ensure that we that we would be responsible, and my mother, who did all that she could. But here's the question today, is regarding this, and those that spent several years with regard to that Patterson and Cupp. Cupp had gone to the to the Ohio Supreme Court. Gentleman who invested his time. Patterson, who invested their time around that issue. And that's where, this whole question is about in terms of the full funding. Now, we've talked about the ROF, and that's been put on the table. And so that question remains about our children, and not perfect. I'm in the schools. I'm deeply concerned about many of them. But for so many young people, so many children, when we're talking about options, want to make sure that they have equity, they have fairness, they have the resources important to make sure that all of our children are lifted up. And the investment of time that they spent, and Patterson was here yesterday, trying to find a remedy for all of our young people all over Ohio, rural, urban, suburban, wherever they were. Still remains the question and how we get there. Would you agree, sir?
Thank you, through the Vice Chair. First, thank you for telling us about your mother. I think you and I are a couple of the luckiest ones when it comes to parents. I am so proud to say that Representative Patterson was the representative of the district that I teach in. I teach in Chardon, Ohio. And so the time that those incredible legislators invested in trying to solve this problem is incredibly noteworthy. My superintendent in Chardon, I'm proud to say, was a member of their committee that worked for those years to develop this solution to a problem that has been plaguing the state of Ohio for 30 years. And I will go further and remind us that, in 2011, Ohio was ranked 4th in the nation for quality K-12 education. Sadly, we have slipped to 38th. And so when we talk about all of Ohio's children, we really need to focus on putting the best product we possibly can, and unfortunately, that just costs money.
Thank you for that. I'm going to need to bring this discussion to a close. I'll give the final question to Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to thank you and the other commenters this morning because I think it's very important that we do have this robust discussion. But I think it boils down to this simple question, and that question is, do we, as the state of Ohio, have a constitutional mandate, not authority, but mandate, to provide a thorough and efficient school system where all children, not just the able or the gifted or the urban, suburban, or rural, but all Ohio children. And we need to focus on that child, not on necessarily the widget that education is being compared to, because children are not products. Children are produced by their environment. So is it your position today that we have a constitutional duty to make sure that every child has a thorough and efficient education based upon what we're required to do?
Through the Vice Chair, absolutely. And this is why I'm in the business, and this is why we're working so hard to make sure that our kids have everything necessary based on their individual needs to produce those incredible graduates. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. As you can tell, there's a lot of passion, a lot of individual stories. I think the conversation will continue. Let's just start with the premise that this isn't adversarial. We're all working to do the same thing, and we all want what's best. So moving on, we're going with Catherine Garvey representing herself, and on deck will be Abby Sigmund.
Good morning, Senator Chavez and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Catherine Garvey. I served 8 years on the Chagrin Falls School Board, and I received an MBA from Case Western Reserve University. As a former school board member who has a working knowledge of school finance, I urge you to continue to apply the Fair School Funding formula in the biennial budget. Update the cost inputs and fully cover the state share of what it costs to educate Ohio's kids in today's economy. The state budget must reflect Ohio's priorities. If Ohio is the heart of it all, then public schools are the heartbeat. Ohioans love their public schools. Our schools are the anchors in our communities that bring together old and young alike to enjoy Friday night football games, spring baseball tournaments, high school musicals, graduations, and even pancake breakfasts. Ohioans are fiercely loyal to their public schools. We look to you to make our schools your top priority in the budget. Right now, that's not the case. In the House budget, the state's share of K-12 funding falls to a projected 32% by fiscal year 27, which is the lowest state share in history. If the state pays just 32%, local taxpayers, property owners, have to make up that difference. So schools can get what they need to properly educate our kids. Let me give you a visual example that explains how the state budget impacts local property taxes. Let's say that this bill is the actual cost to educate a student in my school district, and this is the state share. This is the amount covered by local property owners and property taxes. If the state chooses not to pay its fair share and chooses to maybe fund about half of that, this leaves a gap. My school district then has to merge or blend that gap by cutting costs, maybe having to fire teachers or reduce programs, or go back to our local property owners and ask for more money. So that's how local property owners end up paying part of the state's share in addition to their share in funding our public schools. Senators on the Finance Committee, you can help your constituents avoid over $1 billion in property tax increases over the next 2 years just by fully funding the state share of the Fair School Funding Plan. Senator Serino, in your district, it would be $53 million saved. Senator O'Brien, $106 million. Senator Wilkin, $129 million. Senator Lang, $117, Manchester, $116, Chavez, $97, Manning, $85. Your constituents don't want weakened schools, and they don't want higher property taxes. They want you to support public schools and make a real dent in property taxes by budgeting for the state's fair share of the Fair School Funding Plan. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions?
No.
Senator Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, excuse me, for your testimony. I just want to say on the record, when you did the dollar, I understand that, but you did not include inside unvoted millage. That's what we've all been facing for the last 6 years with our constituents. Most of my constituents didn't even know that their property taxes went up the same amount as their real estate went up, and they didn't vote on that. They said, this is America. We vote on everything. No, you don't. We have inside mills, and that is unvoted millage. And of course, you have the 20 mil floor, but I don't even try to explain that to, to the public. It's rather hard. Well, I know that the Budget Commission, particularly, and I'm extremely proud of Geauga County, they held their feet to the fire, and they said, if you don't need this money, the voters didn't vote on it, they didn't approve it, don't take it. And they did get some political subdivisions not to take it, but the schools, most all of the schools, took it as, wow, great bonus, but we still need more money. We still need more money. So I was just curious what you had to say about that.
Well, thank you. Through the chair and to the senator, and actually, Senator O'Brien, you represent some of the families in my school district in Chagrin Falls. Yeah. So I appreciate your perspective on this. And what I would say is, well, first of all, Chagrin Falls is not on the 20 mil floor, And so we do not get a property tax increase when, property values go up, except for the inside mills that you mentioned, which is a very small percent of our funds. I think what we're all facing is higher costs, and that it really costs more to educate kids today than it did 2 years ago. And that's one of the beauties of the Fair School Funding Plan. It looks at the actual cost to educate our students, and then comes up with a way that there is a shared responsibility between property owners and the state of Ohio. We'd all like costs to be less, but the reality is that they are more. School districts are often operating on razor-thin margins. I know you've seen some studies in this committee that teachers are not overpaid in Ohio, but we face real expense increases: gasoline for transportation, benefit packages for our teachers and our staff. So yes, school districts do need more money. And right now, the proposed budget, I think, is about a 2% increase over the last year. That doesn't keep up with inflation. So back to my dollar bill example, there's still a gap here. And somehow that gap is going to be filled if we want our schools to stay strong. And that's where it then falls even more to local property owners.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no further questions, thank you for your testimony today. Okay. Next will be Abby Sigmund from the Ohio Association of Gifted Children, and she will be followed by Dustin Holfinger. Welcome to committee.
Good morning. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Abby Sigmund, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Association for Gifted Children. OAGC promotes and supports the development of gifted students in Ohio by advocating on their behalf. Gifted students, by definition in the ORC, are those students who perform or show potential for performing at remarkably high levels of accomplishment when compared to others of their age, experience, or environment. There are more than 225,000 identified gifted students in Ohio, and this is a good thing. However, the state of Ohio has a gifted identification mandate, but no gifted service mandate. This means that students are identified as having the potential to perform at remarkably high levels of accomplishment, but aren't always given that opportunity through gifted services. Ohio has fewer than 940 gifted intervention specialists and fewer than 1,150 gifted staff. While I will be discussing specific changes to the operating budget, it is important to note that these ratios of gifted staff to gifted students are deeply unsatisfactory and directly contribute to the daily burnout, struggles, and exhaustion of gifted staff. The 2018 Gifted Cost Study performed by the Ohio Education Research Center under the purview of the then ODE outlined 4 main gifted cost recommendations: identification, professional development, gifted coordinators, and gifted instructional services. These recommendations from the OERC have shaped gifted funding in this state. However, the Gifted Cost Study inexplicably assumed that professional development for general education educators could be eliminated in 4 years, which brings me here today. Gifted services in Ohio have expanded by over 300% in less than a decade, and as previously mentioned, staff to gifted student ratios are so vast that these students must be served by general education teachers who have the knowledge and understanding of their unique needs, abilities, and capabilities. According to the gifted rule, general education teachers who are designated service providers and do not otherwise have licensure or endorsement in gifted education must receive professional development in gifted education covering specific competencies from qualifying providers. The removal of this section of the ORC in the House sub-bill is not consistent with Ohio's requirements for general education teachers providing gifted services and would represent another unfunded mandate. Finally, gifted students are frequently presumed to thrive independent of academic intervention or support. This assumption is both misleading and detrimental to a gifted child's development. Gifted children must be provided with the challenges that align with their exceptional abilities, or they risk social and emotional struggles, boredom, and chronic underachievement. Ignoring the unique needs of this student population does a disservice to their capabilities. I strongly urge this committee to adequately fund services for these students when considering gifted funding in HB 96, ensuring they receive the appropriate resources and opportunities to fulfill their potential. And I've attached the amendment that would do just that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a product of a gifted program, so how does this compare with the other STEM and other accelerated programs we have throughout the state?
Through the chair to the vice chair, gifted programs are often the sources for STEM, the sources for all gifted programs. So general education teachers are the providers of those services in most cases. Because we don't have a GIS that is dedicated to every student, to every gifted student who's identified, we really have to rely on these general education teachers with the professional development hours in order to provide service based on EMIS and all of those different things. You can't just provide service as a general education teacher without these professional development hours.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator Brenner?
Thank you, Chair. I've talked to the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce about the inputs as part of the school funding formula. And I've asked them if they're monitoring if the gifted and talented portion of those inputs are actually being spent on gifted and talented, and they're telling me that they're not monitoring for that. Is this something that you think should be monitored?
Through the chair to the senator, absolutely. I think in the last General Assembly, I testified to shore up the funds for gifted education because those funds can often be spent on other things, on other services that aren't for specifically identified gifted children. We, in the state of Ohio, gifted programs are sometimes the first to go when cuts happen. And so to account for those dollars, I'm standing before the Finance Committee today. I understand that we need to really pay attention to where the dollars go. And so I absolutely support following the dollars in these gifted programs.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony today. Next is Dustin Holfinger, and he will be followed by Leah Baylor. Please be ready to jump up when you are next. Thank you. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity today to testify on behalf of the American Heart Association. I'm Dustin Holfinger, State Government Relations Director for the association. I'm here today to respectfully ask that you support a few amendments and reinsertion of some language for inclusion in the final House version, of House Bill 96, that we believe will make Ohio safer and healthier. And I'm just going to roll through these real quick. Hopefully my time will allow me to. We ask you to consider reinserting the vapor retailer registry program that can be found in section 3701.842. This registry is crucial for enforcing already enacted language from House Bill 258 from the previous General Assembly, which targets retailers selling to underage Ohioans by enabling compliance checks and ensuring retailer accountability. And after my testimony, I will share with the chairman an article that was recently released by MSN talking about people trying to quit smoking by vaping and then failing to quit vaping and this vicious cycle of constant addiction. In addition, we would ask that the chamber consider funding the Tobacco Use Prevention Fund at the governor's proposed $10 million per year. This fund is vitally important for continued efforts to further decrease the state's smoking rate, which has perpetually been in the top 10 over the many years. This will also provide sound opportunities for Ohioans looking to quit the nicotine addiction. This money does not stay within Ohio, as you'll hear in just a second, but within the ODH, but rather is used at local health departments through grant opportunities to maintain localized cessation efforts and programs for their individuals. We would ask that you support Amendment SC 0391 for that one, which actually holds it harmless at $7.5 million. The House did cut this program by $1.5 million in their version. Obviously, we understand there are fiscal constraints, so we kind of have two requests within one there. If there's an ample opportunity and interest, $10 million would be fantastic. However, we would be satisfied with just simply held harmless. In the House version also, they appropriated $1 million to the Produce Perks program, which is the SNAP Double Up Food Bucks program in the state of Ohio, providing a $1 match on all fresh fruits and vegetables for SNAP participants at participating grocers and farmers markets. We would ask that the Senate not only consider keeping that funding appropriated, but also consider adding another $1 million to allow Produce Perks to expand their partnerships across the state of Ohio, as they can only provide this incentive to as many SNAP participants in those communities that they already have partnerships. This is Amendment SC 0430. Additionally, we would advocate for the CPR training requirement in all Ohio schools. The previous operating budget, House Bill 33, the legislature appropriated $598,000 per year to ensure that every school has the opportunity to purchase resources kits, CPR kits, and AEDs for this required curriculum or training. We would ask that the Senate approve and support Senate Amendment 0136, adding another $606,800 per year to allow Department of Education to continue to get into those schools. We've worked with them. We've gotten about halfway through that process. I'll skip over number 5 because Tim's going to mention that one. And we'd also mention that we are part of a Medicaid Matters coalition, more than 80 organizations. And we would ask that the Senate consider SC 1883, which is regarding the shall trigger language in House Bill 96, which would immediately discontinue medical assistance for over 700,000 Ohioans in Medicaid expansion group if the feds drop their FMAP below 90%. And then, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but real quick is another one, is Amendment 1001, is asking the Senate to consider the governor's tobacco tax increase of at least $1.50 per pack. Studies show that any individual increase of $1 or more will decrease your smoking rate by roughly 4 to 5%.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Blessing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing looking through your testimony that you failed to note, although I'm glad that you brought up Indiana with respect to the tax increase that they did, and I will note for everybody that Indiana's legislature is more Republican than Ohio's legislature. The amount that would raise for Ohio to do what was done in the executive budget is $470 million per fiscal year. And it ends a significant number of negative externalities because it will reduce rates of smoking, vaping, and use of other tobacco products. My question to you is, with that money, is it your understanding that was used to literally pay for the entirety of the child tax credit?
Through the chair to the senator, yes, sir. According to the governor's as introduced version, that entirety of the increased revenue from the tobacco tax adjustment, and I use adjustment because it's been 10 years since it's been increased at all, would cover the child tax credit and also decrease our smoking rates in the state of Ohio at the same time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Leah Baylor, and Tim Lewis is on deck. You may begin when ready.
Okay. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the behalf of the Clark County Combined Health District Tobacco Grant Program. My name is Leah Baylor, and I've been a health educator there for almost 4 years at the Clark County Health Department located in Springfield, Ohio. My role at the Health Department is coordinating a prevention grant, which focuses on reducing the negative impact tobacco use has on health and the well-being of our community members in Clark County. I'm here today to provide insight into what issues we're dealing with at the local level regarding tobacco and how House Bill 96 can assist with these issues. So I'm here today to support funding the Tobacco Use Prevention Fund at the executive budget level and appropriating $10 million per year in the House Bill 96. So tobacco-related illness is the #1 most preventable cause of death in the United States, and it's costly to the healthcare system to treat. It is a leading contributor to heart disease, heart disease, stroke, and cancer, and these vital funds are essential to our goal of increasing education and contributing to lower rates of tobacco-related chronic disease in adults while preventing new generations of tobacco users among youth. The reality is 9 out of 10 adults use tobacco, and they started as teenagers. So underscoring the critical need for prevention efforts targeting youth, in Clark County, we see significant misconceptions about the safety of e-cigarettes, also known as vapes, and a lack of awareness regarding cessation resources. I'm also here today to support reinstating the proposed vapor retailer licensing program. In Clark County, we're alarmingly saturated with access to nicotine. For example, we have 130 tobacco retailers. We have 87 of which are located within the city of Springfield. And to compare, we have 15 fitness centers, 22 grocery stores, 18 child care centers, and 3 urgent cares available to our community. Retailer density is extremely high, and as well as the proximity to youth-based organizations such as schools and youth centers. In 2023, we have a youth risk behavioral survey conducted by the Health Department, and it showed that It indicated that 28% of the students who took that survey indicated that they tried an electronic vapor product, and 13% have used a vape in the past 30 days. So when surveyed, the youth in Clark County indicated an overwhelming ease. They themselves rated on a 1 out of 10 scale. They indicated that it was a 12 on their ability to purchase tobacco products underage. In 2022, we did a compliance check of 84 stores, and it revealed a concerning 35% failure rate. However, when we enforced fines, we found that it reduced the failure rate to 8%. This initiative will assist my work in tobacco use prevention, allowing frequent compliance checks and enforced retailer accountability. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have, I actually kind of have a question, but I also have a comment. Because part of the tobacco use is with other addictions also. And so should there be a requirement for the drug misuse intervention folks to ensure that there is some link to tobacco cessation that requires them to make sure that they make that information available? Doesn't mean that they as an entity have to do that training themselves, but they have to link back to the health department, organizations like yours, to make sure that that smoking cessation program is at least there in their facility.
Through the chair to the senator, yes, I believe that there is a lot of evidence that shows that substance abuse is linked to tobacco use in the beginnings. And so something that we're really trying to do is get cessation resources information out there to our community. We know that that is an effective way and the most effective way to help individuals to stop smoking. And also we're really trying to put cessation resources out there and educate youth about those programs too. So not only do cessation resources exist for adults, but they exist for youth as well. So we're really trying to reach the youth with those resources so that they don't continue into adulthood with tobacco use, which can lead into substance abuse, which can lead into bigger problems along with higher rates of chronic disease.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Tim Lewis, and on deck would be Tara Stacy. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and all members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity today to discuss one of the American Heart Association's budget requests. My name is Tim Lewis, and I work as a Community Impact Director for the American Heart Association, where our mission is to be a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives. I've been part of the American Heart Association as a staff member for a little over 18 years, and I am here today to talk about specifically cardiac arrest and survival from cardiac arrest. Heart disease, as many of us know, heart disease is the #1 cause of death in America, and it's #1 cause of death here in the state of Ohio. I wanted to talk a little bit about cardiac arrest, and I did submit written testimony along with written testimony from Dr. Justin Benoit, who is the chair of Ohio Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival, and there are numerous letters of support from hospitals, medical associations, public safety organizations, and EMS agencies and fire departments. Rather than read those directly into the record, I just want to go through some of the highlights. Which is, cardiac arrest is something that happens every day across the state. Approximately 10,000 Ohioans are victims of cardiac arrest every year. On average, that ends up being around 30 Ohioans every day who suffer cardiac arrest. And the survival rate from cardiac arrest in the state of Ohio and across the country is abysmally low. The survival rate is approximately 10%. That's the bad news. The good news is that we know what some solutions are. The problem is that we are having too many cardiac arrests, and the problem is that we're having too low of a survival. The solution is that we know how to help address that problem, which is to help people know CPR. And our goal with this is that the way we can treat, the answer is CPR, which is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And CPR works so well that it can triple the chance of survival. And Ohio is the third worst state in the United States at performing CPR. The reason why we know this is because there's a group called the Ohio Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival. It's the only organization in Ohio that collects and analyzes the entire chain of survival for cardiac arrest. And then we can then confidentially feed this information back to teach organizations how to improve based on their specific needs. So I just want to say that, we know what the problem is, but we know what the solution is, and the Ohio Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival can help people live longer and be healthier. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Blessing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make a comment based on everything we've heard with respect to what you want to see in the budget collectively, but I wanted to add some levity to this conversation. From the Babylon Bee out of Anaheim, California, residents breathed a collective sigh of relief today as news broke that the city would finally be getting the 473rd vape shop it had so desperately needed. Concern had grown in recent months that the 472 previous existing vape shops would not be sufficient to serve the needs of the community, leading citizens to celebrate the welcome addition of the 473rd vape shop. Thank God, one resident said when he was told of the 473rd vape shop's imminent opening, "We were on the brink of societal collapse over here, looking like some third world country with only 472 vape shops." My family and I were sitting around the dinner table last night talking about how far the world has fallen and how we may need to surrender to despair, but thankfully there is now hope for our city with this 473rd vape shop. It fills a huge gaping void in the town. There is obviously more, but I read this to just highlight the ridiculousness of this debate sometimes. And frankly, in my community, I see vape shops popping up all over the place. At some point, we need to push back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the vice chair, through the chair, through the senator, I appreciate the levity, and I appreciate the sincerity with which this problem is addressed. And it is tough to sometimes speak to this because it is a matter of life and death, and what this is, this is how we get better as a society. So I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate all the committee does, and thank you for what you do.
Senator Hicks Hudson.
I'm going to thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your comments, especially about the need for the registry for cardiac arrest. The city of Toledo lost its mayor due to a cardiac arrest incident, and one of the things that we did following that was to do a really citywide campaign to get people to be aware of the symptoms and then also what they could do. And so we had massive training to do just that, so that there would be an expansion of folks that knew how to do the procedure. So I applaud what you're doing, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will see a way to really help support that particular aspect of all the work that you do as part of the American Heart Association. Thank you.
Through the chair and to Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, thank you for those comments. And I just want to point out that City of Toledo Fire Department does participate in the Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival. And, it's one of the things, the leading organization for resuscitation, one of the leading organizations is called the Resuscitation Academy. And they have these mantras that, that are really, for ways to improve. And a couple of their mantras are one, measure and improve. We cannot improve that which we don't measure. And this is how we know. So this is how we know that the survival rate is so low, because we're getting so few people to do bystanders to do CPR. We need to create a nation of lifesavers who can do that. And then another thing that one of those mantras is that it's not complicated, but it's not easy. Like, we know these things, but implementation of them is not easy. So it's not complicated, but it's not easy. And our goal is for every victim to survive, and that in order for that to happen, we have this chain of survival, and that our goal is that it takes a system for everyone to survive. So thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Tara Stacy, and then Greg Crawford's on deck. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 96. My name is Tara Stacy, and I serve as Treasurer CFO for the Springboro Community City School District located in Warren County. With me today is our Superintendent, Carrie Hester. Our district is the 39th largest school district in Ohio, serving more than 6,100 students. We are a 5-star rated school district, ranking in the top 12% in achievement, while being the 13th lowest spending district in the state of Ohio. No district in Ohio achieved higher and spent less per pupil than Springboro. We operate with lean resources and maintain only modest cash reserves, just about 20% of our annual operating expenses, or 73 days of cash on hand this year, and that does go down within our forecast period. Because of these limited reserves, any reduction or disruption in state funding would have an immediate and significant impact on our ability to maintain essential programs and services our students rely on. As a 10% state share minimum funded district, we rely heavily on the guarantees to sustain our current programming. If House Bill 96 phases out or reduces these guarantees, Springboro stands to lose millions despite the fact that our student enrollment is growing, not shrinking. The funding that we receive under the guarantee is not supporting empty seats. It's supporting real students with real needs in a steadily growing community. It is also important to note that all guarantees are not the same. Springboro is on the fiscal 20 transitional aid guarantee. This guarantee ensures that we wouldn't receive less funding due to the implementation of the Fair School Funding Plan. Under the previous funding formula, we were heavily capped. That means that the formula determined that we should have been receiving more money than the state could afford to provide. In fiscal 25, we are still receiving the same amount that we received in fiscal 20, despite a 24% increase in cost and continued enrollment growth. If the guarantees were eliminated, we would lose 40% of our state funding. In addition to base aid, categorical aid provides critical funding for our most vulnerable students. This funding helps support vital programs and services for our special needs students, our economically disadvantaged, and our English language learners. In Springboro, our special needs population has increased 21% in the last 5 years. Our ELL population has increased 240% since last school year. In fiscal 24, we spent $12.2 million on special education and received only $614,000 in categorical funding. This equates to the state covering less than 5% of our actual costs for our most vulnerable students, shifting 95% of those costs to be covered by our cash reserves and then ultimately our taxpayers. The larger conversation is that state funding and property tax reform go hand in glove, and the effects could make or break public education. There has been a continued shift in the shared partnership to fund nearly 90% of Ohio's children, and the state is not holding up its end of the partnership. The state share continues to go down, and the local share continues to go up. Some local communities are being expected to cover 90+% of the cost. At the same time, bills are being drafted left and right for property tax relief to lower the property tax burden on taxpayers. Although we would all appreciate a tax reduction, where does that money now come from? Public school districts have two main sources of revenue: state funding and our local taxpayers. If the state is not prepared to pick up the difference, that leaves us to go right back to our local taxpayers, which is not property tax relief or reform. I have a little bit more in my testimony. I know I'm out of time, but we're happy to, thank you for letting us testify, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And could you just bring your microphone slightly closer to you?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fine. Any questions? Senator Brenner.
Thank you. Have your schools considered using an income tax in lieu of property taxes?
Through the chair to the senator. That is something that we've been talking about over the last several years. Currently, within our 5-year forecast period, assuming nothing changes with property taxes or state funding, we do not need a levy within our forecast period. But if something were to change with the state budget or property tax reform, we would be bankrupt within a matter of about a year, maybe 2.
Follow up. Senator Blessing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at your categorical, so if I understand that correctly, you're talking about making the minimum state share for all categoricals at 50%. That, I think, would cause some problems. That said, I do agree with you with respect to DPIA. Mathematically, if you look at this in the aggregate, a district that say has 10% economically disadvantaged versus a district that has 100% economically disadvantaged. Again, in the aggregate, the difference in funding is 1,000-fold difference. Now, I'm for the progressivity of that funding piece, but that is too progressive. How would you feel about something that is much more gently progressive? In other words, it's not the square of the quotient law, it's a gently declining logarithmic curve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the vice chair to the senator. Any additional funding at this point would be a blessing for all of us. As I stated, we are receiving the same funding that we got in 2020. And that's the only thing that's prevented us from getting less than that is the guarantee. So if the guarantee were to remove, we'd be back into 2016 and 2017 levels. So any additional funding would help. As far as our economically disadvantaged, we only have about 14% economically disadvantaged in our community. So we don't have that need as much. Our special education is definitely an area that's continuing to grow. Our community is known for a wonderful special education program, and so people move into our community for our special needs programs. And so we will fund that program, but unfortunately, at some point, it's going to be at the detriment of other programs that we have.
And I hope everyone appreciates the range of Senator Blessing. He went from satire to the square quotient law reference.
Stick with satire.
Yeah. I appreciated it. Any other questions? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have President of Miami University, Greg Crawford, and on deck is Mike Paninsky. You may begin when ready.
Yeah. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the State Finance Committee. My name is Greg Crawford, and I serve as president of Miami University. I am now starting my 10th year serving the people of Ohio, having returned to the home state in 2016. I'm joined today by my colleague from the Cleveland Clinic, Joe Rich, Managing Director of Innovations and Ventures. We are here to brief you on a quantum computing partnership in support of a one-time ask of $14 million to invest and establish the Ohio Institute for Quantum Computing. This strategic investment will address both current and future workforce needs and solidify Ohio's position, or superposition, you like that joke? As the workforce leader in quantum computing and innovation. No longer science fiction, but quantum computing is here. A computer so powerful that it defies conventional limits. What once took years, decades, even centuries to calculate on a classical computer is now can be done in real time. And here in Ohio, we are home to a global leader in this space, the Cleveland Clinic. With its dedicated IBM quantum computer focused on healthcare, the clinic's pioneering quantum applications are transforming medicine. A few examples: basic research on protein folding and how proteins actually misfold, which is linked to diseases such as Alzheimer's. Translational research through in silico experiments in silicon, accelerating drug discovery and reducing time to market, thereby reducing drug costs. And personalized and precision medicine, treatments to the individual DNA, our unique genomes, right in our doctor's office to help us heal and be well. And the applications don't stop there. There's AI, material science, quantum chemistry, manufacturing, finance, logistics, supply chain, and most importantly, and maybe most critically, national defense. Ohio is leading the way in quantum computing investment through the Cleveland Innovation District. Our ask centers around three priorities: workforce, workforce, and workforce. In partnership with the Cleveland Clinic, we developed what we believe is one of the nation's first Bachelor of Science degrees in quantum computing. The program includes several key curriculum components: quantum principles and advanced mathematics, quantum information processing, quantum algorithms, and quantum cybersecurity. A bioinformatics track focuses on genome and proteomics. Entrepreneurship was critical because we know these graduates are going to be inventing new things with quantum computing. And then a practical hands-on experience with the Cleveland Clinic researchers. So I wish to thank you for your time. This is a one-time ask of $14 million, and in the next decade, Miami University and Cleveland Clinic will co-invest another $70 million on a 5-to-1 match. I thank you for your time, and it's an honor and a privilege to serve the great state of Ohio as Miami University's president.
Thank you for your testimony, and I could not come up with any quantum puns in 3 minutes, so. Any questions? Senator Lane.
Mr. President, thank you for your testimony today, and more important, Greg, thank you for everything you've done for Butler County. Every time you guys do something that has a positive, a profound, and a powerful impact because of the multiplier effect that Miami has that permeates throughout the county. Congratulations. This is a huge, huge deal. My understanding, there's only going to be 2 computers like this in the entire world, and it'll take years before a third one comes on board. My question is this: I understand the excellence, the love and honor that is Miami University. I get that. But there are great universities throughout the world. I believe Ohio is leading America with higher education, with colleges and universities. I believe we are the leader in America in that category. Miami, you're out of the way. You're tucked in a corner of Butler County that I can't even get to in a hurry, and I only live maybe 25 miles from you. My question is, out of all these great colleges and universities throughout Ohio, throughout America, and throughout the world, why did they pick Miami?
Well, thank you for the question, Chair Chavez, Senator Lang. I think it's several-fold, but I think first and foremost, it's our values overlap. I had the opportunity to go of a retiring Cleveland Clinic employee at the leadership team who invited me up there to meet with the team as he was a Miami alum and retiring, and we met. And it was sort of a match made in heaven, and I can tell you why. First, the Cleveland Clinic has a mantra, patients first. Miami University, students first. Second, they treat patients like family, and you see it on their walls. We treat our students like family. Third, they're excellent. They're the best healthcare system in the world, and we're so proud to be the best undergraduate institution in this country in terms of how we teach as a public institution. And fourth, they're inventing, they're doing new things, they're innovating, they're writing patents, and we're the top 10 in the world in entrepreneurship at Miami University. And so anytime you have a partnership that you're contemplating, it's really all about the value overlap and what you share. And we share their values and their excellence. And I think that's how it all worked out. I think furthermore, my dad always said, it was a better than your best. It was always saying that every time I tried to accomplish something. And I know that when we work with Cleveland Clinic, they're going to make us better because they're just focused on excellence is extraordinary. And I think us bringing the way which we teach and the innovations and the pedagogy which we do and exemplify in this country as one of the nation's best undergraduate teaching institution will make Cleveland Clinic better as well. Thank you for the question.
Follow up.
Thank you. And one more question. In your testimony, you had covered the amount of jobs that would be created over the next 10 years. And if I just look at the low number of 240,000, any estimate or idea of how many of those jobs would be retained in the state of Ohio?
Well, I think Chair Chavez and Senator Lang, I think the answer to that question, so roughly speaking, by 2035, the forecasts are around 840 total jobs, 840,000. So that's quite a big number. And with the sort of jump that we have right now in the lead as a state of Ohio, I think we can build out this quantum corridor, so to speak, like you might have a Silicon Valley, but having the companies and the supply chain companies and the people using quantum computing coming to the Cleveland Innovation District because of the excellence there and because of the quantum computer there. So I do think that we can capture a large portion of that, and I think if we get this investment and then we co-invest, as we promised in the 5-to-1, I think we can probably capture 70 or 80% of that market in terms of those new jobs. But we got to get out there and be in a rush.
We're going to need more housing.
Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Good to see you. I just have a question regarding the dollars, the one-time $14 million, compared to within the next 10 years, because there was already the foundation with the Innovation Hub. But what will be your ask for those next 10 years from the state also? Because it insinuates there won't be. But what will it be?
Chair Chavez, Senator, thank you for the question. So this is a one-time ask of $14 million for the 2-year biennium. And so after that, we're going to pick up the cost of the program, which is roughly $7 million a year going forward. We're very entrepreneurial at Miami University, and so we'll move forward with several things. There'll be revenue generation from tuition income. There'll be the normal SSI funding. There will be support that we get through grants and contracts. and particularly also with new companies bringing in support to the university. And then we have a very strong philanthropy engine. And just to give you an example of that, my goal is to raise $1 billion when I started through philanthropy, and we're now pushing up a little bit south of $800 million this year, and about $300 million of that raised so far is for scholarships. And so we have the philanthropic power to also achieve that goal after the state funding ends.
Follow up?
Thank you. So there will be OCOG and things of that nature that will still come from the state to help the institute function. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Romanchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Crawford. And I, too, would like to thank you for jumping into this space. Sitting behind you is General Bartman, who runs the Ohio Federal Research Network, and I've been meeting with him and some other stakeholders over the last 6 or 8 months about Ohio building out and joining that corridor that's formed between Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and not to mention the $100 billion investment by China. We're not doing enough in Ohio, and I appreciate the fact that you're taking the lead. What else do we need to be doing to join this corridor and to make sure Ohio is leading this effort? Because at the moment, I don't think Ohio's leading the effort.
Thank you, Chair Chavez, Senator. Thank you for the question. It's a great question. I think first and foremost, when you look at Ohio, there's a lot of other industries that we're attracting to this state that are connected to quantum computing, both directly and indirectly. And so there's the very nature of the Quantum Computing Innovation District, which is in Cleveland, Ohio. And we got the lead there because of the computer, but now we're going to focus on workforce and get way out ahead of everybody. I think the semiconductor industry in Ohio, as that grows, is going to be important for building new chips into the future, and that will grow. And also the data science and the data centers that we're attracting to this state, and they all fit together. So data fuels AI, and quantum AI will be the next thing coming out. And so we do have a nice circle going here on the industry side. So I do think we have a lot of investments going on, and when people talk about other numbers around the world, sometimes they're adding in everything. But if we look at everything, we're going to have a great focus on AI here, we have a great focus on data centers, and we have a great focus on quantum computing. So I think when we add all that up and we put a focus on workforce, that we will be the destination in that quantum corridor to really take over and to move Ohio forward to be #1 in this space.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just want to thank you. I would highly encourage you, if you haven't met with General Bartman today, he's sitting 4 rows behind you as you speak, meet with him and help join this other coalition that is maybe working in parallel to what you're doing. We should all get together. We want to make Ohio #1, and we look, kindly onto the future. And thank you for leading the way.
Thank you.
Now we're matchmaking in this committee. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mike, and I apologize about your last name, Mike. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Mike Panuski. I'm the Lucas County Engineer. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to present testimony as an interested party to the state operating budget, amended House Bill 96. I speak before you today to urge you to include funding for a dedicated H2 Ohio ash tree removal grant program to the operating budget, with a request to add $20 million over the 2-year period for this purpose as presented as Amendment SC 0814. As Lucas County Engineer, I'm responsible for administering log jam removal for ditches that are under petition maintenance under Section 6131 and Section 6137 of the Ohio Revised Code. Over the past 5 to 10 years, the amount of log jams that are present in our waterways have increased greatly to the point that they're becoming a larger and larger burden on landowners who are responsible for paying for log jam removal through assessment on their property tax bills. These log jams are largely the direct result of the mass die-off of ash trees that were killed by the invasive emerald ash borer. Introduced to the area from China from shipping pallets, over the past 20 years, the borer has devastated our forests and killed one of the major trees that exist along our riparian corridors. Now, about 10 years after the trees were killed, rotting branches and logs are falling into our rivers and watercourses and creating log jams of increasing size and severity. As shown in the attached photos in the written testimony, This is an issue we are facing in all 88 counties and is creating a higher and higher burden on government agencies and landowners who are left to clean up the slow devastation log jams create. These log jams obstruct water flow, increase flooding risk, and make routine ditch maintenance more costly and dangerous. A grant program to assist counties and other units of government with safe removal of ash debris would directly benefit public safety, environmental quality, and stormwater management. Landowners and units of government are increasingly having difficulty in managing the financial cost to manage a problem that they did not cause and is not due to a natural progression of events. No unit of government, and especially no landowner, is prepared to bear the cost to remove thousands of dead ash from our rivers, creeks, ditches, and watercourses. Unfortunately, this provision was not included in the House budget, but we respectfully ask the Senate to consider it a priority and include it in the Senate version of the operating budget. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify as an interested party to amended House Bill 96. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Can you talk a little bit about not only the problem that this is causing, but whether or not there is a partnership with the engineers, the statewide engineers, as well as the county commissioners and folks, because of the impact that this has?
Vice Chair Chavez, Senator. Yes, this is a broad coalition. This is actually coming through the County Commissioners Association as well as the County Engineers Association. We are all facing a really difficult problem in terms of what log jams create. And the thing is that flooding is probably one of the most damaging forces of nature. We've seen it all across the country, especially down in Kentucky and Missouri. A lot of recent flooding. Log jams are a big cause of localized flooding, and it's probably one of the most easiest things to prevent. If you go out there while they're leaning, before they're in there, and you clear those logs out, it's very preventable at a very cheap cost compared to the actual cost of dealing with the damage itself. So we definitely recognize this as government officials in our communities, and that's why we come to you today to ask you for this investment in our communities.
Follow-up? And just another question. Do you have as we sit here today, do you know if there is a statewide cost for us not to address this problem?
Vice Chair Chavez, Senator, the cost could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars if we fail to address it. Flooding, like I mentioned, is one of the largest costs that you can have when you have a natural disaster. It is widespread. It causes extensive damage. And if a flood is caused by a logjam flood, just to give you an example, there was a logjam flood in the village of White House in Lucas County about 10 years ago. A log jam about a mile away from the village caused extensive flooding in that village, and it caused over about $10 to $11 million in damage. That could have easily been prevented if programs like this were in place.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And you talk about natural disasters. Was that particular log jam flooding, was that because of just overabundance of rain versus like a major, can you give the background as to the causes for that?
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, typically logjam floodings can be caused by different events. Typically what happens is there's a multiple of logs in a stream. If you get enough rainfall to essentially get enough rise in water to move those logs, they'll start moving, and if they can get caught on all sorts of items, it could be a bend in a river, it could be a bridge, it could be a pipe that comes out for a drainage pipe. But once you start getting a small area where it gets caught, then it'll start backing up water, and that backup of water will cause even more logs to float up and flow down the river and cause the log jam to become larger and larger and larger. Eventually it gets large enough that it starts really increasing the water surface elevation. It can spread over a long distance. So it doesn't necessarily have to be from a very severe event. It just has to be an event that's large enough to basically float the logs and cause them to get caught.
Senator Romachek.
Good morning, and thank you for your testimony. I too have this exact same problem in my district, and it resulted in a multi-month process of trying to get approval from the EPA to remove the logs, and it ended up, we were allowed to remove some logs, but not others, and it really didn't help the problem. Have you had problems dealing with the EPA and getting approval to remove these logs from your waterways?
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, for us, it depends on the stream, and mostly the EPA gets involved if it's considered a scenic river or environmentally critical river. Most of the streams that we have, at least in our county, that has not been an issue. We've been able to go in and remove them pretty easily. There are other, I understand other of my colleagues have had issues, but you typically, when we talk with the EPA and talk with those people, we spell out what is the difference between environmental protection and what they believe is necessary for the environment and the protection of people and property. When you have those types of discussions with them and the risks that can be caused to protect people and property, we tend to get better feedback and better allowance from them when we state it in those types of terms.
Follow up? So if you or your colleagues have any ideas on how to lessen those restrictions within limits that make sense, or streamline the process for approval, that would be a welcome thing for us to receive something like that.
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, I completely agree with you. We are absolutely willing to work with you and the rest of the Senate and the committee to work on that.
Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. And of course, Senator Romanchuk, thank you for having that knowledge that EPA causes some issues too. Because my question is how much do you want in the budget and where is it? ODNR, H2 Ohio, what?
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, we're asking for $20 million over the biennium, and this would go through H2 Ohio through and administered by the Ohio Department of Natural Resources.
Follow up?
And it would specifically be for the ash tree removal, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, yes, it would be for that purpose.
Okay, thanks.
Do you know if this work would be county resources, state resources, third party?
Mr. Vice Chair, it can be any and all of the above. Typically, this money would be for grants. We envision it that it would be for government entities like counties. It could be for soil and water districts. It could be for municipalities. It could be for others in that guise. And then those entities can work with private entities, private landowners, people to help them defray their cost of removing these types of logs and ash trees.
Okay, so it would be preventative as well as responsive?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, okay. Absolutely. It would be preventative, but it would also be there if you needed to clear in terms of an event, but it also can be used for preventative as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Next up, we have Mayor Chris Ambrose Grooms, and then on deck will be Rachel Chilton.
Good morning, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Chris Ambrose Grooms, and I serve as the mayor of the city of Dublin, Ohio. I want to pause before I begin my formal comments and thank you for your commitment to democracy. Sitting here and listening to the conversations this morning, it is apparent that the topics that are being contemplated are complicated, they're difficult, and they're important. So just as a resident, thank you for what you do in that space. But you may ask yourself, why would the mayor of Dublin be at the State House during Memorial Week? Well, it's because we know that if we are going to continue to compete for events like the Memorial, we need to invest in our infrastructure. Infrastructure is about more than just movement. It's about momentum. That's why we strongly support restoring the expanding passenger rail service through the Midwest Connect corridor. This route, which connects from Chicago to Fort Wayne, to Lima, to Columbus, and to Pittsburgh, will better connect rural communities, improve access to jobs, support tourism, and strengthen our region mobility, all by leveraging existing infrastructure. A one-time planning investment of $750,000 from the state budget will unlock significant federal matching funds and pave the way for future private sector investment without committing Ohio to any additional spending. To be clear, this is not a blank check. It is an opportunity to gather data, access feasibility, and to make an informed, fact-based decision. It will answer questions like, where should stations be located? What economic return can Ohio expect? And how can this infrastructure serve our communities and businesses? We are not interested in repeating missteps in states like California or burning taxpayer dollars on wasteful spending on bridges to nowhere. We are focused on what works, projects that are efficient, that are business-driven and built for long-term success. That's why this proposal has bipartisan support from leaders across the spectrum, including then Senator, now Vice President J.D. Vance, and Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. It is fundamentally different from past efforts for 4 key reasons. 1, there is no long-term obligation. 2, it has broad private sector support. 3, there is a statewide regional buy-in. And 4, there is proven economic returns. Studies show that up to $47 million in GDP Studies show that returns up to $47 million annually in GDP and over 1,200 new jobs in just one route nationally. For every dollar invested in passenger rail, returns $4 in economic investment. We urge you to support a $750 planning appropriation amendment offered by Senator Reineke. Thank you all for your time and for listening, and I am certainly happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your thank you at the beginning of your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck with the memorial. Next up, we'll have Rachel Chilton, and then after that, the committee will stand at ease for about 5 minutes. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chavez and Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Rachel Chilton, Executive Director of the Ohio School Psychologists Association, and I am here to speak specifically about budget items related to the profession of school psychology and ask for support for Amendment SC 1343. Firstly, I would like to thank the governor for including in the budget the school psychology intern program, a special education enhancement funding. This program is vital to the profession as it supports the DEW-approved school psychology training programs by funding intern placements in school districts. This state funding has been provided since the 1960s. We continue to experience shortages of school psychologists in many parts of the state. The university training programs address these shortages by working to determine where the unmet needs are and then establishing intern placements. In 2022, OSPA awarded a scholarship to a school psychology student who subsequently returned the funds and left the program when she discovered the amount of the intern's salary and realized she could not afford to continue. OSPA gives these scholarships only to the most talented and promising school psychology students. We also cannot be sure how many students decide not to enter programs when they learn they must work full-time in their final year and rely on a salary of around $30,000. University programs advise students not to hold second jobs during their internship, but Cleveland State, for instance, says that all of them have been holding additional jobs. The intern program portion of the special education enhancement line item is funded at $3 million in each fiscal year. However, we know that this amount actually underfunds the intended support to this program. The money in this line item goes to school districts to allow them to pay a salary to the school psychology intern, as has been the practice for more than 60 years. However, the salary was always meant to match the teacher minimum salary schedule. The legislature has increased the teacher minimum salary twice while overlooking this school psychology intern line item, so interns are typically earning below $30,000 while working full-time. We are asking for a modest increase of $5,000 per intern to match the salary for a first-year teacher. Doing so would require an increase to $4.3 million in each year of the biennium and reflects funding for up to 108 interns. This increase is reflected in Amendment SC 1343. So we're asking for an additional $1.3 million per year. OSPA believes this is a modest request, especially as we know other states are offering higher salaries to Ohio students. Michigan this year, for instance, is offering north of $45,000, with some offering tuition reimbursement. We are hearing, and we have programs at the universities of Toledo and Findlay, so they are near enough to the border that we are losing students to Michigan. And at least in Ohio, interns are required to stay here for 1 year after graduation if they take this funding, and I would imagine other states have this similar requirement. So we are training students, training school psychologists to work in other states. An analysis of the workforce shows that after five years after graduation, 90% of our school psychology graduates are still in Ohio, still working as school psychologists. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
The committee will stand at ease until 10:55. Thank you.
To order. Thank you very much. Our next person giving testimony will be Ryan Osberger from the Ohio Manufacturers Association. Please come to the podium. Welcome to committee.
Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 96. My name is Ryan Augsburger. I'm the president of the Ohio Manufacturers Association, serving 1,300 manufacturing company owners across the state of Ohio. Our mission is to protect and grow Ohio manufacturing. We commend you for your work to adopt a responsible and balanced budget that invests in Ohio's future, and I'm pleased to briefly visit with you on just 3 issues today. First being workforce development funding, second being electrical vehicle charging contained in the bill, and grant programs to enhance Ohio's small and medium-sized manufacturers. Let me first address work advance and other workforce policies. This continues to be the top challenge confronting manufacturers. Since 2023, the Work Advance program has helped manufacturers tap underutilized talent such as underemployed Ohioans, SNAP recipients, and returning citizens through industry-aligned training, soft skills development, technician instruction, and career coaching that continues up to 12 months after job placement to support retention and advancement. It's already working. The program has trained over 1,800 Ohioans at a 100% credentialing attainment rate and placed more than 1,400 of those 18 in manufacturing jobs. That's a 79% placement rate. So now it's time to scale the Work Advance statewide. Specifically, I appear in support of an appropriation of $2.5 million in both years of the biennium, totaling $5 million in GRF. This investment will expand access to enable 1,000 new job placements and deliver life-changing careers for Ohioans while providing manufacturers with the skilled workforce they urgently need. The Work Advance Amendment language is attached to today's testimony. Also on the subject of workforce, we urge the Senate to retain funding included by both the executive and the House to maintain the Tech Cred program and industry sector partnerships as meaningful components to support talent pipelines. These programs are working well in the manufacturing sector. Let me switch to public utilities law. Unfortunately, language was added in the most recent version of the budget allowing utilities to own what should be a competitive product regarding electric vehicle charging. The language added allows utility companies to construct and operate EV chargers and other make-ready infrastructure for EV and it would allow the utilities to own that under certain circumstances. This would subject captive customers to pay for EV charging, even if they do not use EV charging. We urge you to either fix the regulatory expansion or to set that provision aside to allow a more robust debate, just as you did earlier in the year with comprehensive energy legislation. Finally, I'd like to urge you to adopt an amendment to create the Manufacturing Technology Assistance Program, or MTAP, a $12 million initiative to help manufacturers with fewer than 500 employees access up to $150,000 per year in grants for equipment upgrades and smart technology integration to enable Ohio's smaller and medium-sized manufacturers to compete better in the global economy. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks unless you have questions for me.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Senator Romanchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Augsburger. So when I got here over a dozen years ago, I came with the message that workforce was the defining issue of the day. And we do a lot of things, a lot of policy things here, tax reform, regulatory reform, things of that nature. But I still believe today workforce is still the defining issue. Do you believe that?
Chairman Serino, to Senator Romanchuk, we couldn't agree more. Manufacturers, everywhere we go, it's the number one concern. I think the question for us is it a government problem? We think it's an employer problem, and the government can play a huge role in supporting it. But our approach has been to flip the narrative a bit, if you will, and empower local manufacturers on a regional basis to get together, to own the problem, and then to own the solution, inviting government in to provide some resources and to provide partnerships and to help manufacturers improve their talent pipelines.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Yes, follow up.
And switching to the other one of the other issues with regard to electric vehicle charging stations. So it sounds like the association believes in free markets and choice when it comes to electric service and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, to Senator Romanchuk, thank you for the question. Just as this chamber acted unanimously earlier this spring to affirm the power of competitive markets to solve problems, we believe that's the best way to deploy electric vehicle charging. Competitive markets work. They work for generation. That's what House Bill 15 was all about. You doubled down and reaffirmed that. The same would be true, we believe, for the competitive market that already exists today for electric vehicle charging.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Reverend John Jones from Hope Toledo, and he will be followed by Mr. Greg Lawson. Welcome to committee.
Good morning, Chair Serino, and to Vice Chair Chavez, and to Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and to each of you on the committee. My name is John Jones, and I serve as President and CEO of Hope Toledo, located in Lucas County. I'm grateful for this opportunity to give testimony here today to this committee on our significant opportunity for expanding access to high-quality early childhood education and childcare for both in our state and in our region. I will also share a potential pathway towards a solution for our children and our families. Our partners and we are seeking a change to the Ohio Revised Code, Section 57015.19, which would add a division to the more than 50 existing categories, allowing for taxing authority to be granted to a 501c3 organization with approval from their local Board of County Commissioners. This additional division will have a specific focus on early childhood education. In Lucas County today, less than 30% of our children who enter kindergarten are assessed at the demonstrating level on the state's kindergarten readiness assessment, which is the top level. This statistic alone provides insight into what the future projection of our children may be, as we know that when a child does not enter kindergarten ready to learn, it impacts their success by 3rd grade, by 8th grade, high school graduation, and ultimately their ability to learn over their lifetime. We also know, based on research, that children and families with access to high-quality early childhood education and childcare also experience better physical and mental health outcomes. According to a report released in 2023 by the Council for a Strong America, our state, Ohio, loses nearly $4 billion in lost earnings, productivity, and revenue due to a lack of adequate access to early childhood education and childcare. The U.S. Chamber just updated that report. It just recently released it, and this new report says that our state is hemorrhaging at the $5.5 billion on an annual basis. We also know that nearly 40% of our families across Ohio are living in what is known as a child care desert, meaning that more than 3 children under the age of 5, there are more than 3 children under the age of 5 for every licensed child care slot. The data also tells us that the cost for most families is unaffordable, with the average cost for child care and early learning ranging from $12,000 to $17,000 per child. Hope Toledo's mission is to support and ensure high-quality education, and we do that in our Northwest Ohio region by focusing on preschool, early childhood education. We know that our parents want to work and they need to afford high-quality education, high-quality childcare for their children. We believe one pathway toward that solution is to secure support from the voters for a locally dedicated fund for children. Please be clear, this amendment is not seeking for funding, but rather for the opportunity for our voters locally to vote this up or down and support our children. In closing, Ohio and Lucas County are on the cusp of significant economic opportunity, and the only way to realize that is to unleash the power of the potential of our workforce, and that is our people. Thank you for allowing me to present today.
Thank you very much, Reverend Jones. Other questions? Senator Hicks Hudson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Yes, I want you to reiterate two things, if you would, to my colleagues here. Well, maybe it's three. One is that this is not an ask for funds from the state, but instead an ability for authority for local voters to determine how they're going to deal with the issue of supporting this program. That's question number one.
Through the chair to the senator, thank you so much for that question. It is very clear for us that our voters locally should have the opportunity to vote for our children, or if they decide not to vote for this potential opportunity for public investment, they should have that. But in this budget bill, we are not asking for dollars for this effort. We are asking for the opportunity for our voters to make that decision locally.
Follow, please.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then my second question is that you gave statistics statewide. What is the impact or the lack of preparation for young people entering Toledo, Lucas County schools, if you have that information?
Yes, ma'am. So right now, within Toledo and Lucas County, the average kindergarten readiness assessment says that 70% of our children are entering not ready to learn. If you break that down by school district, in Toledo Public Schools, which is our largest school district, it is 84% of our children are not entering kindergarten ready to learn. That directly impacts their third grade reading levels, that directly impacts eighth grade math, that directly impacts our graduation rates. And while our school district does a phenomenal job of attempting to catch our children up, they are not able to start them ready to learn. And we believe, and our school district does as well, that if we can get our children started strong early, that produces the result and gets them on a pathway so that they can be successful. The other thing I would add, Senator, is that it is critical because our workforce, we have over 60% of our workforce that have children under the age of 5. They are in the workforce, but they are struggling to find access that is affordable, that is high quality, and that is available near where they live. And so when we think about all the things that are impacting our community and our economy, we know without question that if our parents are able to go to work, and one of the biggest questions or biggest struggles that our businesses are saying to us is that when a parent, mom or dad, cannot show up to work, it's impacting our ability to keep hours regular and to do all of those things. So those are the two things I would say.
Okay.
Follow up? One last question. And you answered my third question ahead of time, but I do want to just make a statement and reiterate that, well, no, this will be a question as well. Within the state budget, there is funding for child care through either public or through the child care different funds. How does Hope Toledo fit into that, that model? Would you be taking away, adding to, if you would just explain to the committee?
Yes, through the chair, to the senator, thank you so much for that question. This would be additive. And so the way it is currently set up, we really look for all of these other sources of funding first. So when it comes to publicly funded childcare, when it comes to childcare choice voucher, when it comes to the tax credit, all those things help our families. But even after that, the gap is still significant, and our families are saying we need help to make sure that our children are able to access. And this does take the burden off of even kinship care. When you think about grandparents, and you think about others who are doing this work, and we hear from our friends at the Area Office on Aging locally that they're seeing more and more instances of grandparents or seniors who are taking care of their children or their grandchildren to try to close that gap. And we're saying we need to be able to support our families to be able to access, and we also need to be able to support our child care providers to be able to do better service than what they're even doing now.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very important question.
Yes, sir.
How did your organization get along with the former mayor of Toledo?
The former mayor of Toledo, to the chair, if I can answer that question. First and foremost, we were not in official existence when our former mayor, now current senator, served in that role. But number two, we've gotten along phenomenally well, which is the reason why we're here right now.
Well, I couldn't resist.
I know you couldn't, and I appreciate the
Thank
question.
you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony
Thank you
today.
so much.
Next, we have Greg Lawson, who will be followed by Alex Jones.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, Greg Lawson with the Buckeye Institute. Most of you know what the Buckeye Institute does. We're Ohio's free market think tank. I've got a lot of content in this testimony, so I'm going to try to go very, very quickly and sort of high level. Happy to talk with any members offline about any aspect of this testimony, and of course, responding to questions as well. The first thing I do want to say is we need to be very careful within the fiscal environment and the overall political and economic environment that we have in America and the world. We're having very interesting things happening all the time. You know, the tariff situation, that's been, maybe we'll see what happens with that after the court case yesterday, but there's a lot of things that are going on that could have downstream serious fiscal impacts on the state of Ohio, especially because of significant growth in the Medicaid program and growth in the K-12, which is obviously two of the largest items of the state budget. The House Bill 96 that's before you right now does offer some modest belt tightening. The House did do some of that relative to the governor's initial proposal, had a number of good policy improvements, but we also think there were some missed opportunities to go after some tax expenditures. I'm sorry Senator Blessing's not here. He likes to talk about tax expenditures a lot. We'd like to see some closures there. That can help with some of the tax reform. We'd always like to tighten the statutory appropriation limitation that exists now to make it a little bit more robust, maybe expansive beyond just the general revenue fund to include elements of the all funds budget as well. You all know that Medicaid is the largest item of the state budget. It's around 45 to 46% of all funding. And so getting guardrails put on Medicaid and keeping it on a sustainable path is going to be absolutely critical. The House did put several good provisions, I think, into the budget that we certainly recommend the Senate retaining. There's rigorous eligibility audits that would be using third-party data to cross-reference things to make sure folks are appropriately getting the benefits that they deserve, but are also not somehow getting it in other locations. There's also the seeking the waiver from CMS, or the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, to eliminate the presumptive eligibility except for children and pregnant women. That's a key exception there. We also think that the fiscal audit of Medicaid's Next Gen program is important. We would recommend, we also appreciate the language that was in the budget should the Medicaid expansion trigger hit because of a reduction in federal matching funds. There is a language in the budget to try to transition folks that would be losing the Medicaid coverage into some sort of a private coverage or charity care type situation. We think that is a wise thing. That's something the House had added into there. Requiring annual audits of administrative costs relative to MCOs is something that we think would be wise, and there's a number of provisions in there that improve the Joint Medicaid Oversight Committee, which Senator Romanchuk obviously is serving on as well. We support the strict enforcement of the Medicaid work requirement that the administration has sought to get from the feds. Right now it's a waiver. It might become part of the Medicaid program depending on current federal legislation. We do have a few concerns on how the trigger language would work. I don't think the feds are going to be reducing the federal matching rate, but if they do, an outright trigger that would just drop people from coverage is pretty aggressive and could create some real challenges. We'd rather have a freeze and a one-way ratchet as people get off of the Medicaid program. You can't necessarily get back on if there's a reduction in the federal Medicaid matching rate. Another thing to just keep in mind is that the hospital franchise fee, which is really big, and was increased a lot by the administration, that is going to be a challenge, depending on what happens in Washington, because that is one of the things that Washington is taking a look at right now, is putting strict limits or greater limits on all kinds of provider fees, which create a very large component of the Medicaid budget. So I also will say there is some language that was added regarding dispensing fees for pharmacies. We understand some of the rationale for it. We've had some good conversations with the supporters there, but we think that is probably not a very good idea. At the very least, it should be examined in other locations and should probably be removed from the budget. In terms of K-12 education, I won't go through all of this. I will say we believe that the administration was right to begin to phase out guarantees. The overarching school funding formula is extraordinarily complicated. The interplay between state revenues and local revenues is complicated. You've heard a lot of witnesses even today talking about this. That said, we have to be able to maintain a reasonable rate of growth in this. It matters because when you combine the Medicaid spending and the school funding spending, that's the whole budget. And I think too often, if you look at them in silos, you can kind of forget just how interactive these elements are within the context of the whole structure of the budget. So we need to be very, very careful in how the fair funding plan continues to work. I don't think you can get rid of or keep guarantees and update, the new numbers like some advocates want. We need to be very careful how this is constructed and maintaining the control that the General Assembly has relative to school funding on an ongoing basis. We like that the House retained the governor's proposal that increases some of the capital costs for charter schools. This is a big deal for school choice options. It closes the gap because charter schools don't get any local property tax dollars. There's still some inequities in terms of it, yet that they are public schools. That is a smart policy that we would like to see retained. We've made an argument that some of the school choice program, voucher programs, should be eligible for disadvantaged pupil impact aid or DPIA. Public schools don't, or I'm sorry, all the public school students, whether they're charter school or not, they get that. We think DPIA is important. We would like to see that in there. We would like to see a return to there's a lot of other stuff here. I realize I'm probably running out of time. I don't see the clock on here, but I'm sure I'm probably past 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, is the clock not?
No, he went over.
Oh,
and so I'm assuming I'm probably over now.
You owe us 4 minutes now.
But you can read all the content that is in there. We like some of the stuff that's in the higher ed budget.
Right.
And the tax policy, we're looking forward to seeing what the Senate comes up with as it relates to that. I know there's been a lot of discussions there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members have.
Thank you for your testimony. Always good to hear from you. Senator Romanchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since Senator Blessing's not here, I'll ask you about the tax expenditures. I think we're north of $11 billion of tax expenditures. And the difficulty is which ones. Mm-hmm. So if you want to cut them, you need to tell us which ones you think are reasonable to eliminate.
Thank you. And through the chair and Senator Romanchuk, agree. We have a list, and I can make sure I get that. It might even be, I don't think it's actually embedded in my testimony. You're not going to get all of them. We're not going to be closing that. There are several big ones that you're not going to touch. And I think that's would be unreasonable in the manufacturing sales tax exemption in particular. But there are some that you can get some serious revenues from.
I would comment on the tax expenditures, again, since Senator Blessing isn't here. But, we've been watching those, looking at them carefully. I know I've seen your list, certainly. And, as we peruse them, a number of these tax expenditures, which are tax exemptions, mm-hmm. sales or income, I was looking at one, it was established in 1935. And, and there are some that are not quite that old, but some that are mm-hmm. still pretty old. That may have made sense at the time, but no one's really looked at them, or they've looked at them and not had the courage to challenge them. And I think in a fiscal environment that we're in these days, that we have to show a little more courage and challenge some of these expenditures that we are taking out of the revenue for the state. So we appreciate your work on that, and you're right, we're not going to get them all, but there's a number of them. We have to start someplace. And at the same time, not add new tax expenditures to the rolls as well. So thanks for your work on that. Appreciate it. Yes, Senator Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, thanks for your testimony. And part of your testimony, I don't think you got to cover it verbally. you talk about reducing the state income tax, but to put some triggers in there in case the revenues don't, we have some revenue shortfalls. My question, what does the Buckeye Institute recommend would be a reasonable reduction or a collapse in the income tax brackets?
Sure. Thank you. And through the chair and Senator Lang, we've been long on the record that, frankly, in the long run, we would be good with elimination of the income tax over time. Now, what is that time frame, I think, is a very important question. I'm not sure that how feasible it would be. I don't think it's feasible to do it in a short timeline. It's one of the reasons that we've always supported the revenue trigger concept, in particular, to inoculate us from some of the challenges. My home state of Kansas, where I was born, did a massive tax cut. It's used as the boogeyman of why you shouldn't do tax reform, because I'll tell you the honest truth, they did it stupidly. They did a big cut. They didn't maintain the budget restraint that was necessary. And several years later, they actually had to raise taxes. I think even overrode their then governor's veto to accomplish that. Revenue triggers, had they done that, and as we see in some other states, gives you some more predictability. It avoids those things. Now, it doesn't give you this big a pop in any one cycle. That's the downside to it. And so there is a negative to this in terms of the trade-offs that we have. But in order to avoid some of the potential, and also depending on how much we're able to keep a grip on the budget itself and the growth of spending, that's why we generally like the revenue trigger concept and giving you a glide path to eventually to even elimination.
Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You made a comment as related to Medicaid and with the potential loss of federal funding to support it. But it seemed to say that the Institute thinks that it should also be another like glide path rather than abruptly, eliminate however many recipients that would be eligible under the old system. Could you just talk a little bit about, is there any type of factors that would be used to support that glide, almost like we talk about the benefit cliff and things like that?
Certainly. And through the chair and Senator Hicks Hudson, I think the first thing would be that depending, you'd have to look at, as people, the big thing is, are they getting off of Medicaid once there's work requirements, which appears we're going to get, whether it's a waiver or under the new federal legislation where Medicaid is modified in such a way that work requirements become an element for the able-bodied population, the expansion population. So I think as that happens, the key piece is to keep them out of getting back into Medicaid, and that's where we would have the freeze and a one-way ratchet. So as people get off, they don't get back on, but you're not necessarily just cutting it at one time. And I think that would be the key thing, is when they hit the income eligibility and they move off and they're working and they hit the appropriate income eligibility to where they're no longer on there. Now, there's a lot of controversy because there is churn in this world, and I recognize that is challenging, which is why I think the other piece of what the House did, which I would urge retaining, is trying to find some bridge pathways to the private coverage or even the charity care, which is still out there but atrophied some as government has taken on a larger role in healthcare. I think you have to almost work those things a little bit together to try to create the safety net over there for folks as they do move off. I hope that's responsive to your question.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up on that if I could. So if there is a glide path, that would mean that the feds would, unless they have a glide path, which they might, but let's assume the worst case, they don't have a glide path, it's a hard stop. The GRF would have to make up the difference during that glide path, right? And that could be extremely expensive, and we would have to, reconvene the legislature if it happened during the wrong time in order to deal with this additional spending. It could be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
And Chair Serino, yes, that could be correct. It depends on how much they cut of the matching rate, if they cut it 5% versus 10%, but that's still real money, and it's still real general revenue fund money. And I guess to clarify one reason why we think the freeze, we were not supporters over a decade ago when Medicaid expansion happened. We were pretty vociferous about it. I remember getting yelled at by Kasich administration officials about this very subject in the hallways. So we were never for what happened and how it went down. One of the things that is becoming an issue in Washington, I think Medicaid is, when we talk about the national debt, it's a big problem, But we are shifting in Washington, some of the majority party is shifting away in some sense from some of that fiscal responsibility element. And one of the problems, and that's used as an argument for being against it, is draconian cuts happening too quickly and it's going to be unsustainable. And that's one of the reasons we fear a little bit of, if most states do things where they just drop coverage immediately, it just bolsters some of the reticence in Washington to do some of the changes that we probably do need in Washington. But that's the framework around why we make the recommendation. But no, you're correct. There would be a potential fiscal problem there, and that is one of the trade-offs of something like that.
Right, okay, thank you. Other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Alex Jones, and he will be followed by Kelley Morris. Please be ready to step up. Good morning and welcome. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning, yes,
Welcome to
still
committee.
morning. Good morning, Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Alex Jones. I'm Assistant Health Commissioner and Director of Prevention and Wellness at Franklin County Public Health. I really appreciate the opportunity to briefly speak about the home visiting as part of the Department of Children and Youth budget today. As a public health nurse administrator who oversees maternal and child health programming, I'm here to speak in strong support of Amendment SC 0458, which fully restores funding for Governor DeWine's maternal and infant health initiatives, including the Family Connects program, which would expand to all 88 counties here in Ohio. Through this evidence-based Family Connects model, registered nurses provide postpartum home visits to new moms within 2 weeks of giving birth, regardless of income or any other type of criteria. This model has been shown to reduce ER visits and improve long-term physical and mental health outcomes. Public health nurses specifically are skilled at navigating postpartum needs, bridging gaps in care, and connecting families to these crucial community supports. To date, 18 Ohio counties have received funding for Family Connects. 11 of these counties ran the program through local health departments. While my department is not one of the Family Connects model recipients currently, we do provide home visiting services, and they do make a difference. And I would like to share just a couple examples today of the impact. One of our public health nurses who serve children with medical handicaps and complex medical conditions recently identified several key safety needs in the home during a visit, which included oxygen usage using near flammable items, as well as no working CO2 carbon monoxide monitor in a home. So not only were we able to provide education on the importance of oxygen safety, but we also were able to provide them that CO2 monitor for future safety for them and their family. Another of our public health nurses who provides prenatal and postpartum home visiting services recently helped a young first-time 19-year-old mom secure childcare, Title 20, and Medicaid. This allowed her to be able to pursue her education and employment goals while ensuring a safe environment for her child. We know here in Ohio that nearly 40% of new moms miss postpartum checkups due to lack of transportation, childcare, or paid leave. That means serious risks like postpartum depression and hypertension are sometimes and oftentimes going unnoticed. Home visits by public health nurses bridge that gap in delivering comprehensive support, often preventing costly interventions as we discussed today. These preventative services improve outcomes, reduce insurance costs, lower absenteeism, and ease pressure on the overly taxed healthcare system. So I want to thank you in advance for supporting Amendment SC 0458 as introduced to fully connect the home visiting program. With your leadership, we can expand this proven model statewide and ensure more Ohio families receive the care and connection that they deserve. So thank you again for this opportunity. Happy to answer any of the committee's questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So Kelley Morris is next. Also from the Ohio Public Health Association.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oops, I gotta lower that. Significantly shorter. Good morning, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here today as also supporting the same amendment, the SC 0458, which is to restore the Family Connects and the maternal infant home visiting through the Department of Children and Youth budget. I am the current president for the Ohio Public Health Association. I'm also the health commissioner for Carroll County General Health District, a small rural community in the Appalachian County in southeastern Ohio. I really want to share with you why we're all here as public stewards of our taxpayer dollars, and I appreciate so much the work that you all are doing in giving this full week of listening to testimony from all of us. We are here, me as a health commissioner appointed by our local elected officials, and you as elected officials, because of the people. The decisions that you have to make are around what is best for the people, whether that's policy decisions or funding impacts in our state budget. People start with families. We all have families, we all have stories. And what we would like to do in implementing this funding and restoring this funding that was cut in the House budget is to assure that nurses have the ability to go into homes to assess and identify risks, as Ms. Jones identified, for our families in Ohio. Every mom and every infant in Ohio deserves the right to thrive. We listened to the Reverend talk about our struggles with early childhood readiness, and it really starts even before that. It starts upstream in that moms and babies have the best ability to thrive in their environments. I just wanted to give you a little context of what our rural community looks like. We are tucked in the hills, a beautiful place with lakes and curvy roads in southeastern Ohio. We are the only county in Ohio that does not have interstate access. We are also one of 7 counties that does not have a local hospital. So many birthing hospitals are closing in other communities. We do not even have access to a hospital system. The closest that we can get to a hospital system is 45 minutes away. That obviously is difficult if you're a birthing mother and having to get to a hospital quickly. So the stories and the situations that we see in our communities are heartbreaking. It's not just in Carroll County, it's across the state of Ohio, and our rural communities are really struggling with how to meet these families' needs. Being able to support home visiting and having nurses go into the homes is really an essential upstream part of helping our Ohioans thrive and our families thrive, and then it continues into school and childhood readiness, but also then into our workforce. So that concludes my testimony, and I would take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you.
today. By the way, is the clock working?
It is, I saw it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to check. Okay, next is Terry Rustander, and she'll be followed by Dorothy Maltrop and Mr. Jameer Johnson. Sorry about that. Welcome to committee.
Well, thank you. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Members Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on House Bill 96. Just to let you know, I have a goal supporting seniors, and I want to beat the buzzer. I'd like to speak with you about Adult Protective Service Program that is part of the Ohio Department of Jobs and Family Services. My name is Terry Ruslander, and I'm the chair of the Ohio Coalition of Adult Protective Services. I also serve as the Elder Service Coordinator for the Grocery Division of Police, having retired from the division after 33 years and spending 24 years as a detective specializing in elder abuse exploitation. I currently train for APS and exploitation and make presentations throughout the state and the country. We respectfully request $2 million per state fiscal year, adding by the House for Adult Protective Services being maintained by House Bill 96. This increase bring the total line item to $11.72 million per year statewide for screenings, investigation, protective services, and enabling local communities to make more connections and find better ways to respond quickly to elder abuse, neglect, exploitation. In addition to allowing more dedicated staff to focus on APS, we're request maintaining the $7.04 million as a flat $80,000 per county to maintain the increased cost of full-time equivalent and receive reports, conduct investigation, provide protective services, with the remaining $4.6 million distributed via formula to meet support needs, including emergency services such as housing, prescription drugs, transportation. With the most recent statewide indication, there's been 38,000 reports included. Other older adults are frequently targeted by scammers due to the trusting nature of financial stability and lack of knowledge about scams. Common methods of elder financial exploitations include scams, identity theft, coercion. Investigating exploitation can be complicated and time-consuming. Currently, there's no dedicated source of funding for adult protective services in Ohio other than the state line I know. The consequences of not having a robust adult protective service system ensures access to justice for all ages for significant financial losses. They turn to Medicaid for basic needs and direct results of their own monies being stolen. Victims of elder abuse and neglect are 4 times more likely to be admitted to nursing homes and 3 times more likely to be admitted to the hospital. Protection of older adults with disabilities take collaboration with courts, law enforcement, and service providers. We ask for increased state for APS programs so that where an older adult lives does not determine their ability to be protected. And I beat the buzzer.
You sure?
Any questions?
You sure did. Congratulations. Any questions? Yes, Senator Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Where does the $80,000 per county come from? How's that calculated or determined?
Where's the what?
$80,000 per county that you referenced.
So, Chair Serrano and Senator, where it comes from is the state budget, and it's supposed to go 7.04 that's been maintained, and we're just asking for more.
Follow up.
Yes, please.
So is that a salary of one person, or how is that calculated? How is that determined?
Okay, so, Chair and Senator, sir. So how it's calculated is each county gets the $80,000 currently. So with the extra money, they're going to provide somebody. It could be salary, it could be part of adult protective services, or it could be a single entity like my position is paid for with the Grove City Police Department. I'm a part-time elder service coordinator, which gives resources for people that have issues, housing, have with medication. I provide safety protocols for families that their seniors are victims of scams. And so that's what they're looking for the extra money for, because sometimes it does not arise to the adult protective services criteria. So they need someone in between because, for example, in Grove City, which is a suburb of Columbus, I had over 250 referrals as a part-time person. Think of what the whole state has, and think as there's not really my position at other places. That's what they need the money for, is to find someone similar to my position to afford the seniors, because there's a lot of financial stuff, but there's a lot of Medicaid stuff or taking care of transportation or housing, stuff like that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll ask Dorothy and Jameer to come on up. You're going to speak together or one after the other?
One after the other.
Okay.
That's okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Substitute House Bill 96. My name is Dorothy Malthrop, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Open Doors Academy. ODA is an educational nonprofit, and we provide high-quality childcare before, after, and in the summer. We also provide year-round family engagement in Northeast and Northwest Ohio. We will serve 1,850 students and their families by the end of this year. We solve problems for families and for kids. ODA is a workforce solution. The number one thing we hear from our families is that they are able to stay employed because their kids are in Open Doors Academy. What sets us apart from other out-of-school time providers is that we know that youth are positioned best when their basic needs are met and when they have the support of a mentor and a loving adult in their lives. We partner with local food banks to ensure that children receive snacks, meals, and in some cases, bags of groceries to take home. We work with math and reading tutors. We collaborate with local partners to find instructors and courses for our programs that are educational and fun, like our culinary programs in Sandusky and Mansfield. Our programs make a difference, My colleague Jameer, who you'll hear from in a minute, and I have been here all morning. I understand you've been here for 3 days. And if I were you, I would be listening to all of us and thinking, is this a good investment? How do we know that they're actually doing what they say they're going to do? And I want to tell you, I graduated from Ohio State in 2018 with a degree, with my doctoral degree, my PhD in educational policy and leadership. And I went there because I wanted to understand what really makes a difference in kids' lives. And this is what I learned. Guess what? They have to know how to read, they have to understand basic math, and they have to have the presence of a strong mentor or person in their lives that is their champion. And that's what makes a difference. So when I came to lead Open Doors, I said, I want to double down on what's working and shed the stuff that's not working. And here's what we know about kids in ODA. They have improved their reading and math grades. 66% of our scholars improved their reading grades from the fall to the spring, and 64% improved their math grades from the fall to the spring in the 2022-2023 school year. There is also a really strong correlation between strong after-school programs and school day attendance. And I wanted to look at this because I know chronic absenteeism is an issue for all of us, and we're trying to keep kids in school. Regardless of the school they go to, we want them in school. And at ODA, we know that kids who are in our after-school program come to school more than kids who are not in our after-school program. While our name suggests that we are a school, we're not a school. So I just want to remind you that we do not receive per pupil funding. We have been fortunate to receive TANF earmarks in prior budgets, which has allowed us to expand from 14 sites in 2019-2020 to 28 sites this school year in 8 districts. We are very grateful to have been included in the House version of the budget at $1.5 million each fiscal year. And we ask that you increase this amount to $3 million each fiscal year. There is a significant interest and demand for our programs, and the state support is vital for our ability to continue these programs. Without this additional support, we'd need to close 7 of our programs, and I think I'm out of time.
I'm sorry, is the clock not working?
Oh, the clock is not working. It looks like I have 3 more minutes.
Actually, Jameer has 3 more minutes.
That's great, because I was
Thank you.
about to introduce him.
We'll save questions for after you're both finished.
Perfect.
Okay?
Jameer.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Serino, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. Like my CEO said, my name is Jameer Johnson. I am actually a second-generation worker of this program. I am an alumni of the program, and I am now in my 3rd year working here. I started working in elementary and middle school, and this is my 1st year working with high school scholars. My dad started bringing me around the program around 2011. I was 12 years old. Spent 2 summers with the program, and then in 9th grade, I moved in with him. At that time in my life, I was facing a lot of change. I moved in with my dad, my 2 brothers, and my uncle. So I was around no feminine touch, actually. I was just around a bunch of aggression and masculinity. So Open Doors, my mentor, Ms. Gina, who is actually our director of family engagement now, she just gave me a motherly touch that I was looking for throughout those years. Monday through Friday, kept me out of trouble, kept me on track in school. I started 9th and 10th grade in credit recovery, honestly, and then 11th and 12th grade, I ended as an honors student, and I definitely have Open Doors to thank for that. So I came back to this program to not only be the mentor to students that not only look like me, but know I went through what they went through and they can come out on the other side. So I'm trying to put into this program what I wanted to get out of it. This school year, I was able to enroll 62 scholars, and like Dr. Dot said, these kids do not have to come, but it's something that is wanted. I feel like it's also needed in our communities. A lot of those times, that meal that she mentioned, that might be the only time a lot of our scholars might eat for the rest of the night. So around 6:30, everyone gets their meal, and then they honestly might go home and might not eat again. So not only is this program, I feel that it's needed, but once again, it's wanted. Out of my 62 enrolled scholars, I had 15 scholars with 350 plus hours throughout the school year. These are high school scholars that can play sports, they can go hang out with their friends, they can go get into as much trouble as they want to. But they chose to come to this high school after school program, barring any dislikes or likes about it or dislikes or likes about me. I feel like it's a program for students to find their safe space. At one point in time, it was the only place that I felt safe at. I didn't play any sports. I didn't have many friends, and like I said, I was new to the community, so Open Doors definitely broke a lot of those barriers down for me. I'm extremely grateful for the program. I thank you for the consideration of this request, and we're happy to answer any questions you guys may have for us.
Great. Well, thank you. You have a great story. Congratulations
Thank
on
you. I
the great
appreciate
progress that you have made. Did you refer to her as Dr. Dot?
Yes, I did. That's
what I
just
thought
what
I
I
heard.
know her as.
That's what I thought I heard. Any questions for either of them? Yes, Senator Romanchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your testimony. Thank you, Dr. Dot. That's a new one. I'm going to start using that one. I just want to say, for the sake of the committee, that they operate in my district. They've made a huge difference, and it is a good investment. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Appreciate you, Senator. Thank you.
From the chair to the senator. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to both witnesses. I'm going to still call you Dorothy, I'm sorry. Dr. Dot's going to take a while, but I think that I helped sponsor the early money that helped get Open Doors started, and I want to tell you how proud I am, because the biggest thing I see with the program is the safety aspect, because kids after school, latchkid kids are kids that just, are victims of life circumstances. You have taken hundreds of these kids and have made their life better, so it's always good to see an investment. Makes me look good, so nice job, and please keep it up. Thank you, sir.
From the chair to the senator, thank you so much, and we're really grateful for your support.
Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both. And Jameer, what a wonderful role model you are for these students. I taught at-risk students. It's not an easy thing. But my question is, you talked about they need a mentor, they need a champion. And I know our U.S. Senator J.D. Vance, if you read his booklet, he came from nothing. And it was his mama, which was his grandmother, that actually sometimes would yank him and say, what are you doing here? Right. We don't do these kind of things. So my question to you is, if it's not a parent or a grandparent, who would be the champion for the student?
Is that for me? Or?
Either one.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Jameer.
Okay, so I'll go from the chair to the senator. I would say that's where the village comes into play, like Miss Gina. I did not see my mom Monday through Friday. Some weekends I didn't go over her house at all. So Miss Gina became my champion. She saw where the areas I lacked in, and she stepped in and helped me hone in on those areas. Like I started out credit recovery, 9th and 10th grade. I struggled very bad throughout school. I felt like my dad and mom tried as hard as they could, but my dad was kind of at his wit's end, so he leaned on his job, his coworkers for extra help and support. So Miss Gina was my champion. I would say so.
From the chair to the senator, if I could just add that at Open Doors Academy, I think one of our greatest strengths is our team. And we find people who have the passion like Jameer. I'm telling you, they're all like Jameer. They are so passionate about what they do, and they know that sometimes kids, they can't hear from their parents, right? They just don't even listen. They need to learn from people that maybe look like them, that have similar life experiences to them, that are actually someone other than their parents. So I think that's part of the secret of our success, is the team of people that are working with the scholars themselves.
Great. Well, Dr. Dot, thank you for the work you do. And Jameer, wonderful life story.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Congratulations on your courage.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have one more, and then we're going to break from 12 to 1, and then we will resume back. So the last person for this morning will be Lauren Schenk. Welcome to committee. Looks like we have the clock working.
Okay, great. Thanks for squeezing me in here. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for your time. My name is Lauren Schenk. I'm an organizer with Northern Ohioans for Budget Legislation Equality. Through this budget process, I've had the great privilege of speaking with many families who are directly impacted by the decisions made in this room. From these conversations, one thing has become expediently clear. Tax credits, like the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, are among the most effective tools we have to support working families. Today, I'm here to respectfully urge you to make the Ohio Earned Income Tax Credit refundable and to follow the governor's plan to create a state child tax credit. Ohio is one of 31 states, plus DC and Puerto Rico, that offers a state Earned Income Tax Credit. However, we are one of only 5 states where that credit is non-refundable. This limits its potential. In contrast, states with refundable earned income tax credits have seen measurable improvements in birth outcomes and women's health. Increasing household income, especially when children are young, has long-term benefits for health, education, and economic success. Making Ohio's earned income tax credit refundable would directly improve the lives of thousands of children and families. The same is true for the state child tax credit. 15 states, including traditionally conservative ones like Utah, Idaho, and Oklahoma, have adopted a state child tax credit. In Ohio, nearly 18% of children live in poverty. According to the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, a state child tax credit combined with the federal credit could reduce child poverty in Ohio by 25 to 50%. We are advocating for targeted investments that put money directly into the hands of those who need it most. This is not only a fiscally responsible strategy, but it is a moral imperative. By making the earned income tax credit refundable and creating a state child tax credit, you can help lift thousands of families out of poverty and build a stronger future for all Ohioans. Once again, we urge you to make Ohio's earned income tax credit refundable and establish a state child tax credit, two of the most effective ways we have to support working families in the state. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Ingram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one, actually. So it's both and not either or.
Yeah, from the chair to the senator, yes. I mean, like, either or would still be great, but the best way we have to support all working families, it's kind of like a Venn diagram, and it's not a complete circle, and so you want to make sure that everyone is included in all of these policies. And again, it's just supporting families from the bottom up, and it's the best way we have to do it. So yes, I would advocate for both.
Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. In it, you said that by having the earned income tax refundable would be a benefit. Can you give an example of how it would benefit a family or an individual?
Yeah, from the chair to the senator, thank you for your question. I think it's just the idea of lower income families, their tax brackets aren't often as big as others. So like when they're filing their taxes, when it's non-refundable, they don't get any of that back into their pocket. And so it's great when they're not paying the taxes of the money that they don't already have, but it's not benefiting them and adding to their revenue or to support their families to begin with. So by making it refundable, you are putting that money directly into the hands of those who need it most and helping support them and their children to help Ohioans.
Anybody, any other questions? Great, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we're going to recess and reconvene at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you very much. Back to order. Thank you for your patience. We'll resume our testimony here, and our first individual will be Patrick Schwartz. Welcome to committee.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Patrick Schwartz. I am the Vice President for Government Affairs at Highbridge Consulting. Since 2019, I've worked to support PACE providers in Ohio and the older adults they serve. I'm going to shorten up my testimony and keep it moving. PACE, the Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, is a proven model that helps frail seniors stay in their homes while receiving coordinated medical and social services. It offers high-quality, person-centered care that reduces hospitalizations and nursing home use while saving the state tens of millions of dollars each year through PACE's capitated rate, which is required federally to be lower than what otherwise would have been paid through Medicaid. The GA expanded PACE through House Bill 45 in 2022, and now with 10 counties participating, more older Ohioans have or will soon have access to this transformative model. The PACE Association of Ohio, launched late last year, represents these growing programs around the state. Today, I respectfully ask for your support on 3 key changes to House Bill 96. The first deals with timely enrollment of PACE participants. We appreciate the House's amendment allowing providers to begin care after conducting their own assessment before Medicaid eligibility is finalized. Right now, it can take up to 8 weeks to begin services. That delay is far too long for someone with nursing home level needs. This change allows providers to move faster at their own financial risk without added cost to the state. We have asked the Senate to make minor technical changes to this language. We also appreciated the House budget provision requiring a new PACE expansion RFP by July 2026. Demand is rising and exists well beyond the current 10 PACE counties, We believe more Ohioans will choose PACE if given this opportunity. This, like the previous request, comes cost neutral to the state with opportunities for cost savings. And third, fair reimbursement. Right now, new PACE providers, which is all 9 expansion counties, are being paid 20% less than existing providers. The only existing one is Cuyahoga County. ODM will be releasing a new rate-setting guide for fiscal year 2026, which presents an opportunity to fix this. This lower rate for new sites assumes that newer programs will have lower nursing home utilization. This is not backed by national data or CMS rate-setting guidance. New programs always operate at a loss, and there's no other state that penalizes new PACE programs with a lower rate. PACE is paid a capitated rate to manage all care needs for its participants, and it's incentivized to keep them out of costly acute and institutional settings. Without PACE, these people would likely be in nursing homes or cycling in and out of hospitals. PACE is going to save the state money, millions of dollars each year, but underfunding Ohio's brand new PACE sites threatens to erode a program specifically designed to reduce Medicaid spending and improve care outcomes. So on behalf of the PACE Association of Ohio, thanks for the opportunity, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions? Oh, you're getting off easy today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Larry Bressler, and that will be followed by Leah Sakala. Welcome, Mr. Bressler. Thank you. Make sure the clock is working on it should be displayed, right?
I don't see any, there it is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and the other members of the committee, Finance Committee, my name is Larry Bressler. I'm the Director of Organize Ohio, as well as a member of Northern Ohioans for Budget Legislation Equality. I'm also a social worker who has taught for the past 18 years at Case Western Reserve's School of Social Work. I'm here today to urge you to increase the budgetary amount allocated to kinship care in the 2026-2027 state budget. As you are aware, kinship care is the raising of children who can no longer live with their parents, either permanently or temporarily, by grandparents or generally other close relatives. In study after study, it has been found that children who have been removed from their biological parents fare far better in kinship care over foster care for a variety of reasons, a few of which includes it minimizes trauma for children, it improves the behavioral and mental outcomes, and they have better educational outcomes and stability. As a result of these studies, the federal government for decades has mandated a preference for kinship care. However, many kinship caregivers or potential kinship caregivers, particularly grandparents, are not able to financially assume the responsibility as kinship care guardians. Furthermore, there are many that have a really hard time struggling from day to day to be able to provide that care. We know one person that we've been working with is an individual who's a grandparent who recently had to assume her three grandchildren as kinship caregivers and only lives in a one-bedroom apartment. These are kind of things that kinship care people are struggling from day to day. Nevertheless, the budget passed 2 years ago, and the executive budget this year has seen a substantial increase for foster care and adoption, which we fully support, but no increase in kinship care. This is very disappointing, notwithstanding everything that I've been talking about in terms of the benefits of kinship care, but also by the fact that by increasing kinship care, we're saving the state money. Because for every person that's in kinship care over foster care, the costs are dramatically different and dramatically cheaper for kinship care than it is for foster care for a whole host of reasons, which I don't have the time to give. Consequently, we're asking for the following: that we increase kinship care payments to $600 a month, which are currently at about $352. Again, a huge savings over foster care. That currently kinship care support is given a certain amount for one child, then decreased substantially thereafter. We're one of the only states in the country that does that. And we wanted to see specifically designated funds for child care for kinship care parents. We hope that these are things that you will support as we're moving forward. Finally, We should be moving in Ohio towards equity of kinship care for foster care, which we are not doing. There was an appeals court decision out of Kentucky that requires that there be equity, but we have not followed that decision in Ohio. There's a great need that we provide that kind of support, and it will benefit all of Ohioans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Ingram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So kinship care is still in the budget for, how much is it in there for now?
I don't recall. All I know is that there's no change over the last couple budgets, and the way it's been allocated has been that there's the same amount that's been done over the last many budgets per individual, which is like $352 for the first child and much less than that. And these are for ones that are under the care for formal kinship caregivers.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Leah Sakala. Did I pronounce that correctly? I was close?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and esteemed members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Leah Sakala, and I am testifying on behalf of the Alliance for Safety and Justice, a multi-state public safety organization. We organize a nationwide network of victims of violent crime, which includes 13,000 members here in Ohio. And I'm here to express our support for 3 budget amendments that would increase safety and opportunity in Ohio. The first amendment would expand Ohio's Safe at Home address confidentiality program. Safe at Home was created in 2016 to allow victims of certain types of violent crimes to shield their home addresses from people who might use that information to hurt them again. We've worked closely with the Secretary of State staff who run the program to develop amendment language to expand address confidentiality to more victims of violent crime who also need this protection, including the family members of homicide victims. Importantly, this expansion would be budget neutral due to a reallocation within the Secretary of State's budget. This program has been providing a critical service to crime survivors for almost 10 years, and it's time to extend these same protections to more victims of violence who need help to stay safe. The second budget amendment we support is expanding Ohio's Targeted Community Alternatives Program, or TCAP, statewide. TCAP helps counties use community-based sanctions for eligible people with the lowest level nonviolent felonies, rather than send them to state prisons. And TCAP has been around since 2017, and the program is really a win-win. It saves money for the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections, and then reinvests a portion of these savings into local law enforcement and proven public safety interventions. Statewide TCAP expansion would save tens of millions of dollars. We estimate that every year it would create an additional $44 million in savings to DRC and get $6 million additional dollars in grants to counties, resulting in $38 million net annual savings. These savings, of course, could support other public safety goals, including crime prevention and services for victims of crime. Today, 63 of Ohio's 88 counties already participate in TCAP, and data show that the program has been highly successful. So we urge you to scale it up statewide. Finally, we support an amendment to fund the Civil Impacts of Criminal Convictions database, also called CIVIC. This database was created to help people with old records and employers who are thinking about hiring them understand what jobs they're eligible to hold. CIVIC is a useful tool for improving job opportunities and supporting the workforce, but unfortunately it hasn't been available since funding lapsed in 2022. So today we ask you to reinstate the modest resources needed to get this workforce development resource up and running again. I'll end by just thanking you so much for the opportunity to testify today in support of these 3 amendments to increase safety and opportunity in Ohio, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much,
Senator
Mr.
Craig?
Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony today. You mentioned that 66 of the counties currently are observing this initiative. Could you share the demographics, as to why the other counties are not involved in it? Is it financial reasons, other kinds of reasons? Could you expand on that?
Thank you for the question. To the Senator, through the Chair.
Right now, TCAP is a voluntary program, so counties can choose to opt into it. It started with 10 of the most populous counties, but since then has expanded to all different parts of the state. It's something that counties can, elect to join right now, and the vast majority of them have. There's counties that participate in TCAP all over the state, and actually a recent report from the Ohio Sentencing Commission shows that statewide, the data from TCAP are looking really good, and so we're just suggesting a opportunity to grow the program, standardize it, and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to participate in TCAP, and the benefits of this program reach all parts of the state.
Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Ingram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question in regard to, since TCAP portion of what the savings is proposed to be goes back to the county to use for law enforcement. Do you have any dollars on that? Do you have any data as far as how much has been sent back to the counties specifically for law enforcement?
Sure. So the Department of Rehabilitation and to the Senator through the Chair, the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections administers the program, and counties can use those dollars in a number of ways. And the beauty of it is that they are able to put those dollars to match their most urgent public safety needs. So that can be boosting probation's capacity, for example, or investing in evidence-based treatment programs or community-based correctional facilities. And so the memorandums of understanding with each county are a little bit different, but the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections would have that data in terms of how exactly it's allocated in each participating jurisdiction.
If I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So therefore, we're not real sure what each county is doing with those dollars, despite the fact that they were intended to go back to law enforcement. And I guess maybe I have a concern because a lot of what happens with the local government fund, the notion is, we have police officers, police and fire, we have to pay for all of this, et cetera, et cetera. But if TCAP, especially in areas that are overrepresented, then those dollars could be significant, depending on what that savings could be. So, yeah, I think that it's important to make sure that we know what that information is at some point, going back to the county.
Yeah, absolutely. To the Senator and through the Chair, that information is documented in terms of the total dollars allocated to each county, and then each county is responsible for reporting to the Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections exactly what they're doing with it to meet their local public safety needs.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Next is Rabbi Yossi Marazov. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and to all the members of this important committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Rabbi Yossi Marazov, Executive Director of Friendship Circle of Cleveland. Let me just start with saying there's a saying that insanity is hereditary. We get it from our children. You raise a child, we know how hard it is to raise children, especially in today's day and age. Raising a child with a disability feels like an impossibility. And what Friendship Circle does for the past 22 years is supports the family unit when there's a child with special needs. It starts with a very core aspect of the program. We recruit hundreds of teenagers in Northeast Ohio, and they become friends and support and a big buddy to a child with special needs. They do this through weekly visits, weekly gatherings of 20 different programs that we have, after-school programs. It is completely transformative and uplifting to the child, to the teen, and to the family. And then there are lots of wraparounds that we've been doing of late, especially after receiving some government funding from the state of Ohio 2 years ago. And we do family support. We have extensive camps. In fact, one of the women that was here first testifying, I'm not going to say her name, but she came up to me after she finished testifying, and she said, "Thank you for Friendship Circle. My son is going to your summer program." It is completely transformative. Last night, we had a Friendship Fest where we honor the teens for all the work that they did. And a girl came up to me, Emma, and she said to me, "Rabbi Yossi, thank you for this. Simon has improved She has a younger brother who has autism. Simon has improved so significantly that my father can start focusing on me now. It is a completely transformative program, and I'll just keep it short and say that since the government funding, we've had an interesting experience. One of our top donor, the Weinbergs, when they heard that we were receiving $200,000 annually from the state of Ohio 2 years ago, they said they want to be the top donor, so they overmatched that. We've had incredible success, but right now we have on a daily basis people knocking on our door and saying we need the social help. And if we can get them when they're young, we're starting to do programs and therapy programs when they're young to help them socially. If we get them when they're young, we can truly make incredible progress in their lives ahead and save so many necessary resources in the future. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, you left 12 seconds on there. Any questions for Rabbi? Yes, Senator Ingram.
Chair, thank you for that. So how do you recruit your volunteers? Are they?
We try to get the coolest kids, and then they recruit their friends. We have a staff that actually seeks out and goes into schools and shares with them the incredible impact they can make. We constantly get this through the senator, through the chairman to the senator. Thank you for the question. We have staff that actually recruit teens, but mainly teens recruit teens. Teens tell us it's transformative. Last night we had a teen that said that she put this in her college essay. It just changes lives. Especially today, teenagers need to give. If they give, they learn the value of giving of themselves. It boomerangs and makes them lifelong givers.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yes, follow up.
And I ask that question simply because I want to make sure that all of the children have an opportunity, that it's not limited to just certain schools, religious schools or anything like that, that there are students of all demographics that are included in being able to volunteer.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the senator, thank you for that question. When we started, we were exclusively Jewish 22 years ago, and now we're open to anybody that knocks on our door. Anybody that says they need a friend, we're there to help. So 2 years ago, we were very fortunate to be the beneficiaries of $200,000 annually. We're asking now to increase that, please, to $300,000. We can fill up every single chair here in this room with a child with special needs who we serve, and I'm talking through them and saying thank you very much.
Other questions?
Let me just.
Yes, Senator
Thank you very
Craig.
much, Mr. Chair. Rabbi, thank you so much for being here and the work that you're doing. I just need to say very, very quickly, parenthetically, I know Rabbi Ariel Kaufman, who was here and a part of the circle here in Columbus, similar kind of work, and certainly want to appreciate and thank you for all of the work you're doing for our young people, our children, and helping to elevate them and their families. Thank you very much.
Through the chair to the senator, thank you. That's the vision of Friendship Circle, is an elevated society by realizing the special soul within each individual. Thank you.
Senator Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just trying to get a handle on what's the scope of this? How many individuals are involved in this?
So we have 250 families who we serve as children with special needs at this point. It's growing through the senator, through the chair to the vice chair. And we have about 300 teenagers that are doing this work, that are volunteering their time every week, coming and being a big buddy to a child with special needs, which sometimes lasts for life.
Follow up. What do you see this growing into with additional funds?
If we do a good job, it can grow significantly. We're fairly limited in the space that we have. We'll have to think about a new center for, we're operating out of 12,500 square feet right now, but this can be huge. It can be huge, and I know that there's other models around Ohio that are looking at this as well.
Follow up.
And that's where my next question was going to be, is how do we get this in other parts of the state?
That through the chair to the vice chair, that'll have to be, it's a big question. It's a big question. I think through the right type of, if we do a good job and we are successful in this, I think it'll be replicated.
Thank you.
Great. No other questions? Thank you very much for coming down today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for being all the children's friends.
Thank you. Next is Cheryl Pritchard, who is representing herself. Welcome to committee.
Chair Sereno, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Members Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Cheryl Pritchard. I am a community advocate across Cuyahoga County, as well as a board member for NOBLE, Northeast Ohio Legislation for Budget Equality. I'm here to talk to you. I come before you to request that you restore all of the current cuts made by the House to the lead abatement fund at the Ohio Department of Health. Lead is a powerful neurotoxin that has devastating lifelong effects on young children. There's no safe level of lead in a child's blood, and there is no such cure for lead poisoning. Many states are faced with the complex issue of how to address childhood lead poisoning, and Ohio is no different. Over 2/3 of Ohio homes were built before 1980, which means they have potential lead hazards. And over 427,000 of those homes are occupied with children who are under the age of 6. Ohio has the second highest number of children testing positive for elevated blood levels, right? My daughter, her name is Aisha. She's 40 now. She has 5 children. She was, at the age of 1, diagnosed with lead poisoning. We were living in the Mount Pleasant area of Cuyahoga County at that time. Since then, my daughter has suffered severely different ways: mental, physical, emotional. You can't always see these things, but as a parent, you know when your child is suffering, right? Exposure to this lead at a young age, it can have devastating effects on all children, impacting virtually every aspect of their life. My daughter, when she was 1, she was having violent seizures, and the doctors ultimately diagnosed her with epilepsy, and then a year later, after she stopped having those seizures, being on medication, they said, oh, she has lead poisoning. Since that time, I didn't know 30 years ago that my daughter would still be suffering immensely from the exposure and the prognosis. Because of Aisha's exposure, my daughter's name is Aisha, and because of her exposure at an early age, she has dealt with various health issues. She's had problems in childbirth. She's lost children. Her reproductive, her memory, and her concentration issues last to this day. Also, I'd like to say that members of the Ohio Senate Finance Committee, children's lead poisoning is an issue in every corner of our state. Doing away with any of the funding does not mean children will no longer be lead poisoned, but it does mean that it will be more difficult to identify when children have been poisoned. It will be harder to fix dangerous lead hazards, and Ohio will not have the lead workforce necessary to do the work. No child in the state of Ohio should have to go through what my daughter has gone through. Aisha has gone through so much, and with God's grace, I do have 5 healthy grandsons with Aisha. Even though we did lose 2, I ask you once again to please restore any funding that was cut to the House by the House for the purpose of lead abatement. If there are any questions, I will take.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, no, hold on. We have a question here.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Senator Hicks Hudson right here.
Right here. Hi there. Thank you for being here in your testimony. You talked about the 30 years ago, or however long ago, that your daughter was diagnosed. There's been some advancement. Can you speak briefly about what you know that's the state of the situation today, that if a child is lead poisoned, that there are some things that are available, and what will these dollars do to help address that issue, if you know?
Well, thank you. Through the chair to the senator. For me, I don't know that exact what you're asking me, but what I do know is that in my community right now, they have done a lot of lead testing on these different homes, and now nothing has been done. They're saying that they have run out of money, so they can't do these fixes, right? My daughter right now, again, she's living in the Shaker, Cleveland area, and we're dealing with the same issue, lead poisoning. So now I'm afraid that my grandchildren are going to have to face the same things. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, I believe we're having 2 at the same time, Ian Beniston and Larry Fisher. Welcome to committee.
Chair Sereno, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Ian Beniston, and I am the Executive Director of the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation. YNDC is a comprehensive planning and development organization committed to improving the housing stock and quality of life in Youngstown and Mahoning County by building and encouraging investment in neighborhoods of choice for all. I'm joined today by Larry Fisher of ACENet to testify on behalf of the Ohio Community Development Corporation Association, a statewide membership organization of over 250 locally based rural and urban nonprofits that work to rebuild neighborhoods and help Ohioans build wealth and improve their quality of life. I ask for your continued support of the Welcome Home Ohio program and removal of the House changes to the Ohio Housing Trust Fund. Both programs have created significant opportunities for new construction and rehabilitation of single-family homes across the state. Welcome Home Ohio provides needed resources to help make homeownership attainable for young families and first-time home buyers that may otherwise be priced out of the tight housing market. With funding available for both new construction and rehab, the program is especially suited to the community development model, which aims to comprehensively address low-quality housing conditions in a neighborhood. Over the past year, the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation has worked with its long-standing partner, the Mahoning County Land Bank, to secure 2 Welcome Home Ohio grant awards. These awards have enabled our organizations to develop 31 new units of housing. To understand the transformational nature of this program, consider that prior to this investment, only 21 single-family homes, yes, only 21 have been constructed in the city of Youngstown, a city of 60,000 people, in the past 15 years. YNDC and the Land Bank have successfully completed construction of the first 6 homes, renovation of 2 vacant homes. 4 additional vacant homes are under renovation, and construction has begun on 19 additional new homes. I did want to share the story of the first buyer of the first vacant home. The house is now pending sale to a family that includes an EMT who works for the local fire department. I think this example illustrates the power of how Welcome Home investments can provide quality housing for average working Ohioans that's much needed throughout the state. We need many more quality housing units and stories like this throughout the state. I also urge the committee to remove the language inserted by the House to eliminate the Ohio Housing Trust Fund by allowing counties to retain the recorder fees for local purposes. The trust fund is a critical support to YNDC and other community development and housing organizations' work. Since 2010, we have used this to complete repairs to over 860 low to moderate income households. These are often critical repairs that allow people to stay in their homes. If they're not to be completed, many of them would not be able to stay in their homes. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. Now I'd like to turn it over to Larry Fisher of ACENet. Thank you.
Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, I'm proud to say my senator, to our ranking member Hicks Hudson, and the members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Larry Fisher, and I'm the Executive Director of the Appalachian Center for Economic Networks, or what we call ACENet. This year, we are a 40-year-old community economic development organization based in Athens County, Ohio. Our mission is to grow our regional economy by supporting entrepreneurs and strengthening economic business sectors. Our staff accomplishes this mission by partnering with regional microenterprise and development practitioners to create a healthy local economy, allowing opportunity for all residents to start businesses, obtain quality jobs, and connect with other entrepreneurs for mutual benefit. Included in our client base are persons trying to leave poverty and those who are returning to our region from places of incarceration or recovery facilities. A great example of this work can be found in the success of our workforce program that has provided several former residents of a reentry justice program with job training and job placement in Athens and Meigs County. This program began when I was working with other partners down in Portsmouth, Ohio area, and was told as I was walking down the street that 25% of the people that I was passing would have a felony conviction and that they were struggling to find jobs and housing. And all of this was very real. This fact opened my eyes to the need to focus some of our programming on helping this part of our community become entrepreneurs, potential employees within our economic sectors, and contributors to our economy. Today, one of the greatest challenges we find in working in these program areas is the lack of attainable housing for our clients. Too many of them find themselves on the couches of friends and family, or if they have scraped enough funds together, they may live in their own car. This is why I speak in favor of restoring the Ohio Housing Trust Fund. While our organization is not directly involved in creating housing units, we work directly with communities and clients in our region who are struggling with the lack of housing options. The Ohio Housing Trust Fund is a valuable tool to address Ohio's critical housing need, and it is especially important for Ohio's rural communities, as state law requires that half of the funding be awarded to our rural areas. Ohio's Appalachian region has ample room for additional community development, but we are restrained by a lack of housing options. Rural communities must have the housing stock if they are to grow and prosper. We ask that you please support an amendment to remove house changes to the program and consider adding additional resources to this critical program. Safeguarding this funding ensures greater stability for funding to ensure Ohio has the ability to address housing instability. Thank you for this opportunity, and at this time we would be glad to answer any questions between Ian and myself.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask a question regarding the CDC Corporation and how they work with all of the CDCs across the state, because unfortunately, as I'm sure you know, in Ohio, all CDCs are not created equal, despite the fact that they were created for the same purpose.
Through the chair to the senator, the Ohio CDC Association provides capacity building services, so it does work directly with organizations. I think if I understand your question, you're saying some have more capacity, perhaps are more effective than others. So there is a manager of capacity building that works with our member organizations to help them increase their ability, also connects them to peer organizations so we can learn from one another. Myself, that's how I've learned many of the things that we do is seeking mentorship and counsel from some of the more effective organizations across the state.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. So I want to make sure, too, that in doing your work as development corporations, which were specifically created for a purpose, when you're working with those groups, how do you hold your corporate or the CDCs responsible or accountable to making sure that they are in the neighborhoods getting that buy-in and input? I know it used to be a little check mark on the paper, but what does that look like really?
Through the vice chair to the senator, I can speak only from my experience. So I work for a community development corporation in Youngstown. The supermajority of our staff are residents of the neighborhoods we serve, as is our board. So I think we're grounded in that. These are people that live in neighborhoods doing work to improve our own neighborhoods. That's core to why we exist. So I think we hold ourselves accountable, but certainly the other neighbors, community leaders do if we don't, as well as our other partners. You know, I can't speak for every organization, but that I would say is core to how we function as a community-owned, a community organization, doing these things like building housing, repairing sidewalks, whatever it is to improve our neighborhoods so they're healthy for all people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to have, I believe at the same time, Diane Howard and Guy Gaddison. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Diane Howard. I am a senior. I am a senior citizen and a chair of NOBLE, Northern Ohio Budget Legislators Equality. I am speaking today on behalf of myself and others to have a greatly increase in funding of adult protective services. As a senior citizen who both lives in public housing and serves as a residence commissioner for the Cuyahoga Metropolitan Housing Authority, which we call CMHA. I am aware of and have observed many instances of older abuse. As you're aware, Adult Protective Services protects vulnerable adults, particularly the elderly, from abuse, neglect, and financial and exploitation of living in the communities of Ohio. It is overseen by the Department of Job and Family Services and is administered at the county level in each of Ohio's 88 counties. As a senior citizen who both lives in public housing and serve as a a commissioner for the Cuyahoga Metropolitan Housing Authority. I am a commissioner for CMHA residents of Lakeview Terrace and Cleveland, Ohio. Many instances, I am both aware of and have, in the last yearly of reporting of elder abuse in Ohio, there were over 30,000 cases reported. However, this represents only a fraction of those cases of elder abuse. With research indicating that the number of those elderly abused, 170,000 or more yearly. This can include neglect by those who are responsible for caring for those who cannot take care of themselves. I can include abuse, physical or otherwise, by family members or others. It can include exploitation by caretakers, taking our money or medication. And as a senior citizen myself, I am fortunate to be healthy and vigorous. But as we get older, we become more vulnerable. Although the provision of adult protective services is mandated, a mandated service in Ohio counties. Ohio is providing enough funds in the budget to ensure the safety of our seniors and other vulnerable adults from abuse and neglect. This is not acceptable. Those needs to be an increase in funding for this critical service. NOBLE is requesting that the amount funded to be is $22,075 million per year, $22,075,000 per year. For about protective services is in this year's biennium budget. This will establish a match that dreams down the maximum amount of federal dollars from the older Americans. Act local for area office of aging, as the number of elderly, particularly frail elderly, I don't like to hear the word frail, but elderly, I'm gonna say. I don't like frail, because I am frail. Elderly continue to increase in Ohio. It is vital that we give the counties the resources that are necessary to protect those who are being abused, neglected, and exploited. Thank you for an appreciation for you listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are you testifying also?
I am. I'm gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson. My name is Che Gaddison, and I represent Northern Ohioans for Budget Legislation Equality, or NOBLE. NOBLE is a coalition of organizations and individuals whose mission is to bring the voices of low-income Ohioans to the state biennium budget process. I am also a resident of East Cleveland, which is the poorest city in the state of Ohio, and a lot of our residents rely heavily on Medicaid expansion programs. I am here today in support of continued full funding for Medicaid. Medicaid saves the lives of thousands of children and adults, as well as makes it possible for people to continue working as they struggle with chronic illnesses. Over 3 million of our fellow citizens receive Medicaid in the state, and 770,000 of them receive Medicaid expansion. I am also a recipient of Medicaid expansion. We ask that you protect Medicaid expansion by not including the trigger language in your version of the budget. As currently worded, this would end health care coverage for almost 800,000 Ohioans immediately after the federal budget is passed, with any reduction in reimbursement for this program. To illustrate the importance of Medicaid expansion, I would like to tell you the story of two of our members. The first is Tara Lawanda, who was 55 years old and until 2020 had been consistently employed since she was 16 years old when she first began her work career at McDonald's. In 2020, she was employed as a program coordinator for an after-school program at Friendly Inn Settlement House at the Sarah Harper Recreation Centers in Cleveland until she was laid off due to COVID restrictions. Soon after, she contracted COVID herself and became extremely ill. She had an extended stay in the hospital, followed by ongoing rehabilitation and home care. She is working herself back to a fairly healthy state where she can become employed again soon, and she's very anxious to do so. This progress has been made substantially due to the health care and health care resources that she received through Medicaid expansion. This has included medication, oxygen, doctor's visits, therapies, home care, and medical equipment. Our other member, Cheryl, has fibromyalgia scleroderma. This is a chronic condition that causes her widespread pain and fatigue, along with problems to other organs in her body. She has also has had consistent, very high blood pressure. Having Medicaid expansion health insurance has been a lifesaver for her and has enabled her to have regular doctor's visits and receive critical medications and various therapies. Without Medicaid expansion health coverage, it would be very difficult for her to live day to day. Their stories are but two examples of why it is so critical that we must remove the trigger language in the state budget so that we can ensure that single adults without dependent children can continue to have their health care coverage. And I would just like to say on a personal note, the glasses that I'm wearing today, the parcels that I have in my mouth are due to me being able to take advantage of Medicaid expansion programs. And just imagine how ridiculous I would look standing here before you giving testimony without being able to see you or without a full smile in my mouth. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and for you, for your testimony. What would happen, not so much only to the individual, but to the healthcare providers if the trigger language was, was triggered and folks would not have access? Would you be able to go to, would the clinics still be in existence, the outpatient kinds of things, or would you have to rely on emergency room care?
Okay, thank you. From the chair to Senator Hicks Hudson. So what would happen is that there would be a heavier reliance on emergency rooms. A lot of our clinics, a lot of our healthcare providers, the language would cause substantial damage to their practice, and it would often leave people like me without the resources needed to go to, attend regular doctor's visits in a traditional healthcare setting. And so we would become more dependent upon going to emergency rooms for simple things that, a regular doctor's visit could address. So it would put an additional strain on the hospitals and on the healthcare system within the state of Ohio, actually causing you all more money.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you as well.
Okay, Kelsey Bergfeld, Ohio Association of Area Agencies on Aging.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Chair. Thank you. Thanks, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Kelsey Bergfeld, the Chief Policy Officer for the Ohio Association of Area Agencies on Aging, or AAAs. Ohio's 12 AAAs make it possible for older adults to thrive in their homes and communities. They have over 50 years of experience serving older Ohioans, over 30 years operating the Passport Home and Community-Based Services waiver program, and have saved the state an estimated $12 billion in institutional care. The AAAs administer and provide case management for the Passport, Assisted Living, and Ohio Home Care Waiver programs, waiver service coordination for My Care Ohio, and administer Older Americans Act and the Senior Community Services programs, as well as a variety of county levies and other federal, state, and local programs. They also answer an estimated 300,000 requests for information and referrals annually through our Front Door program to link older Ohioans to cost-effective, in-home, and community-based programs where they live. To support the growing needs of older adults across the state, we ask that you consider the following amendments to the state budget bill. The Senior Community Services Program provides flexible, community-driven funding to AAAs for non-Medicaid services like home modifications and repairs, transportation, meals, housing assistance, and personal care, and other types of supports that prevent social isolation. Lower costs and less intensive interventions through the Senior Community Services Program delay and divert enrollment in Medicaid and in more costly nursing home care, reduce waiting lists for services, enhance health and wellness programming, and also support family caregivers. The Department of Aging did an economic impact study on the Healthy Aging grants from the last state budget and found that for each $1 invested in healthy aging interventions, the state and local communities received $3.20 in return. Senior community service dollars also serve as a match to federal Older Americans Act funds. The federal administration's proposed budget does break up and eliminate many critical aging programs that support older adults. The Senior Community Service Program will help fill gaps as our network's ability to meet the needs of those we serve is impacted. To continue upon the profound outcomes of the Healthy Aging grants and meet the growing need, we request that the Senate invest in older adults and local communities by increasing the Senior Community Services Program by $1 million per fiscal year. In regard to the personal needs allowance, we ask that you restore the proposed increase in the personal needs allowance for individuals in residential care facilities from $75 to $100 per month to help individuals pay for personal and ancillary expenses not covered by Medicaid, like toiletries, haircuts and clothing, social and recreational activities. In regards to the Housing Trust Fund, the proposed county-by-county structure for the Ohio Housing Trust Fund would be inefficient and costly and hinder AAA's ability to braid and blend funding streams to expand the reach of these much-needed resources. We ask that you restore the current funding structure of the Ohio Housing Trust Fund and institute a study committee composed of legislators, organizations, and representatives of the DeWine administration to find areas for improvement. Our association looks forward to continued conversations about these priorities. With your support, we can all work together to make Ohio the best state in the nation in which to age. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we're privileged to have retired Major General from the Air Force, Mark Bartman. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson. Thank you so much for letting me come before and testify about the Ohio Federal Research Network. I know many of you are very familiar with the Ohio Federal Research Network. Senator Romachek, Senator Craig, Senator Brenner were able to visit the Celebrate Ohio event we had earlier. So I'm not going to read the testimony to you. I'm just going to summarize a bit of it. Also, on the back of the testimony that you should have on your iPads is a briefing that's attached to that kind of goes through and shows you exactly what the Ohio Federal Research Network does, and more importantly, the return on investment that we have had, which is about 7-to-1 since we were codified in state law in 2015. The state has been, and the governors, 2 governors now and 3 chancellors have been incredibly gracious to support this program because they see the value when it comes to supporting entrepreneurship, inventors here in the state of Ohio, and a way to bring our higher ed and our academic researchers together with industry partners and our federal partners here in the state of Ohio to bring Ohio, to raise Ohio's innovation and the technology development that goes on for that. So the return on investment that I mentioned, that 7-to-1, so far the state has put in a little over $60 million into this program through what we call 6 rounds over the last 10 years. The return on investment has been able to bring over $400 million to the state of Ohio, especially when you include the cost share that our higher education institutions and our private industry partners have been able to put in of $40 million into this program. So when you bring it all together, and then in the back of the slide deck, by the way, also, we'll go through each of the rounds and show you each of the projects that we funded over the last 10 years of this program. I've been involved with it actually since I was the Adjutant General here in Ohio and been the Executive Director of the program now for about the past 3 or 4 years working with it. The other key to this program, I think, is the workforce development piece. So 2 rounds ago, we brought into our mandatory requirement that the teams that we fund have to include students as part of it, and we define student as anywhere from undergraduate through postdoc for that. So we've had over 175 students so far that have participated in the 13 teams that we've required to be a part of that particular program. A number of those students have been hired by industry partners after they graduated from college as they go through that. The amount that is in the current budget that the chancellor put in there is fantastic. We are very appreciative of the governor and the chancellor for supporting the program with the dollar amounts that are in there. Of course, we're always happy that if the state legislature is interested in funding more money to the program, we would spend it very wisely and ensure that we're bringing great value to the state of Ohio. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you very much, General. Any questions? Yes, Senator Chavez.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking at some of the slides that you provided here, and I do see where the vast majority of all the effort is around universities. And I'm just wondering how we can get this to encompass more of the state, more of the rural areas, that may have more career tech type opportunities versus university.
Thank you, through the chair, Vice Chair Chavez. So the actual numbers, and it may not be in the brief that I sent, but I'd happy to provide it to you, is actually is a slide that we use from Jobs Ohio that has all the Jobs Ohio regions, and it has pins in it to show you every industry partner and university in the state of Ohio. You will see that it's throughout the majority of the state of Ohio. Athens and Ohio University, Northwest Ohio, have had a number of industry partners that participated in it, and with the number of spin-outs that we've had, several of those spin-outs have come from companies that are in the more rural areas for that. But that said, always can do better.
Follow?
Yeah, thank you for that. That it was, in fact, the slide I was looking at. And yes, it's a great big state with a lot of very talented folks in here. So I'd love to explore with you how we can get that expanded out.
Yes, sir. Happy to do that.
Great. Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I'm just putting my because I like to talk to you more about it. I'll be very honest up front and transparent, which is a word we use down here. I'm not familiar with your organization whatsoever. And I'm wondering, even though you're connected with Jobs Ohio and connected universities, University of Toledo is a strong academic, engineering, innovative place. And then also we have these different parts in the state that are doing these things, similar to what Senator Romachek talked about earlier. And, I would just like to know more about what you're doing, how you're doing it, and how we can have better collaboration across all the different streams that we're trying to do when we use the term workforce development. So I'm going to ask that you get with my office and I'll get with you so we can talk about it more, because I do think we have to figure out something that makes, not that you're not making sense, but, I need more information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair of the Senator, I would love to absolutely do that, and of course that goes for everybody on the committee. More than happy to spend as much time as you would like to talk about the program. I lived for 19 years in Northwest Ohio, ma'am, so I'm very familiar with the Toledo area. My wife has a JD from Toledo and a PhD from Bowling Green, so we're very well connected into that part of Ohio as well. And we work a lot in my wife works a lot in southeastern Ohio on anti-human trafficking. So, Senator Chavez, I'd love to talk about OFRN or anything that you would like to talk about. Happy to do that.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you for your service to our
Thank you,
state
sir.
and to our country, and it was great to have you today.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
General.
Thank you.
Next is Ryan Wania, who is representing himself. Welcome to committee. Oh, and that's Vivian with you?
She's after me, yeah.
Okay, okay, great.
Thank you. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Finance Committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ryan Winia. I live in Berkshire Township, where my wife and I have 3 kids in the Big Walnut School District. I'm here today because my community deserves a future of possibility, and because what affects one of us affects all of us. Robbing kids to build a sports complex is unconscionable. It's blatant corporate welfare, a transfer of wealth from everyday working Ohioans to its richest. Every dollar stolen from public education dims the bright promise of our youth and jeopardizes what it holds for each one of us, because the freedom to flourish depends on realizing our collective potential. Choking public education suffocates societies. Investing in education is one of the most predictable ways to build a prosperous society where everyone thrives. Well-funded public education leads to higher earnings, better health, lower crime, and a more engaged citizenry. One study found that 10% increase in K-12 per pupil funding raised adult earnings by 7% while decreasing poverty rates by 3%. Economists like Jim Heckman have determined that every dollar invested in early childhood education yields a return of between $4 and $16. Cutting education drops test scores, graduation rates, and future income. Students who attend under-resourced schools are more likely to drop out, and every high school dropout costs taxpayers nearly $300,000 over their lifetime. Public education is infrastructure, as essential to a functioning society as roads and bridges. Meanwhile, new stadiums promise economic rejuvenation, but rarely deliver. More often, they become monuments to misplaced opportunities and stolen priorities. Instead of bringing prosperity, stadium subsidies siphon resources from schools and social services, decimating community resilience and leaving them with debt long after the crowd's roar fades away. Claims of economic benefits collapse under scrutiny. Study after study finds negligible or negative growth. Stadiums shift consumer spending rather than create it. They generate ephemeral, low-wage jobs, not long-term, sustainable opportunity. Committee members, you will leave a legacy in this biennial budget. The question is, will you sentence Ohio kids to the bleak future of higher crime, lower earnings, poorer health, higher medical costs, and a more fractured society? Or will you be co-signers to open-ended opportunity for possibility, human flourishing, and prosperity afforded by fully funding public education? Thank you for your time.
Is she testifying also?
Yes.
I see. Well, why don't we have her do it, and then we'll ask questions to both of you, if that works?
Yep.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Vivian Winia. Last week, I finished 5th grade at Big Walnut Intermediate School. I guess that makes me a 6th grader. I'm really upset that people are trying to steal money from students to build a sports stadium that rich people can already afford to build themselves. That's not what government is for. If we lose our money, how are we going to pay for things that teachers need to teach? Teachers already have to ask us to donate supplies. A lot of kids in Big Walnut need new Chromebooks. I had to use a Chromebook with a broken mouse pad all year. Even though our 6th grade is at the middle school now, the intermediate school was still very full last year. I think we're going to need some new school buildings very soon. But how would we pay for them if you built that sports stadium instead of schools? I'm just a 6th grader, but I've been in protest in the rain, sat through long community and school board meetings, and now I'm here talking to you. All the things I'm doing make me feel like I'm trying harder to fight for public education than the adults who are supposed to be in charge, like Senator Brenner, Representative Lear, and Big Walnut leaders in the school board. Maybe you can think about it like this. Money for public education and the futures of kids all over Ohio. Money for the public education funds my future. To build a sports stadium takes a wrecking ball to my future and the futures of kids all over Ohio. I wish more leaders were honest and told kids about what's happening, because maybe they get involved and tell Republicans to keep their hands off funding for our education and futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, both of you. Next, we have John Litton from Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. It's a tough act to follow. Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, members of the committee, John Litton. I'm blessed to be the president and CEO of Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity, and I want to begin by saying thank you. The $25 million in ARPA funds that this Senate and House passed a couple years ago have been an incredible blessing to Habitat throughout the state of Ohio, virtually doubling our production over the last 2 years. For some perspective, in 2022, we touched 479 unique addresses across the state, and in 2024, 827. So again, virtually doubling that number. Yet the housing shortage in our state remains, especially for starter homes. Your own Select Committee on Housing, at which I saw some of you attend, shared that from 2016 to 2023, there was an 82% increase in the median home price in our state, while also being a 72% decrease in the number of listed homes in our MLS. And we all know construction costs are rising as well. However, and our friends from the CDC associations shared this as well, there's a few solutions that I'd like to suggest. One is Welcome Home Ohio, and the other is the Ohio Housing Trust Fund. In terms of Welcome Home Ohio, we were very thankful to see the House version of the budget include $90 million for Welcome Home Ohio, and that it also adjusted it to remove a lot of the bureaucratic hurdles that it had, and it also allowed for more organizations like Habitat for Humanity to be able to utilize those funds in the future for homeownership throughout our state. The Ohio Housing Trust Fund also ought to be restored to its original level. The way it is currently budgeted in the House version will decimate the Ohio Housing Trust Fund, which affects housing across our state, affordable rental housing, home repairs, things like that, especially in rural areas. And so I'd urge you to continue that trust fund the way it has been in the past.
And then I just want to close by again saying thank you. That ARPA award sparked our 400 home initiative locally in Cuyahoga County and Lorain counties, where we have added workforce development programs, critical home repair programs, of course housing, and because the funding needs to be spent quickly, we've had to act fast and innovate and do some modular homes and things like that through Habitat for Humanity as well. And I'll just close with a quote from a homeowner at our home blessing who said that this is the green light that I needed. Even though I did not have a great year, this has been my light at the end of the tunnel. So senators, you have helped provide that light and you have the opportunity to make it brighter. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. Next is Steve Flaherty, and he will be followed by Julie Gill. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chairman Serino, Vice Chairman Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for your time and the opportunity to provide a proponent testimony in support of funding an innovation in Ohio that isn't happening anywhere else in the country. My name is Steve Flaherty. I am the founder and CEO of Nicotech. We are an innovation company based here in Ohio that's developed an advanced asphalt technology. We are producing 100% recycled asphalt, not out of just pure sustainability, but actually out of economics. So to preserve Ohio's resources, I'm sure you're familiar with the roads that you travel on and how they get there. Instead of mining the earth, we simply recover the existing roads that are already out there, turn it into new and better pavement that's longer lasting, utilizing scrap tires as well. So yes, it's a sustainable thing, but it's more about the economics and trying to be better than we were yesterday, right? So we're here today to respectfully request $800,000 from the EPA Scrap Tire Fund to support comprehensive testing of our sustainable asphalt in partnership with the Ohio Research Institute in Transportation and the Environment, or ORITE, at Ohio University's Lancaster campus. We will be utilizing their state-of-the-art testing facility that allows us to accomplish what used to take decades in a matter of months. So some of you may be familiar with the Highway 23 testing projects that they used to do with ODOT, where they'd simply lay it out and then drive over it for a decade and then get the results back. We can now do that same stuff in a month at ORITE's facility. So this will significantly accelerate the data collection, allowing us to make better decisions that will impact all of our local roads, our township roads, our county roads, even our DOT roads. So we do rank among the top producers of asphalt in the United States, that being Ohio, with approximately 18 million tons made annually. So right now, when that's ripped up, 100% of it gets torn up, but only about 21% of it gets recycled at any given time. Our facility allows us to recycle 100% at a time. So we have a partnership with the Kelley company, which is part of the largest asphalt organization in the world, known as CRH. And our goal is to utilize their existing facilities. They're recovering the rock. We turn it into new asphalt and then sell it to the customer bases that are already there. So it's not a disruption to new land. It's not a disruption to new mining. But rather a more economical way of producing it. And that innovation is happening right here. So we like to say we're the coolest thing in asphalt. Don't know what that means, here, but we are on the national stages, and that innovation is occurring right here in Ohio. And we kindly ask for your support to continue that so that we can accelerate it and make Ohio the best asphalt that we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? You? Senator Hicks Hudson. She has an asphalt question.
Well, it goes back to my days as a mayor and dealing with potholes and trying to fill them and grind up the asphalt. But I have a couple questions. One is that you're asking for the $800,000 from the scrap tire EPA. Mm-hmm. Is EPA on board with this particular request? One.
Yes, we have. So we've had EPA representatives out to our facility. They fast-tracked our permit because we are 60% a reduction in emissions compared to a conventional plant.
And then if I'm so sorry, follow up. Thank you. Thank you. Then my second question is that, so you're saying that this would be to test it. How soon do you think you would have a product that's scalable that could be used on the market?
Yeah, so to clarify, we are producing asphalt currently. So there is asphalt, yeah. So this is we stood up the first of kind plant last September. Not ideal in the asphalt world, so it always takes twice as long and twice as much money. So ideal was June, but we stood up in September, so we were able to make a bunch of mixes last year and lay that down. This is the first commercial season. This is to advance that testing, to accelerate the advancements. So as I'm sure you're familiar being mayor, the engineers and getting the approvals and everything else, this is what helps satisfy those so that we can not only put this, I can service, Mrs. Johnson's driveway and, Walmart's parking lot and everything. This is to help accelerate this on the use of our county roads. Former township trustee, so I know exactly how our road budgets go and how our road superintendent meetings go. So it's to reduce that cost with the burden on taxpayers.
Yes, Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so are you a line item in EPA now, or is this for those new plants you're talking about?
So this is not for any of the plants. We are self-funding the plants through us and our investments. This is simply to test advanced materials, utilizing the scrap tire fund. So we use a rubberized pellet in the asphalt, so that is made from scrap tires. So that is the rejuvenator. So essentially what we're doing is creating a better glue to create longer lasting, more sustainable pavement. So this is testing at ORITE, Ohio University's Asphalt Research Center. But new line item in the budget, like
Separate line item.
yeah, but it's using the scrap tire fund that already exists. So we're just requesting.
That's in EPA?
Correct.
Okay, because what we don't want to do is create everybody a line item.
That's right.
If it's under a
This
certain
is-
division that's already doing that.
That's
funding.
correct.
Okay, so.
This is just to
that's okay.
allocate some of that funding in the scrap tire fund to us.
No other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Julie Gill, and following her will be Lowe.
Good afternoon,
Welcome
Chair
to the committee.
Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and committee members of this Finance Committee. My name is Julie Gill, and I'm Senior Chair of the Board of Directors for the Ohio Society of Radiologic Technologists, which we will now call the OSRT for obvious reasons. We are a nonprofit professional organization representing Ohio medical imaging and radiologic science professionals. Our mission is to advocate for radiologic technologists by advancing professional practice to enhance patient care. The OSRT has been made aware of a potential amendment to the budget bill that will weaken supervision requirements for licensed general X-ray machine operators, hereto referred to as GXMOs. Currently, direct supervision by a licensed practitioner is required for GXMOs, and this potential amendment would weaken that supervision requirement to that of general supervision. The OSRT believes that this weakening in supervision requirements for the GXMO would be detrimental to the standard of care for patients undergoing X-ray examinations for the following reasons. First reason, GXMOs have limited education and training in diagnostic imaging and clinical practice in the areas of radiologic patient care, radiation protection, radiobiology, and radiologic procedure patient positioning. There is currently no minimum hourly requirement for didactic or clinical education for the GXMO while completing their didactic education, many of them in one weekend, and then completing their clinical requirement in one afternoon. Conversely, radiologic technologists must complete a minimum of an associate degree program of at least 65 semester credit hours, with most students completing a clinical practicum of 1,100 hours in hospitals, clinics, and outpatient facilities. To pass the national certification exam administered by the American Registry of Radiologic Technologists, applicants must demonstrate graduation from an accredited program and provide evidence of clinical competence. Currently, there are over 14,000 nationally certified and state licensed radiologic technologists and fewer than 700 licensed GXMOs in Ohio. Thus, this is not a workforce shortage issue, but rather a patient care and safety issue. Approximately 400 radiologic technology students just graduated from Ohio colleges and universities within this month and are now nationally certified, licensed, and ready to begin employment in Ohio. A weakened supervision requirement for the licensed GXMO without the ability for all interested parties to testify or debate this issue would negatively impact the quality of care and degrade the profession of medical imaging. The OSRT believes that an issue of this magnitude needs to be vetted through the routine legislative process, as it is not a budget issue. The quality of patient care is important enough to let all stakeholders and constituents be heard. To be clear, Ohio has always been a leader in radiation safety issues, and this proposed change does not align with our state's strong history of providing quality patient care. Thus, we stand opposed to this potential amendment and ask this committee to deny this added provision and continue to protect Ohio's citizens from inferior health care. Thank you for consideration of this important radiologic health care issue, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I have a question. So I spent many decades in medical imaging, so I'm quite familiar with what you all do, and it's a vital service that you perform. Back when I was in the industry, we had a consistent shortage of radiology technologists. Excuse me. Were you suggesting in your testimony with your numbers that there is no longer that shortage, or is there still an ongoing deficiency in the number of new techs coming in?
Chair Serino, there continues to be a shortage of radiologic technologists in Ohio simply because of the advancements of medical imaging and medical technology. And like myself, the workforce is aging and retiring at numbers greater than their replacements. However, multiple new programs for radiologic technologists have started very recently in Ohio. I teach at the University of Cincinnati, and in the Cincinnati greater region itself, 2 brand new programs have started for radiologic technologists in the past year. So they will be graduating their first group of students at the end of next year. They're both associate degree programs.
Okay.
I know there have also been multiple new programs in the Cleveland area and in the Columbus area.
Do you happen to know how many community colleges in Ohio have the program?
I currently know of 28 programs in the state of Ohio, and I would guess that 95% of those are at community colleges.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to ask basically the same question that you asked. Were we doing this, was that language proposed because of a shortage? And of course, you've just responded to Senator Serino, so I have that portion of it. I also know that the Christ Hospital in Cincinnati is starting a new program there also, and actually going to pay tuition for most of those students who go through.
Yes.
But my concern is that do you believe if the language goes through the way that it is, that it will allow those persons who are not properly prepared to be able to practice in the field, which could be very detrimental?
Through the chair to the senator, the language as we think it's presented, and we think this, not that we've seen it, but because this issue has been discussed in previous budget sessions and in lame duck sessions, and we have it on good authority that this amendment has been introduced. We believe that the language is such that it would weaken that supervision requirement. Again, GXMOs have limited education, extremely limited education, many of them 16 hours is all, and a couple hours of clinical instruction. And so the language, if it's submitted as we think it is and as it has been in the past, would not require those individuals to have direct supervision by a licensed practitioner, which would pose a risk to the quality of radiologic care provided to Ohio citizens. Our largest concern is that those individuals would have to repeat multiple X-ray examinations, and obviously radiation exposure is cumulative. And so every repeat exposure has the potential to cause biologic damage to those patients. And if we can prohibit that, then obviously we should try to do that.
So, I'm sorry. do you
No,
have
go
follow-up?
ahead.
So I just want to make sure everybody understands the sequence here of supervision. So, because we have other medical specialties that nurse practitioners have to have supervising physician, in the building or available. So you're talking about the supervision. There doesn't have to be a physician in the building or in the department. Help explain exactly what it currently is and what has been proposed in the legislation.
Certainly, great question, Mr. Chairman. Currently, yes, the physician has to be readily available in the facility.
Somewhere in the building.
Yes, in order for the GXMO to take to perform those radiologic procedures.
But I don't mean to interrupt you, but not present in the room or
That is
even in the
correct.
radiology department.
That is correct.
Okay.
And for, to clarify further, for a radiologic technologist to practice, the radiologist simply just needs, or the physician simply just needs to be in the area, in the department, and even on evening shifts and midnight shifts, just as long as there's a physician. So it could be an ER physician that's available and not necessarily a radiologist.
Teleradiology doesn't count?
It does not, because teleradiology is primarily used for consulting with patients and medical image interpretation. Right, not if there are questions on behalf of the person performing the examination.
Okay, great. Did you have a question? Yes, Senator Inger?
No, I just want to make a comment that you obviously have observed that there are times when we do the budget, there are things that are not budget related that kind of sneak in there for some reason. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Great, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. And now I'd like to call up Lo. If you'd like to come up to the podium, please.
With my short legs.
I'm sorry?
With my short legs.
Okay. And you are representing yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry, my name is Lou, L-O-H. I'm
Okay.
only short, not low.
My apologies.
No problem.
Okay.
Well, today I'm here that I have learned a lot from all other people coming to testify. Of course, all of you, mostly probably even born in Ohio, raised in Ohio, you probably went out somewhere else for college and you come back. Not only that, you like to contribute yourself as a public servant. And I admire you for that. Thank you for you being here to guard our money. Now, our money here is the tax money. That means public, they work, they pay tax. So that's also considered as public dollars. So public dollars, when you distribute them back to all the services, I think it would be very reasonable and logical the public services should first be served. And definitely we want Ohio to go back to the old glorious days, but we have seen losing population. We have seen workforce shortage. Actually, the real question would be, the lady just mentioned, workforce quality. So in this case, if people cannot get enough food to eat, people cannot really get health care, people cannot even have a house to live, no school in the area to go to, a good school, I'm talking about good school, then what do we do to increase the population, to increase people who love our state, just like you guys here? How will we be able to do that? So I'm here to ask a question. Since we pay tax, we vote, the public dollars, I think, should come to the public services. So this just like we chip in all the money in this office to buy lottery ticket. Go, Ohio Lottery. Now, if we win, how come right now the money is split in other offices instead of this office? The people who do not pay their fair share of tax, or even a big corporation, why would they keep getting our public dollars to help them when they don't chip in the money to begin with? This is why our education, our food, our Medicare, everything got stolen from them. Please help us. Keep our money in our people. Go, Ohio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any question for me?
Any questions? All right, none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jason Niedermeyer. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 96. My name is Jason Niedermeyer, and I proudly serve as the Superintendent of the Brunswick City School District. I am joined here today by our Treasurer, Mark Pepera. Brunswick is a high-performing suburban district. We serve over 6,000 students across a community of approximately 44,000 residents. We are proud of our 4.5-star state report card rating and recognition from the state auditor for exemplary financial stewardship. We strongly oppose the cash carryover balance limitations proposed in House Bill 96. This bill undermines the principles of local control and financial responsibility that our community has upheld for decades. Our elected Board of Education is accountable to Brunswick voters every day, not just at the ballot box. Our residents have consistently supported our fiscal plans through the passage of levies and bond issues. The proposed cash carryover cap would require Brunswick to forfeit an estimated $20 million in voter-approved funds. Those are resources essential for maintaining educational services and operational stability. These are not excess or rainy day funds, but part of a responsible long-term financial strategy. They help us manage economic shifts, address capital needs, and reduce the frequency of levy requests. Our district has been repeatedly recognized by Ohio Auditor of State Keith Faber for outstanding financial management. He has personally commended us as, quote, among the best of the best in public finance. We take a fiscally conservative approach because it's the right thing to do for our students, staff, and taxpayers. The recent increase in our cash balance is largely due to one-time federal subsidy known as ESSER funds and property valuation changes. Those are factors beyond our control and not indicative of ongoing trends. This bill sets a troubling precedent. It penalizes districts that plan responsibly and incentivizes short-term thinking. That's not what our communities need or deserve. We urge you to protect local control, support fiscal responsibility, and reject provisions like those in House Bill 96 that would compromise a district's ability to plan and operate sustainably. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mark and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Other questions? Mark? Excuse me. Senator Romanchuk, whose name happens to be Mark.
Yeah, small world, I guess. Thank you for your trip down here today, and I want to thank you for your time a few weeks ago. You provided me with some insight on the Brunswick School District, if you recall, and it was very enlightening, and thank you for the work you do. And I want to thank you for your testimony today, because you may be the first person that I've heard that has brought up the fact that some of the balances that have swollen in our school districts are largely because of the ESSER funds. We don't hear that too often, and that's an important factor. So thank you for saying that, and thank you for talking about property valuations increases. And do keep in mind that just like those two things were out of your control, they were out of our control as well. We had nothing to do with the federal subsidy, as you called it, and we have nothing to do with valuation changes. to speak of. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for your testimony today, and I look forward to touring the new school when it's done.
Through the chair to Senator Romanchuk, thank you for your continued support, and thank you for working with the superintendents from our county. We appreciate that.
After 3 days of hearings, I'm getting the distinct impression that the superintendents don't like the 30% cap.
That's true.
Okay. We just picked that up easily. Yes, yes. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Kelley Stocker, who is representing herself.
Good afternoon, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson. Thank you for your time today, and members of the committee. I come to you today with many different interests in public education funding. I wear a lot of hats. Just a few of them include being a teacher, a parent, and a taxpayer. As a teacher in Westerville City Schools, I see the power and potential public education holds for every child who walks through our doors. And yes, I do mean every child, because we take them all and we love them all. Some may see us as a series of statistics, graduation rates, attendance figures, and test scores. But I see my students for the individuals that they are. For some, success is passing an AP exam. For others, success is simply making it to school that day, despite hunger, housing instability, and trauma. I see kids who are fed because we serve them breakfast and lunch. I see students who win, who lose, and who try again the next day. That is what public education makes possible. I'm also a parent. My son just finished kindergarten in Westerville City Schools. He has 12 more years ahead of him, and frankly, I'm terrified about what that journey will look like. Will his school have counselors, nurses? Will his class sizes balloon even more? Will his teachers stay? I am choosing public schools for my child. My choice matters too, and my child is also entitled to a high-quality public education in Ohio. As a taxpayer, I do not believe that we are being fiscally responsible with the public's money. We've been told we simply don't have the money to fully fund our schools, but I believe we do have the money. We just don't have the right priorities. We are pushing more and more money to charter schools and private institutions that often operate for profit and without the same transparency and accountability standards as our public schools. Ohio's public students deserve more than the leftovers in our state budget. Ohio's public schools educate 90% of our children. This budget should reflect that reality. I respectfully request that you prioritize implementation of the Fair Schools Funding Plan, a bipartisan plan informed by both tax and education experts that provides an evidence-based formula for paying for our public schools. I also encourage you to update the cost to educate a child to current figures and cancel the clawback. Taken together, these measures would cripple our district. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Nick Bates, representing the Hunger Network of Ohio. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson. I'm Deacon Nick Bates, Director of the Hunger Network in Ohio, a statewide ecumenical ministry that works to end hunger by addressing the root causes of poverty throughout the state. You can read my written testimony that has been submitted that goes into a little bit more detail than what I will share here. But it's a lot of information you have already received. You have heard over the course of the past few days and weeks and months that people have been coming to your offices about the importance of investments into the things like the Ohio Association of Food Banks that provides faith-based pantries and community programs with fresh fruits and vegetables that help our communities. Flat funding at 2019 levels where it currently is. When we have more hunger, when things cost more, means that we can serve fewer people. You've heard about the importance of the Ohio Housing Trust Fund and creating resources that are spread to urban, suburban, and rural communities It fosters collaboration between nonprofits, government, and business communities to address the housing insecurity and homelessness in our state. You have heard about the importance of fair school funding that supports the education of a full child, and I'd like to also encourage the importance of the wraparound services that our schools provide, including school meals for so many children who would otherwise be trying to learn on an empty stomach. You have heard about the child tax credit that invests in families that was proposed by the governor, and you've heard about the importance of SNAP in serving our communities and some of the bureaucracy that was proposed by the House that will create new barriers to those who are working hard each and every day and won't reflect the realities of low wage and middle wage work. But I want to encourage you to take a breath. And over the next few days, as you are discerning your final decisions, take a breath and pause. Let me be your pastor for a moment. Take that breath because there are important things to consider in this budget. We start with a circle, and through committees and discussion and conversation, we end up creating some 64-sided, three-dimensional image dice that kids are using to play role-playing games with. So let's come back to that circle, the goal of the different policies proposed, and I encourage you to consider how can we remember that ultimate goal of how do we reduce poverty in our community? How do we reduce hunger in our community? So I encourage you to take that breath and remember that goal and the proposals that we have laid out today, along with so many others that you have heard over the past few days and weeks and months, should be pointing towards that goal. How do we make more economic opportunity and more economic stability for all Ohioans in our communities? We know that hungry students will struggle to learn. Hunger leads to higher rates of diabetes and heart disease and so many other things. So please, take that breath as you receive those phone calls, as you are in those final deliberations, and ask yourselves, how can we end hunger and poverty with this budget? Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deacon, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next will be, I think we have three people from Licking Heights Local Schools, Tracy Russ, Kevin Miller, and Todd Griffith. Just two of you? Okay. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 96. I am Kevin Miller, Superintendent of Licking Heights Schools. With me is Todd Griffith, our treasurer. Our Board of Education president was not able to stay this afternoon. Licking Heights is located in both Franklin and Licking County. It is one of the fastest growing school districts in Ohio. We have tripled in size since 2003 and have grown by over 1,200 students in just the last 5 years. In the decade before the Fair School Funding Plan, Licking Heights lost nearly $100 million in funding due to funding caps. However, the Fair School Funding Plan has allowed us to make critical improvements. Kindergarten through second grade class sizes that sometimes reached over 30 students per class have been reduced to about 23 students in each classroom. We have also added more English language learner teachers, lowering caseloads from 75 to 95 students per teacher to about 60 students. Still too high, but we are moving in the right direction. Continued phase-in of the Fair School Funding Plan is essential to reduce that ratio to further support our students. Additionally, we have expanded high school pathways in a variety of areas, helping students graduate with industry credentials and real-world readiness. The Fair School Funding Plan is making a difference for Licking Heights students. As a result, Licking Heights earned a 4.5-star rating on the latest district report card. That's the highest in our district's history. In addition, Licking Heights had the second highest rate of academic growth in the state of Ohio, among Ohio's 609 school districts. Today, on behalf of our students, our districts, our community, we respectfully urge the Senate to remove temporary bridge funding and continue the full phase-in of the Fair School Funding Plan and update the base cost inputs using fiscal year 24 data. Not updating the base cost inputs will upset the balance of the state and local share and increase the financial burden on our district's taxpayers. We are also deeply concerned about the House-passed provision that reduces property taxes for districts with cash balances over 30% of prior year expenditures and changes the 5-year forecast to a 3-year forecast. This is problematic for a variety of reasons. Among them, it doesn't account for how district like ours used ESSER funds to offset expenses and extend local dollars. Our carryover would be $6.5 million lower without that strategic use of federal funds. It empowers budget commissions to lower tax rates but not increase them. It ignores the Department of Education workforce's own practice of using year 3, not year 1 of the 5-year forecast to evaluate financial stability. And most importantly, it undermines local control. Our voters elected our board to manage taxpayer funds wisely and transparently, not to have that power stripped by the state. We urge the Senate to remove the 30% cash balance provision and reinstate the 5-year forecast requirement. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of Ohio's public schools. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions? Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just help me with what you believe the temporary bridge funding is intended to do, and what does temporary mean?
Through the chair to the senator, I think the honest answer is we don't know. The House's version, we're told, has been called bridge funding. A bridge to what? We don't know. Under the Fair School Funding Plan, we knew how our state and local share were determined. We don't understand the formula that's been implemented by the House. So we have seen our funding from the governor's budget to the House's budget cut in half. So basically, we're not even receiving the funds we need for the increased special education teachers and aides that we will need going into next year. So I can't answer the question because it's a mystery as to how our funding has been developed with the House's version.
Okay.
And just to correct something, you mentioned the House's plan implemented. It has not been implemented. It is proposed.
Chair Serino, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Klaban and Tahani Morales from Families Flourish. Welcome to committee.
Good afternoon, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Amy Klaban, and I am President, CEO, and co-founder of Families Flourish. Today, I am here to request that you support continued funding for Families Flourish as we are currently in the budget. First, a thank you for the state dollars passed in 2023. Those funds have helped us to nearly double the number of people we are serving, which is now 100 families, approximately 250 people, admitted into our program. And it has helped us to create the tools to support affiliates in other communities so they may utilize our unique and impactful model. The first will open this year as Families Flourish of the Miami Valley, and we are in conversations with other Ohio cities. We are grateful to be in the current budget, which needs a corrective amendment to add our name, Families Flourish. We're proud to be working with Governor DeWine's office and the Department of Children and Youth on the amendment and appreciate the committee's consideration. Families Flourish's goal is to help parents and their young children flourish. We make market rate rental housing affordable by providing limited rental support for 3 years in neighborhoods that offer access to higher resource schools, safer neighborhoods, and employment opportunities, together with required life coaching and monthly programs. We work with over 22 landlords in the region, and we focus on education and health so that the children can grow up and be part of the economic fabric of the community. OSU researchers evaluate our Unique in the Nation program. The headline outcome for our 10-family pilot with OSU is that our participants raised their incomes by 58%, or $17,000 on average, with improved physical and mental health. Our submitted testimony has more information. I'd like to introduce you to one of our wonderful graduates, Tahani Morales, who's here with me, to tell you about how Families Flourish impacted her and her children.
Thank you, Amy.
My 3 children and I entered the program in 2018 as part of the OSU pilot. My youngest was 3 at the time, my oldest 12. We lived in a home prior to the program where I was terrified my youngest, who was just learning to walk, was going to fall down a loose stair that our landlord refused to fix. My oldest, who was her first time getting her own bedroom in the basement, quickly discovered after moving in it was crawling with cockroaches and mice. Moving into a safer neighborhood and healthy home through Families Flourish was just the start for our family. My oldest, who's now in college, found choir, flag corps, and theater. She quickly made friends. My middle son learned that he had a talent for wrestling, and the coach and his big brother became a mentor and family friend. The youngest, who's Bug, is very outgoing. She quickly learned that she had friends in the community, the school, Girl Scouts, dance, cheerleading, and wants to be president one day. For me, I was able to discover how to use my bachelor's in human resources, find a job with better pay, better benefits, and flexibility for my family. I do believe the biggest thing that I got from our program was the coaching, programs, and confidence. This time last year, nearly 2 years following my graduation from Families Flourish, I decided to successfully take and pass the LSAT, or the Law School Administration Test. I have wanted to be an attorney since I was in middle school, and with the confidence and attitude that I can currently do anything I put my mind through, I am now taking classes at Cleveland State University and completed L1, so I completed my first year of law school. I urge you to support Families Flourish and our mission to help parents of young children participate in our coaching and programs for economic mobility while also enabling them to move to higher resourced areas. Your support will make a tangible difference in the lives of families across Ohio, and we are grateful for your consideration. Thank you, and we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. What level of funding did you get in the last budget?
$1 million, $500,000 each year.
And your request this time was?
Same thing.
Same thing?
And that amount was put in the budget by the governor. It's still in the House version of the budget, so it's under consideration.
Okay.
Just needs to have our name.
Great. Any questions? Yes, Senator Ingram?
Along the same line, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. So where is it? What line are you under?
It is in line 139002.
Whose budget, if I may?
Budget, let's see, through the chair to the senator. It's in the budget for the Department of Children and Youth.
Okay. So, if I may.
Please.
So what you want is not to be under, in children and youth, you want to be what? A separate line, or because they have you in a category, obviously, and you want to be a line of your own in the budget?
Senator, through the senator to the senator.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Because I'm not Herschel Craig.
I know that.
Thank goodness.
We would remain in the Department of Children and Youth and have actually been working with them on all the documents needed, assuming continued funding. It's just that the wording in the current version of the budget doesn't list our name. So in the line item with that funding for the department, that particular line item for the department, it would add our name. So it's clear it's to be used for us, which was the intent.
So technically, it would be up to the department to do that. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Senator Hicks Hudson has an explanation that might help.
I'm not sure if I can explain, but serving on the trust funds board, that what they do is that you're like a provider of services that's funneled through the department. I don't know if that's helpful or not. So it's not as necessarily a separate line item, but more like a provider. Okay, good. Any way I can help you. Or not.
All right. Any other questions?
You can keep it at.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, and thank you for your questions.
Next is Ann Bischoff from Star House, and after Ann, Troy McIntosh. Good afternoon.
Chairman Serino, Vice Chairman Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Ohio Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding substitute House Bill 96. My name is Ann Bischoff, and I serve as CEO of Star House, which meets the unique needs of youth experiencing homelessness. In Franklin County, up to 10,000 youth ages 14 to 24 face homelessness annually. Half experienced foster care, and others fled abuse in the home or were forced out. The housing crisis adds to their vulnerability. 4 people are waiting for every 1 low-income unit available. Investing in these youth now prevents chronic homelessness into adulthood, resulting in significant long-term taxpayer savings. Star House began in 2006 as a federally funded research project of The Ohio State University. Today, we operate the only drop-in center in Central Ohio, offering immediate 24/7 access to safety, basic needs, and crucial services. And the only one in the nation hosting best practice research to ensure we use evidence-based practices to prevent chronic homelessness, victimization, and even suicide. In 2021, we served 819 individual young people experiencing homelessness. With support from the state of Ohio, that number has grown to 3,251 since, a 297% increase. While based in Franklin County, we serve youth from 37 Ohio counties, including border regions and most of your districts. Despite rapid growth, our model enables us to turn no young person in need away, and our model works. 79% of employment age youth engaged for 90 or more days gain employment. 59% secure housing, even amid extreme scarcity. 89% participate in therapy or case management, resulting in healing from post-traumatic stress disorder. 80% receive on-site medical care from partners like Nationwide Children's Hospital. 74% obtain IDs necessary for gaining employment, signing a lease, and enrolling in school. Through partnership with Finance Fund and the Columbus Metropolitan Housing Authority, we provide long-term housing and on-site resources at Carroll Stewart Village. Now, with your support, we're expanding. We're in contract on a second drop-in center on Columbus South Side and are supporting the Toledo community's effort to bring crucial resources to Northwest Ohio. To meet this growing need, continued operation support from the state of Ohio is essential. We're deeply grateful for the Ohio Senate's support of Star House for more than a decade, which has allowed us to meet urgent needs while planning for sustainable growth. Today, I respectfully request your support for Star House's earmark of $1.25 million in each fiscal year. Your investment gives one of Ohio's most vulnerable populations a safe place to turn. It breaks the cycle of homelessness, and it helps young people prosper long-term. Thank you for your time and your leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question in regard to the age group from 14 to 24, because the minors would be treated differently than those that are actually adults. In those numbers that you serve, the 3,000 plus, how many of those students or how many of those people, young people, are foster care aged out compared to minors, like I said, who would be treated very differently?
Absolutely. Overall, half of the young people we serve have been in foster care at some point in their lives. In terms of minors served, it's anywhere from 10 to 15%, and you're absolutely right. They're treated very differently. The moment a minor walks into our building, our case management team meets with them. They sit down with them and they say, what are you running from? What are you hiding from? And where would you feel safe? And then we go with them to Children's Services and advocate for them to go where they would like to be. We also have a partnership with the police department where they provide real-time photos of missing kids so that our team and our young people can be on the lookout. And as a result, we're very successful in being in a place where missing children turn up, and we're able to get them connected with safety from there. Thank you.
I have the exact same question. You said 10,000 youth. You said it's a youth drop-in, but 10,000 kids 14 to 24. Is that a definitional thing?
Yes, 10,000 is the number of young people each year just in Franklin County in this age group who experience homelessness.
But how does 18 to 24, how is that considered youth?
This is actually a research age group called Opportunity Youth, and the thinking is if you can work with this population now, you can prevent chronic homelessness into adulthood. So it's simply the age that was determined through that very first research study that we were part of in partnership with OSU. The research continues even now. We're focused on traumatic brain injury research, suicide prevention, opiate addiction prevention. All of it is based on this particular age group.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Troy McIntosh, and then Andrew Bidwell is on deck. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Well, good afternoon, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and the rest of the members of the Finance Committee. My name is Troy McIntosh. I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Christian Education Network, representing over 200 schools across the state and over 50,000 students. And I know you guys are nearing the end of a very long process of trying to allocate state resources to serve the individual and collective needs of Ohio students. And while we believe the current bill has done a pretty good job of doing this, there are a number of items that we encourage the Senate to either keep or to make minor but important revisions to. There are 4 of them. The first is that we strongly recommend that the Senate keep the House provision establishing an ESA for students attending non-chartered schools. I've testified before this body before on the benefits of the program, and I know that both the Senate and the House have indicated their support for school choice measures. What we want to make clear is that we believe, and believe there's evidence for, that programs like the ESA for non-chartered schools grant parents the ultimate authority for holding schools accountable for performance. And I think this is most clearly demonstrated by a recent quote within the last week from the superintendent of Memphis City Schools in Tennessee, who recently established a universal ESA program, when he says that I don't want people to choose vouchers. I want them to choose Memphis Shelby County schools. If we can create better experiences for the child and parents, I think we'll see more families choosing to stay with Memphis City Schools. And then he goes on to talk about how they'll be strengthening their offerings in career readiness through partnerships with major employers like XAI, Nike, and Amazon. We recommend that you keep this provision for the benefit of every student in Ohio, because we believe the research has shown that even those who don't take the school choice program benefit because their schools are forced to improve in order to maintain their student enrollment. Second, the requirement that schools adopt a policy adopting the prohibition of cell phones during the school day is one of the best policies this body can take up, and we supported Senate Bill 158. However, we think there are several provisions that need to be fixed in the bill. The first is we think that it needs to be extended to all student internet-connected devices and not just to cell phones. It needs to include smartwatches, iPads, anything else that a student could access internet or messaging systems to. Secondly, we think it's important to clarify that the prohibition extends from the start of the school day to the end of the school day and not just during instructional periods. So it has to include things like passing periods in the hallway, lunch, and study hall, or you mitigate the benefits of the program. This has been shown very clearly by research done by Dr. Jonathan Haidt, author of The Anxious Generation, who actually helped us draft these suggestions and corrections to the bill. And then thirdly, a requirement that the phone be kept in a place inaccessible during the school day to students, like their locker or housed somewhere in the school offices. Again, all of these 3 things fix things that would otherwise mitigate benefits that come with that provision. I know an amendment has been submitted to do these 3 things. Third, we endorse the provisions related to the sale of unused school facilities. However, a requirement was inserted in the House that if a community school or non-public school that purchases such an unused facility sells it at a later date, they have to repay the public school district the difference with no time frame, with no allowance for renovations or for appreciation of the asset. We think that should be removed. And then lastly, very quickly, the current regulations for chartering schools in Ohio have created an unintended barrier that you can read about in my testimony. An amendment has been submitted that would fix that. If you have questions on that, I'd be happy to take that, but I know my time is up.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Andrew Bidwell, Critical Response Group, welcome to committee.
Chairman Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Bidwell, and I'm here to testify as an interested party in House Bill 96, more specifically in support of Amendment SC 1876, which seeks to establish a crisis response mapping data grant program. I'm a former Special Operations Commander out of the 5th Special Forces Group on Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and I represent Critical Response Group, an organization that specializes in providing standardized school mapping solutions for first responders. Most people don't think about maps every day, but in military special operations community where I come from, we live by them. Effective maps are the foundation of efficient communication, especially in high-stress environments, unfamiliar terrain, and joint operations involving multiple agencies, different uniforms, different technologies, and even different languages. Special operations teams rely on a common map format that includes aerial imagery, oriented to the north, site-specific labeling, and an alphanumeric grid system. Most critically, everyone on the mission uses the same map. So if I say, meet me in Building 11 in Grid Square D4, we are referencing the exact same location on the ground. Without this shared reference, communication breaks down, and we've seen that time and time again. These are the principles that inform the language used in this amendment. If we put ourselves in the shoes of a first responder arriving at a school during a crisis, it mirrors what we face overseas. They face a high-stress environment, limited time, and a multi-jurisdictional response with agencies using disparate technologies. But while the military equips its teams with standardized maps, most responders in Ohio lack basic visual tools to help them navigate these environments effectively. There is a dangerous assumption that first responders know every detail of every building in their communities and their counties. But if an EMT is told to respond to a cafeteria or stage a vehicle near door 12, they often have no idea where those locations are. And in an emergency, whether medical, fire, active threat, every second counts. Responders need accurate, accessible information to reduce response time and deploy resources effectively. Today, at best, many responders have architectural blueprints or floor plans, tools built for construction and not for navigation. They are outdated, lack labels for hallways and classrooms, and are inaccessible within the systems used by responders every day. We've seen this repeatedly in the schools that we've mapped in Ohio. A number of counties have already taken action to solve this problem. Clark County schools specifically have invested in emergency response mapping, which has received overwhelming support from public safety officials. They are the model of what is possible when local leaders prioritize responder access to accurate, standardized data. This grant program would enable schools across Ohio and beyond to move beyond ineffective schematics and adopt standardized emergency maps that are instantly accessible to all responders, regardless of their agency, uniform, or system. It is a low-cost but high-impact solution and a way to enhance safety for students, educators, and responders alike. The Ohio Emergency Management Association, Fire Chiefs Association, and multiple sheriff's departments across the state support this initiative. Across the country, 17 other states have already adopted this exact mapping standard. Included in my testimony is an example of the emergency response map and additional background on this solution. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I looked at the list of that you had at the back, and those are various states that are different from Ohio. We have a statewide emergency, well, it's statewide in terms of emergency management. How is this particular product going to would work with the systems that are already in place?
Through the chair to Senator Hicks Hudson. Yes, ma'am. So what's very specific about this solution, again, this is a set of standards or a technique rather, is that it integrates with every system within public safety. So the idea is that a first responder is not forced to move into a proprietary app or software system that they're not using natively every day. This mapping solution would exist inside the systems that are already at their fingertips and that they're familiar with using. The reality on the ground is during a high-stress crisis response situation, you're going to reduce and go to what you know as a baseline. And so that's why this data must already exist in those systems.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe in your abbreviated testimony you told us what the cost was. What's the cost per school or per building?
So through the chair to Senator Chavez, Yes, sir. So we are just asking for a $1 million pilot program at this time that would be focused on 5 counties, and this would allow the state to see the effectiveness of the program and then potentially scale it at a later date.
And the selection of the counties would be done based on what criteria?
So right now, sir, Mr. Chair, that is based totally just on recommendation and interest from those counties, if they're interested in participating.
Okay. Senator Romanchuk? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for being here. And I just wanted to thank you for your service. And if you don't mind, where have you been deployed?
Through the chair to Senator Romanchuk, so I worked extensively in Iraq and Syria, specifically as a fire-based commander in Raqqa and Raqqa region in Syria in the counter-ISIS fight. Additionally worked the counter-ISIS side on Iraq as well, then a few other locations in North Africa and the Gulf Arab states that I'll leave off right now.
Very good. We appreciate your service.
I just want to go back to my earlier question on the counties. So how many schools, how are you going to determine how many schools in each of the counties that are selected?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. So we believe on that program, again, there could be some variance based on the counties that are selected, but we believe we can affect about 8 to 10% of schools. And within that margin, we think the 5-county mark would hit between that 2% variance, if that makes sense. 8 to 10
schools in each county or total?
No, these would be entire county mapping projects, so extensively within, so think 5 total districts.
Right. And the pilot would extend over what period of time? And what, we have a lot of pilots that sometimes remain pilots for a long, long time. So when the pilot is completed, what criteria do you have to determine whether the pilot is over and it needs to be continued or dismantled?
Right, yes, sir. So we do have a very distinct process. There are 2 kind of, we'll call them milestones that we know when the project is complete. So typically, just for a time estimate, once we've received baseline data for and this can be, again, be conducted by any vendor, but baseline data, typically it's about a 6-month process with maps being produced between 3 and 4 months, and then final implementation out to law enforcement at 6 months. We do not consider this complete until we do have implementation, at least at a baseline, across police, fire, EMS, SWAT teams, whoever's available to receive the mapping.
Great. Sounds like a very military approach.
It is.
Great. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Senator Craig?
Sir, thank you again for your service. And I think I'll segue into this question. Perhaps this is the last question. But with regard to those counties, what is the demographics? Have you thought about that, whether it's rural, urban? What's your thought about that? Could you expand more on that?
Yes, sir. So through the chair to Senator Craig. Yes, sir. So we have not set specific criteria based on demographics or infrastructure. It was really just based on interest. We found that to conduct the pilot effectively, we need to have buy-in both on the school side and with local law enforcement. So really, as long as the parties are interested, we can work effectively and get the pilot completed so that the state can consider it more. We would be open to looking at additional criteria, though.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Senator Ingram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. First of all, thank you for your service because I've heard that. I've heard your whole list, and thank you very much for that. I didn't hear all of your testimony, but as I'm listening, I'm hearing and I see that it's the critical response group and it's very military, et cetera, et cetera. So how much work has been done? Even what schools have you spoken to about what their emergency response requirements already are? And they have teams that have been built around them that they're required to have certain things in place. What schools have you worked with to have that done already to get you to that there is a need for this? The assessment has been done that we obviously need more, or you wouldn't be proposing to do a $1 million pilot with 8 schools.
Through the chair to Senator Ingram, yes, ma'am. And that is something we take very seriously. Again, we don't want to produce a product that is not filling a necessary gap. Coming from the Department of Defense, I care a lot about how resources are expended, as you might understand. So we've worked at 17,000 K-12 schools, actually more than that nationally now. We've also reviewed extensively after-action reviews from everything from Uvalde to Sandy Hook, going all the way back to Columbine. And through all of those, and specifically those 3, very prominently, the absence of effective mapping affected those responses every time. Sometimes mapping was inaccessible. Sometimes it was inaccurate. In the case of Uvalde, that directly affected the tactical team's response as they attempted to approach a barricaded shooter. So this is something we've seen, again, going all the way back to 1999, and unfortunately, it just has not been addressed. And within Ohio, ma'am, specifically, we worked in 9 different counties at this point.
Like I said, if I may, Mr. Chair, that there are certain requirements that every district has in every region, and so I would suggest if you haven't checked what that is, as a matter of fact, we just added something new as to their requirements for the emergency plan, the location of AEDs and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure that we're assessing what is needed to be done and not just creating something on top of it.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
top of what already exists.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there are 11 different components, and that's based on what reviewing the school's emergency action plans are based on. And specifically, like you mentioned, there are specific items, including AEDs and other items that are mentioned within the amendment that have to be marked. And that's the standardization piece. Again, this mapping only works if it's effective where every first responder looks at it and they know what they're looking at, depending on which school they're going to.
So you're responding to, you're accounting for the execution by first responders. How do you incorporate resource officers who are in the school itself?
Mr. Chair, yes, very good point. So we look at it, about 95% of that response is going to start outside the school and move in. But for the staff and facility managers, and specifically the SRO, they are at ground zero, so to speak. So if we think of it as a triad, that SRO may be the one making a call, maybe a school administrator, that goes to your dispatcher sitting in the public safety answering point, and then that's going to your first responders. So we have the connection of 3 points who are all looking at the same sheet of music, and then they can effectively coordinate a response based on, again, looking at that same graphic. So the SRO, we view this as critical for the SRO, to have this in multiple locations. Right. This is how that's going to reduce that response time to initial location. I'd like to reference the recent shooting that occurred in Madison. Responders were able to make it in the scene, I believe, in under 3 minutes, and specifically using our CRGs, which if you've looked at after-action reviews for these types of events, under 3 minutes is very, very fast, especially for an external response.
Okay. Yes, Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that comment. I guess I understand what you're saying, what you're getting at. I'm just keep wondering because we have the Department of Homeland Security, you know, at the state level, and then when you get to the county levels, you, as we talked, I said earlier, but you have the EMS, which also should have, and that's what I'm saying should have. So I'm not exactly sure how your product will fit into the structure that's already there, as well as when you go from the county to the actual school districts. So can you, I mean, I understand the tactical and things like that, but the actual operation. So you're saying that you would like to just have a pilot to roll out here in the state of Ohio. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the senator, yes, ma'am. So the pilot, again, as you said, and you know, if I had more time, I would explain that more, ma'am. But like for instance, with the public safety answering point or a dispatch center, we're going to ask that dispatch center, which computer-aided dispatch system are you using? And the mapping product goes into that. Again, this is agnostic of even just our company. But under this standard, you know, and I know it's 2025, so we all think software first. This is not software. This is just talking about the mapping data. So under this amendment, the mapping data will go into whatever system's already being used, if that's dispatch, if it's EMS like you're talking about, and specifically at the facilities too. The reality is that, especially in this environment, there is no chance that police, fire, EMS, tactical teams, and our schools are all going to be on the same app or piece of software. That's why the mapping needs to be agnostic to that and go into whatever systems are in place. Did I effectively answer the question?
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
You actually did, but it adds to me, it's again another application when the state has been working very hard to, like with our MARC system and our other systems, to deal not only with the emergency of a potential shooting, but just in general responding to any type of emergency. So I think this is something that we can explore and more. So I'm not like totally, I'm just kind of just have a lot of questions. But I do thank you for bringing it because it is another tool that we can use. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Have you attempted to get any grants from the Attorney General's office or other sources besides the general fund?
Mr. Chair, not yet. From what I understand, this will be a sub-item under the Center for School Safety.
Right, okay. All right. No other questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Now we have Rebecca Johnson, who is representing herself. And coming up next will be John Honeck. Welcome to committee.
Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on HB 96 and the education budget. I am not representing, you're like, yay. I'm not representing anyone but myself. I'm a Xavier University history professor. My husband says I can represent him too. He's an obstetrician gynecologist at Good Samaritan Hospital in Cincinnati. We are just Ohio parents, and we are Ohio voters, born and bred in Ohio, and both of us received a great public education, school education in Ohio as well. We actually live in the Wyoming City School District that is outside of Cincinnati, and our 2 children went through the public schools there, K through 12. This district's tax base is 96% residential, so families, not industry, bear the burden of funding our schools. In fact, our only industry is the waterworks, which the city runs. We always pass our operating levies and our bond levies and our income tax levies. We are proud to support these public schools in Wyoming. Our son, thanks to a good public education in Wyoming and Miami University, is an attorney today, and our daughter is a first grade teacher. But we must have state funding to continue to be excellent. We have received $5.9 million annually from the state, and that's been flatlined since 2019. Our district has relied on the promise of the Fair School Funding Plan, which I understand is transparent, student-centered, and predictable. It was a good plan, and it was bipartisan, and we don't understand that's why it's not being followed today. And I won't even talk about the cost balance cap, since you've heard all about that. And I'll just say that it doesn't seem like it works for planning ahead for any school district. All day long, I have been hearing, this is my first Senate Finance or any committee hearing, and I have been hearing testimonies and questions and responses from these committee members, including a dedication to the Ohio workforce. Well, where does that workforce come from? It comes from our public schools. And they need good education in order to be a good workforce. And I've heard that Ohio parents should have more control over their child's education and its funding. But taking money away from 90% of parents in Ohio and giving it to 10% of parents, or giving it back in like tax relief, that does not empower most of the parents in Ohio, where 90% of Ohio's children are public school educated. When 500 out of the 600 districts in Ohio will be hobbled and punished and starved for funds because of the state budget, this proposed state budget, almost all of Ohio's children are going to hurt. I can't imagine, and I know you don't want the children in your districts to be hurt. I certainly don't want that for the children in mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. Next is John Honeck, and Jared Christian will be coming up next. Welcome to committee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is John Honeck, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Job and Family Services Directors Association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide interested party testimony on House Bill 96 from the county perspective. We are deeply concerned about the changes that House Bill 96 makes to the reporting requirements for non-elderly SNAP recipients. These changes create a significant unfunded mandate on counties and would require additional county caseworkers to administer. Under the bill, we can no longer use our current practice called simplified reporting, which establishes a 6-month recertification process. Currently, between 6-month recertifications, recipients are mandated to report to the county JFS when a change in circumstance affects eligibility. If they do not report, counties will learn of the change through system alerts or at the 6-month recertification, at which time the individual will have an overpayment, which they must pay back, and they will lose eligibility. Clients are well educated on these requirements and work proactively to avoid overpayments. The bill prevents Ohio from using either simplified reporting or quarterly reporting, and instead mandates monthly reporting by non-elderly SNAP households. This means a monthly recalculation of benefits and re-verification of eligibility by the county JFS. Non-elderly SNAP recipients would have to report all sources of income and changes in household expenses. Reporting must occur even with minor changes or no changes. Ohio has not operated its program in this manner for roughly 2 decades, when it changed to the current method. Simplified reporting is used by the majority of states. This provision requires substantial extra administrative work without improvements to program integrity, and counties will need additional caseworkers. Using a best-case scenario assumption that a monthly interaction would only take 20 minutes of a caseworker's time, we estimate it will require an additional 1.4 million hours of work annually. Nearly 900 county caseworkers would have to be hired at a cost of $66 million, split 50-50 between the state and federal government. Separately, ODJFS has estimated the mailing costs associated with this monthly reporting would be $1.3 million per month. And system benefits to Ohio Benefits IT system would also be a cost to the state. These costs also have to be considered in light of proposed changes to the way the SNAP program will be financed at the federal level. And I see my time is running out, but there are major changes being potentially considered at the federal level that would add extra cost to the way our program would work. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Jared Christian, and Benjamin Robinson will be following. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. It's been a long day.
We're only halfway through.
Yeah, you'll get there. I have faith. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jared Christian. I'm a father, a veteran, and a product of Ohio's schools, public schools. I grew up in rural Ohio, as the gentleman said earlier, often couch surfing through Appalachia, where I'm from. I grew up in a working poor family, and school wasn't just where I learned. It was where I ate. It was where I felt safe, and it was where I was given a shot at something greater. I owe everything to those who believe every child deserves opportunity, and parts of House Bill 96 take those opportunities away. It shifts public money into private hands, placing a corporate tax man between our children and their future. It makes their chance in life dependent on someone else turning a profit. This bill places schools that serve every child with private programs. This bill replaces schools that serve every child with private programs that don't answer to the public and don't serve the community as a whole. There's a quote from Stephen Jay Gould, who studied Einstein's brain. He said that I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talent have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. And that's what this bill risks, brilliance left behind, not because they lack talent, but because we failed them. I doubt that any of us dreamed growing up that we would take away opportunity from children, and yet here we are, considering a bill that would do exactly that. Every child deserves to feel safe, valued, and seen. This bill says that some are worth the investment and some aren't, because private schools don't have to accept everyone. And when we say that to children, out loud or through legislation, they hear it and they know. We can't let private interests walk away with our children's futures in their pockets. Public education isn't a burden. It's a promise that where you're born doesn't decide what you're worth or what you can become. So please revise the budget portion of the education bill in House Bill 96 and fully fund our public schools. Protect the promise of a brighter future. I'll end with the words of Mr. Rogers. It's great to be able to stop when you've planned something that's wrong and be able to do something else instead. And this bill is wrong, but you can stop. You can do something else. And what a good feeling that would be, not just for you, but for every child who sees you choose differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? I have one question relative to some of your testimony.
Yes, sir.
So for schools on the private side,
yes,
there are students who are using the Ed Choice Scholarship program here. So for parents who decide that the public school is not doing the job that they expect,
yes,
in terms of their delivering quality education to their children, do you not believe that they should have the opportunity to go someplace else?
Absolutely, they should.
Okay.
But we don't build private parks if you don't like the public park. We don't purchase someone a new private car if they don't like their car. We talk a lot about parental choice, but we often ignore the basics of parental responsibility. I have a son, and he is in 4th grade, and he reads at a 6th grade level, and next year he's doing advanced math. He's doing 2 years squashed into one. Why? Because I sit down with him at the computer. I sit down with him with a book, and we read and we talk. I can't say that every parent has time for that because we see that things are difficult. Life is difficult. I grew up in a difficult way. But
you do believe in parental choice for education, particularly if a school is not serving the needs of the student.
I believe that if we have public schools, we can reevaluate leadership, reevaluate teachers or their pay, or figure out what's going wrong.
We have major public schools in Ohio that have been failing for as long as I can remember. And we continue to spend a lot of money, and students are moving away from them and going someplace else because
Certainly.
they have the choice to do so.
Did we hear earlier, though, that Ohio used to be 4th in public education, and now we're 38th? And how long a time?
Well, we're not happy with the results that we're seeing in test
Certainly.
scores, for sure.
I can certainly agree with that. But
okay.
what do we do? Why would we take funding from something that we feel is failing rather than just evaluate the programs that they offer or the way that they're implemented?
Where I come from in the Cleveland City Schools, they've been doing that for decades. And they've been reevaluating and trying different things, and yet they're one of the most, if not the most expensive school system in Ohio. And so sometimes they just don't work for any number of reasons, and parents in Cleveland should have a choice of taking their kids to a parochial school or some other private enterprise. We owe it to the students to let them get a quality education wherever they have to go.
No, I certainly agree with that, but I don't feel like I should pay for it.
Okay, but the parents are paying taxes as well, so.
It's because we all live in society together,
Yes.
right? And we're all responsible to make sure that when your child grows up next to mine, that mine is good and yours is good.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your coming to testify, and of course, humble means and the whole notion that public education versus private education, and unfortunately, we've turned it into a versus, and it should not be. People do make choice. They've been making choices for many, many years. We did not have vouchers until 1999, 1997. So those options were not there, and even then, they weren't there open for everyone. And I assure you that many people still sent their children to private institutions. The question becomes, is that though scores have not been good, would you say that there are people who may not have scored well that are still doing well as citizens in the United States, or all over Ohio, and all over the United States in whatever endeavor they've taken on, and that their score in high school did not dictate how they turned out?
Excuse me for just a moment. The Senate will stand at ease. Sorry, please go ahead.
It's okay.
Would you like the senator to repeat her question?
Oh, I got it. I remember it. Thank you. It is obviously only anecdotal evidence, but I believe I graduated high school with a 1.6 GPA. Afterward, I joined the military. My first couple of years, I was a flight deck fueler on an aircraft carrier during Operation Iraqi Freedom. My last 3 years, I became a meteorologist and oceanographer. I was able to bypass a secondary school that would have taken months of training to become a forecaster. I am currently, without a college degree, a software engineer. So I believe that your scores in school do not dictate who you are or what you can achieve. I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but I think I'm doing fairly well.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Well, for sure. Thank you very much. Benjamin Robinson, and Benjamin will be followed by Eli Faze. Is Eli here? Yes, okay. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Serino, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 96. I am Ben Robinson, Health Commissioner of the Wood County Health Department, and I also currently serve as the President of the Association of Ohio Health Commissioners, or AOHC. AOHC represents all of Ohio's local health districts. As you continue your review of Ohio House Bill 96, we ask you to consider the following provisions. First, the Public Health Lab. The Public Health Laboratory is a critical partner to hospitals, law enforcement, and local health departments for a variety of lab testing. One key example of the lab's work is rabies testing. A series of expensive shots is the only way to prevent death after exposure to rabies. On average, it costs between $5,000 and $8,000 to complete the series, and it must be started within 7 to 10 days after exposure. The Public Health Lab is the only lab in Ohio that does rabies testing, and sending samples out of state would threaten receiving results outside the 7 to 10 day window. In 2024, the lab processed 3,446 rabies samples, and 43 of them were positive. Quick in-state testing meant the human contacts of the other 3,400 animals did not have to begin the expensive shot series, saving Ohio citizens an estimated $12.8 million in direct costs in 2024 alone. And those are savings just from the rabies program exclusively. We ask that you support Governor DeWine's requested investment in the Public Health Lab by adding $9.9 million in fiscal year 26 and $14.8 million in fiscal year 27. This investment pales in comparison to the increased costs that Ohioans will bear if we lose the support the lab provides. Help Me Grow is our second item to highlight. Governor DeWine's budget included $22.5 million in the Help Me Grow line item in fiscal year 27 to expand the evidence-based program Family Connects to all 88 counties in Ohio. The House removed this appropriation, and we ask you to restore it. Numerous health departments provide home visiting services. These cost-effective programs have resulted in improved health outcomes for mothers and babies and saved communities money by reducing 911 calls and EMS runs. In 2022, 1 in 10 new mothers did not have a postpartum visit at all. Lack of follow-up after birth can have dire consequences for mom and newborns. However, one community that had public health nursing services had a follow-up visit in with a postpartum mom and found that she had low blood pressure and a high heart rate. While performing the assessment, they also found that there was more bleeding than normal. The nurse advised that she go to the ER if the bleeding didn't stop, and the mother did, which led to her having life-saving surgery to remove a retained placenta. Expanding home visiting to all counties will extend its benefits to families throughout Ohio and give every community their own success stories. In addition to this, our written testimony includes some other priorities, which I'll quickly cover. We ask that you restore the prosecutor on the County Budget Commission. We ask that you restore the rules requiring soil evaluation before installation of home septic systems. LHDs or local health districts can already and do waive those provisions when we have adequate information on soils already. We ask that you restore funding for the Lead Safe Home Fund and the Lead Abatement Program to address lead poisoning in children. And finally, we ask that you restore proposed language on solid waste and construction and demolition debris fees that would ensure the effective management of landfills across Ohio. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eli Faze, and next will be Nicole Marshall. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Eli Faze, and I'm the Public Policy Director for Leading Edge Ohio, a mission-driven nonprofit association representing nearly 400 members that serve older Ohioans across the Buckeye State. And we also support the PACE Association of Ohio, which you heard about earlier from Patrick Schwartz. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today about some of the changes that we'd like to see in the substitute version of House Bill 96. Updating Ohio's PDPM case mix adjustment. As mandated by CMS, the state of Ohio is making the transition to a new Medicaid reimbursement formula called the Patient-Driven Payment Model, or PDPM. PDPM is made up of 5 subparts: nursing, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, and non-therapy ancillary, and was developed for use with the short-term Medicare population. The Executive and House budgets propose the simplest method, relying on just one of those 5 measures of the PDM, nursing. We suggest using 3 of the 5 components of PDM and determining the new case mix score rather than 1. While we agree that the nursing component is the most important, there are 2 other components that also drive costs to a lesser extent. Individuals with dementia and cognitive impairment require more time for feeding and behavioral management, and the speech-language pathology score captures these individuals. Additionally, the non-therapy ancillary component captures individuals with conditions like diabetes. We propose a blend of 70% nursing, 20% speech-language pathology, and 10% non-therapy ancillary to more accurately capture the cost drivers for the Medicaid population, and there is an amendment that has been submitted that accomplishes this in a budget-neutral way. Private rooms. In the last biennium, the legislature approved the creation of an add-on payment for private rooms, which enhance individual dignity and are a key measure for infection prevention and control. However, the House made changes to the private room add-on that we believe misses the mark. The House proposed to cap the total number of private rooms at 15,000, even though currently over 28,000 have been approved by Medicaid. And instead of a room cap, there's a dollar amount cap of $160 million currently. It is our belief that the House intended to maintain the previous budget's investments in private rooms while restructuring the way the spending is controlled. So for this reason, we support either raising the number of rooms from 15,000 to 30,000 to capture that already approved 28,000, or reverting to the current language. Environmental quality, and man, I'm running out of time here. The capital portion of the reimbursement formula is long overdue as being restructured. It's based on 2014 dollars, so we would like to see a proposal that takes a look at this to see how that is funded in the future. You heard a little bit about hospice pass-through payments. Hospices are only paid 95% for nursing home care under the current model. Lisa Von Lemden yesterday testified to this. We'd like to see that at least increased, if not 100%, then 96, 97% if possible. Finally, we'd like to see direct care workers added to the IMAP program, the Individual Micro-Credential Assistance Program, to help fill that pipeline. And then you heard about the Ohio Housing Trust Fund earlier. We'd like to see that restored as well.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Great. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next is Nicole Marshall, and she will be followed by Dr. Paul Imhoff. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you, Senator Craig, and also Senator Brenner as 2 of the 4 state senators that cover various parts of our school district. My name is Nicole Marshall. I'm the Treasurer and CFO for Westerville City Schools. With me today is our Board President, Kristy Meyer, and our Superintendent, Angie Hamberg. We educate nearly 15,000 students that include 16% special education, 23% gifted education, 11% English learners, and over 43% economically disadvantaged. The majority of our revenue is from local property taxes. We are not on the 20 mil floor. We are subject to House Bill 920's reduction factors. We do not have a school district income tax. Our general fund balance grew to our careful approach to increase costs and our strategic use of ESSER dollars from the federal government, even while we saw state funding cuts during the pandemic. We felt a levy in 2011 and have to shift the payroll date from June to July because of cash flow issues. We also ended up gutting across our district, lots of programs, including our middle schools. Up until 2019, some of our middle school students saw 2 to 3 study halls per day due to the lack of available courses. We've worked hard to build our programs back up, now offering electives like engineering extreme, medical detectives, and we've also seen the overall needs of our students grow significantly. We filed a levy this past November. We're not yet eligible for the state's facilities funding. We have over $25 million in credits through the Expedited Local Partnership Program that we've not received funding for. We'd intended to use a portion of our cash balance to offset our bond ask from our community. But since we failed the levy and we need those operational dollars, we had to move that money back to help cover our deficit that we had in our general fund to be able to address our long-term contracts. We've reduced over 30 jobs next school year, 30 positions in our district. We've also delayed curriculum and technology updates, among other things, to try to close that gap. The state's share of funding for our students has dropped by 20% since 2021. Our district this year lost $4 million in state funding because our local capacity was updated in the funding formula, but the cost inputs weren't updated to go along with that. At the same time, we gained over 100 students on the funding formula. I worked for the Auditor's State's Office for a long time during the Great Recession of 2008. I worked with local governments and public schools on fiscal watch and emergency projects. Public schools were criticized for not having adequate reserves to weather economic downturns. We are asking that you eliminate the cap provision that the House added, keep the Fair School Funding Plan, do not decrease the state's share of funding for our students, use current data for inflationary costs, increase special education funding, and ensure no unfunded mandates on public education. I also have included several attachments to illustrate various points of my testimony that I'd love for you guys to take a look at if you have time. Specifically, we have the recommendations from the Joint Committee on Property Tax Review and Reform that doesn't include the 30% cap, and I know we have some members on this committee that served on that joint committee as well. Also, there's a brief from Standard & Poor's talking about Ohio's property tax reform conversation and how that's going to impact bond rates in the future. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks all three of you for coming. Question, Senator Ingram.
Thank you. And you just mentioned something that I think people tend to overlook. Your bond rating, if the raters are concerned with certain things, what they do is add them in as red flags. Can you help explain not having, and this whole conversation in Ohio is having on the bond ratings and future dollars for your district, or for all of the districts?
Yes, through Chair Serino to Senator Ingram. Thank you for that question. So if you look at my attachments, I have a slide from the S&P member brief. I have it labeled as G for you to easily find it. But they wrote in this member brief that was released in March of 2025 that says, in response to double-digit appraisal increases, state legislators are exploring property tax reform legislation potentially leading to reduced property revenues for school districts, which can materially affect our view of school districts' institutional framework and revenue and expenditure balance. They are looking very closely at what the state is doing around the property tax review conversation. And I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this brief did come out recently.
What is the outstanding bonding that you have right now?
I'm sorry.
How much do you have bonded right now in the system? You have bonds.
Oh, thank you for the question, Chair Serino. How much do we have in outstanding bonds?
Yes.
So we just issued $103 million in bonds in 2019. And I think we currently have probably another, I want to say 20 million from an older bond issue.
Was this a campus replacement pretty much, or at that level?
Thank you for the question again. We had experienced significant growth over a decade. Also with the changing demographics of some of our students and the specialized learning classrooms that I also have an illustration for if you'd like to look at it. We had to add new buildings, so we added a new elementary school and a new middle school as part of our 2019 bond issue. The bond issue in 2024 was to address, so we had a master's facility plan, a 10-year facilities plan. The bond issue in 2024 was to address the needs of some of our older buildings that we had and to help us modernize them to today's standards. We still had classrooms, some schools that didn't have walls in the classrooms. Right now we have 2 gymnasiums that don't have walls in 2 of our elementary schools, and we are required to use those as polling locations. And so that's a safety concern for some of our parents coming in.
And just roughly, I know you probably don't have the exact number, but in annual debt service for your bonds, what is that number?
Our annual debt service payment is about $7 million.
A year?
A year, yeah.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you for the time.
Dr. Paul Imhoff, come on up. Welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 96. My name is Paul Imhoff with the Buckeye Association of School Administrators. We represent Ohio's public school superintendents and other senior level administrators. We appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on the budget. If I could at the beginning just share 2 quick words of thanks. First of all, I want to thank each of you and your colleagues who had to step out for your service on this committee. You've had 3 long days. You're coming back tomorrow on Friday. So I just wanted to thank you for that. Also wanted to thank the governor and the House for a number of policy provisions that the governor proposed and the House maintained in the as-passed House version. I have those listed in my testimony, and we believe those will be good for education in Ohio. I did want to talk about a couple of things which will not be a surprise to you. First, I would like to talk about the funding formula. As you know, the current version of the budget has a bridge formula in place. While we are very thankful for the House's additional investment in education, we continue to advocate for an operational funding formula that enables us to plan responsibly and meet the diverse needs of all students. We do believe the Fair School Funding Formula represents our best path forward, and we also understand and acknowledge that modifications and updates are needed to adapt to our evolving budgetary and educational landscape. I would like to thank Senator Blessing and Senator Brenner and Senator Ingram, all in the Education Committee, who I know have been working towards that end. Would also like to talk about the carryover balance cap. That is a key provision that's on the minds of superintendents. You've already heard a lot about that. This policy will deplete carryover balances with no regard for their planned use, and it'll reduce property tax rates for 1 year while raising property tax rates in the following year. Homeowners are going to be confused by the ups and downs. We're going to have fluctuating escrow accounts. Districts who are not on the 20 mil floor are going to be forced to go to the ballot more often. We also have many districts who have been saving money over years for planned facilities projects, and those funds would be liquidated, and they would be forced to go back to their taxpayers. So there are a number of unintended consequences, and while we can't support the proposal in its current form, we also wanted to come with some ideas. And so I offered a couple of ideas in our testimony, and you can see those there. Also wanted to mention that there are a couple of simulations attached to my testimony about property tax rates and what will happen with cash balances under House Bill 96. That is the end of my time. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'd be happy to take your questions.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Ingram?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a superintendent, despite the fact that the treasurers are separate here in Ohio, as far as reporting responsibilities to the board, it's still an interesting kind of structure that we have. How are you working, or how have you worked closely with the auditors as far as those levy receipts and things of that nature that you use or are allowed to use in advance for your financial planning for even the 5-year forecast? Or if you come to an emergency, you can work with the auditor to be able to say, okay, can we have an advance on those monies that we have already there? Will this change the ability to have that happen?
Through the chair and to the senator, I think, as most of you are aware, the state auditor has recently put out what they call their new FHIs, which are financial health indicators for all of our public schools. And how that's working is, as soon as the annual state audit is complete, then the state auditor's office is issuing these FHIs. One of the key areas of that is the size of your cash balance, because the state auditor sees that as a key signal, just like the rating agencies do, of the financial health of the district. So we are very concerned about the flexibility in districts if we start to erode our cash balances. And so we think there are many unintended consequences, especially while we're in uncertain economic times.
If I may?
Follow up?
Thank you. So with the state situation, it's you're absolutely right. It'll be crazy as it is. But also with your local auditor, it will make changes there also as far as how you will interact as to what kind of transactions you can have in the future with possibly additional dollars that you may need in advance of the collection.
Through the vice chair to the senator, yes, I believe you are correct.
Senator Manning.
Thank you for your testimony and thanks for everything you do. Quick question, and maybe I just don't understand this well enough, but some of your members have, they're certainly not advocating for anybody to lose any money, but, they're strong advocates of the fair school funding formula. They said if we need to make cuts, maybe something that we should do is what the governor did and get rid of the guarantees. Now, we've had some members come in today saying that they're a growing school district, they're on a guarantee. Can you just kind of explain the guarantees and how some school districts that are on that are losing kids while others are gaining?
Through the vice chair and to the senator, I think one of the misunderstandings around guarantees is that guarantees are about funding empty desks. And that is at best an incomplete understanding. That is a portion of it, and there are certainly parts of the guarantees that do that. But we've seen a growing number of schools on the guarantee, and the main reason for that has been the explosion in the valuations across Ohio, which has driven the state share down and that local share up. And so that has driven more and more districts onto the guarantee. And so we do have growing districts who are also on the guarantee. And that's why this has been a difficult conversation. So are you for fair school funding or are you for the guarantees? And I don't think it's that easy. We are definitely for fair school funding. Again, it was a bipartisan plan. It is based upon what it actually costs to educate a kid. And the plan always was not to start to remove the guarantees until we had fully implemented fair school funding. And we're just not there yet.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rosa Beltry with the Ohio Alliance to End Sexual Violence. On deck will be David Corey. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rosa Beltray. I am the President and CEO of the Ohio Alliance to End Sexual Violence, OASV. We are the only statewide coalition dedicated exclusively to supporting survivors of sexual violence and advancing prevention efforts across all 88 counties in Ohio. First, I also want to acknowledge and express deep appreciation to the General Assembly, the Attorney General's office, and the governor for ongoing investment in rape crisis services in Ohio. Your continued partnership has been critical, not only for sustainability of these programs, but also for the safety, healing, and dignity of survivors across our state. House Bill 96 represents a vital step forward in ensuring that survivors are never alone, not during their most traumatic moments and not in their long journeys towards healing. Since the creation of the rape crisis line item in 2013, we've expanded direct support services from 42 to 78 counties. And in the remaining 10 counties where no formal rape crisis centers actually exist, OASV does provide stopgap services within those communities to make sure that no one is left behind. To be clear, rape crisis centers are often the only agencies that show up in person in the middle of the night when someone has not any support and when they have just experienced sexual violence. Our centers operate 24 hours, 7 days a week. They operate hotlines, dispatch hospital advocates for forensic rape exams, and remain up lifelong after the crisis. These advocates accompany survivors to courtrooms. They help them navigate housing instability, support Title IX cases, and walk with them in their journey, whether they are assaulted yesterday, 10 years ago, this morning, or as a child. Last year alone, Ohio Rape Crisis Center hotlines responded to over 40,000 calls. Our advocates provided more than 500 hours of legal advocacy every single week. This is not theory. These are real people in your districts. They are parents, students, elders, youth, survivors who are often overlooked, and the entire communities impacted by sexual violence, because no one is exempt. And as many of you know, the primary federal funding stream for victim services, which is VOCA, or the Victims of Crime Act, has been painfully unstable. And since 2018, Ohio has seen VOCA allocation plummet from $117 million to just $26 million in 2024, which is a staggering 77% decrease. While the VOCA fix at the federal level has helped slowly, but not enough, we are still years away from full recovery. And the painful truth is that we cannot build safety, healing for survivors on the foundation that shifts with federal policies and politics and national priorities. We need state investment, period. So my ask to you today is, don't touch our funds. Don't touch the line item. The FY 24, 58% of staff positions for all of the rape crisis centers were funded through the Ohio Rape Crisis line item. That translated into services for 30,000 survivors and prevention education for more than 95,000 Ohioans, many of them youth and young adults. These are investments that not only respond to violence, but also prevent it. And this is why we respectfully urge, once again, to maintain the $15 million annual allocation in the final version of the budget, consistent with the governor's proposal and the House version. This is not just a budget line item. This is a statement of who we are as a state, who we are as a community of practice, and how seriously we take the safety and recovery of our communities. Every survivor in the state of Ohio deserves to be believed, deserves to be served. Every survivor deserves to be supported, and every community in Ohio deserves to be equipped to prevent the violence before it happens. Once again, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, your support, your time. I know that you are exhausted, but I am happy to answer any questions that you might have today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have David Corey, and then Adam Foley will be on deck. Welcome to committee. May begin when ready.
Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Minority Member Hicks Hudson, and Senate Finance Committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding one of the country's highest regarded death investigation systems, Ohio's elected county coroner system. My name is David Corey, and I've been the Executive Director of the Ohio State Coroners Association for the past 30 years. As a backdrop, we want to quickly mention that about 10 years ago, we had the distinct pleasure of making a presentation at the National Institute of Justice's Death Investigation Symposium, where almost 2/3 of all states were in attendance. After thoroughly reviewing Ohio's elected county coroner system during our 1.5-hour presentation, the attendees and NIJ director were in agreement that Ohio should be held up as the model for how death investigations should be conducted in the United States. Quote, having forensically trained, independent, county-elected physician coroners provides the most cost-effective and efficient death investigation model that we have seen, end quote, was the most frequent comment given. We come here today with a number of goals to once again explain the Office of County Coroner, answer questions, and urge you to reject the language that was inserted by the House in the Omnibus Amendment to House Bill 96 that deleted the elected county coroner and replaced it with county commissioners appointing coroners. First, ORC 313.12 states that, quote, the coroner shall be notified in case of death by violence, casualty, suicide, or suspicious or unusual manner. At that time, the coroner, using their medical and investigative knowledge and training, makes the determination if it will be a coroner case and if they will take jurisdiction. In addition to determining cause and manner of death, investigating the scene, testifying in court, interfacing with families, law enforcement, prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, etc., there are many other functions that the coroner is involved in that make it paramount that they remain an elected official because of the standing, expertise, and authority that being an elected official carries. By being an elected official, it also gives families and others involved in an untimely death the reassurances that their loved one will receive the utmost respect and thorough and unbiased investigation that they deserve. There are other duties of the coroner that often get overlooked where being an elected office holder enhances the work of these groups. Child fatality review boards, infant and maternal fatality review boards, suicide prevention task forces, drug addiction fatality task forces, trauma victims task forces, just to name a few. While it has been reported that there is an issue with finding physicians to run for the office of county coroner, we'd like to clarify. During the most recent election in 2024, there were 5 counties where a physician had to be appointed. In 2 of those counties, there were retirements during the calendar year, so they were appointed during the year by the County Party Central Committee. We recognize that perception is often reality when elected positions are not secured through the election process. Our association renews its broader education platform to better educate and ensure that Ohio voters have choice at the ballot box. Under current law, commissioners already have the authority to appoint a coroner if no one runs for office. Plus, under current law, they have the authority, if the county can't find anyone to appoint, the commissioners can contract with another county coroner to provide coroner services. Hence, commissioners already have the authority to do the 2 things they want to inflict on all counties, appoint and regionalize. There's absolutely no need for this provision to be included in 96. In fact, there's no reason to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's also no cost savings because the county will still need a qualified, trained death investigation system in the county to perform the duties, whether they be elected or appointed. The biggest effect by appointing coroners is it takes away the independence and impartiality of the death investigation. Coroners are not deemed law enforcement, nor are they part of the prosecutor's office or the commissioner's office. Ohio's elected county coroners speak for the dead and answer to the electorate, which is a vital check and balance against institutional overreach by ensuring that cause and manner of death determinations and forensic investigations are conducted impartially and without due influence. While we understand there are certain challenges in all counties...
You've gone way over. Can you just get to the wrap it up, please?
Please see the attached letter from the Ohio Council of County Officials and also an editorial by the famed forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht that explains the distinction and pitfalls of appointed versus elected coroners. We trust you will see that changing from an elected coroner system to an appointed coroner system will not solve the perceived problem. We're respectfully asking you to delete the language that would make the elected coroner system an appointed position by the commissioners all of Ohio's counties. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. And we realize that everyone's put a lot of time and effort into this, and we respect that. But we do have your written testimony that has been submitted, but we do have 20 more witnesses here. So I ask everyone to please respect the timer on that. Any questions from the committee? Senator Ingram.
I just have one. I think you probably answered most of that, and that is in regard to who would that person, if they are appointed, do you believe that the language would also say that that person could be removed by the commission at any time, which right now they cannot do?
Mr. Vice Chair, Senator, yes, that's the issue that we see here, that they could potentially just be fired for whatever reason. What sometimes happens now, believe it or not, is we do have some commissioners that once in a while call the coroner up, and if it's a family member, and it usually happens in suicide situations, the commissioner will call up the coroner and say, hey, please do us a favor, don't rule this a suicide. That's problematic for obvious reasons. Or if there's a member of the community that's well known, sometimes the commissioner will call and say, hey, you know, can you not rule this as a suicide because it could be detrimental? That happens right now. So if the coroner is appointed, what happens if they say, no, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to be ethical? They could be fired. That's not right.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Foley with the Tri-State First Responder Peer Support Team, and then on deck is Melcy Wells. Welcome to the committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. So good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee, Vice Chair Chavez, and Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson. My name is Amy Foley, and I am the Executive Director of the Tri-State First Responder Peer Support Team. Thank you for allowing me to testify about the state budget and our inclusion in the current budget. My written statement does offer a glimpse of the many ways we have impacted the community with the funding you all gave us last year. Part of our oversight is I have an advisory committee. Chief Alan Walls is part of that committee, and he wanted to say something today, if that is okay with you.
As long as he fills out a witness slip. Yeah.
Oh, he did not.
He could do it after.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and the rest of the committee for allowing me to speak. As Amy said, my name's Alan. I'm the Fire Chief in Corning Township, and I serve on the advisory board for the Tri-State Peer Support Team. The state funding that we're requesting has a direct impact on first responders, and mentally fit first responders have a positive impact on the communities they serve. They're better problem solvers, they're better at diffusing situations, and they're better at saving lives. And this money addresses all realms of public safety: police, fire, EMS, dispatch, and corrections. Our team's impacted over 1,000 first responders and touched over 100 different departments. We estimate the impact to be almost 1.5 million community members served by those first responders and departments. Strengthening first responder mental health maintains their ability to serve our communities at a high level. Take a moment then to think about the courage it takes for a first responder to call a peer or Amy. In fact, she just took a phone call out in the hallway less than an hour and a half ago, or a clinician to ask for help. And the reason for that is we've changed the stigma. The culture has changed, and we've done that through the Tri-State Peer Support Team. It used to be everybody stood around and said, I'm okay, but you know what? We weren't. And many suffered in silence. I myself, after an incident in 2008 in Corning Township. Now then, when a first responder reaches out to ask for help, our team is there offering a peer support connection, responding to a crisis, and vetting clinical care to make sure it is culturally competent. Our team approach showcases our trauma-informed care methodology, educates and prepares departments so they can take care of their employees. Can you imagine then what our collective efforts will impact in 2 years? Data collection, process for accessing care, trainings developed, first responder lives saved, the cost returned to the communities. Your investment of $200,000 will be given back if one 10-year veteran of the fire service is kept on the job. The cost to replace one firefighter with 10 years of service is approximately $200,000. I believe it to be the best $200,000 we could spend. We know we will save more than one firefighter and keep him and her on the job. As I see that my time is running out, I respectfully thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator Hicks Hudson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you so very much for being here. I just wanted to say, thank you for doing the work that you do, because it is something that we don't have any idea the stress of that you have on you. There are first responders, firefighters in my district that are looking to do exactly the same thing that you're talking about. So can you just talk, I know you in your testimony, and we don't have a lot of time, but can you just talk very briefly about the stress that comes about, not only, you're high up in the ranks right now, but going to an emergency and coming back and having to deal with it?
Sure, and I'll keep that testimony short. And I can speak reference this incident in 2008. So in 2008, we had a captain and a firefighter fall into a basement in Corning Township and die in the line of duty. I was at that incident. And for approximately the next 10 years, under what many would deem to be a lot of success, promotions, executive fire officer program, a master's degree in organizational leadership, I was running from blame and shame and sorrow and regret. And it oftentimes manifested itself in being absent from home, go to work, stay busy. When I was home, being silent, and sometimes anger and rage. And most people look at us as machines, and we're anything other than a machine. We're human beings. And from my perspective, if we can keep one person from suffering through what many of us suffered through with that incident, it's a win. Thank you.
Senator Ingram.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I do have a comment, though. You probably should have heard my sponsor testimony yesterday for my EIQ bill that I've been trying to have into first responders for the last 3 GAs. So with your doing that, we're going to take some of that money from mental health that's just floating around and make sure we get it all done. So thank you.
Yeah, we actually stopped by your office and talked to your aide, and she's sending us some information.
Any other questions? No, and we do thank you and all the other first responders.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Melcy Wells with Warren Local Schools, and then Michelle Merkel's on deck. Welcome to committee. May begin when ready.
All right. Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you so much for letting me testify today. My name is Melcy Wells. I'm the Treasurer CFO for Warren Local. With me is Kyle Newton. He's the Superintendent for Warren Local. Warren is a school district in western Washington County. We're 196 square miles, so we're very rural, giving us some unique challenges. We have 2,100 students, and we operate on one single campus. The 30% carryover balance provision would have great impact to Warren. When I started at Warren 17 years ago, the district was in fiscal caution due to low cash balances. As part of that designation, the district was required to submit a recovery plan to the Department of Ed, how we would remedy that cash balance. I would like to propose that a similar system be applied to higher cash balances. As a public school district CFO, I take seriously the necessity to provide transparency, and I think that's true both when the cash balances are low and when they're high. Requiring districts to plan based on their own local needs what they're going to do with higher cash balances is not only good financial policy, but good governance. Warren Local has kept their cash balance at a reasonable, as determined locally, percentage to meet the obligations of the district, stay off the ballot for new money, and remain fiscally and financially prudent to taxpayers. Capping cash balances would undercut responsible financial planning and could increase long-term costs for both school districts and local taxpayers. I'd also like to advocate today for the Fair School Funding Plan, which you've heard a lot about today, and feel that keeping it in place with updated inputs allows school districts to work with known state funding that we can use for good financial decisions. In addition, our district proudly started the CEP program this year, which gives free lunch and breakfast to all students. And when students no longer have to worry about lunch, they perform better. And part of that program being a success this year has been our DPIA funding. So that's why we would advocate for DPIA funding to continue to be funded. In a rural school district like ours, economic hardship is a daily reality for many families, and every dollar in DPIA funding will help close those gaps. Thank you for your consideration today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for persevering.
All right, thank you.
And for being brief.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Merkel, Junior Achievement of Eastern Ohio, a student. Maybe not. Good. Welcome to committee. May we begin when ready.
Good afternoon. Chair Serino, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Michelle Merkel. I am proud president of Eastern Ohio Junior Achievement. For over 28 years, I've witnessed the transformational impact Junior Achievement has on the lives of our young people across Eastern Ohio. I respectfully urge your support for the funding outlined in House Bill 96. This investment strengthens Junior Achievement's statewide presence and directly fuels our mission to build Ohio's future workforce and keep our young talent here at home. Junior Achievement achieves this through experiential learning programs in financial literacy, work and career readiness, and entrepreneurship. These programs don't just teach concepts, they immerse students into the real-life scenarios that prepare them for adulthood and employment in Ohio's economy. Junior Achievement employs a pathway approach beginning in kindergarten through 12th grade, providing sustained age-appropriate learning that builds critical life and workforce skills over time. Unlike subjects like math and reading, students rarely receive consistent education in money, jobs, or business. Yet these are the areas that they'll navigate every day as an adult. Junior Achievement fills this gap and equips students with the tools to thrive. Our volunteers, many from Ohio businesses, offer not only instruction, but also mentorship, helping students understand the connection between education and future career opportunities. This exposure inspires students to pursue meaningful careers right here in Ohio, contributing to a stronger economy and addressing the state's workforce shortage. We are proud that Junior Achievement of Eastern Ohio received the Ohio Treasurer's Compass Award for Excellence in Financial Literacy, and we've grown our student reach by over 50% since the last state investment. We also played a vital role in helping districts meet Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 17 mandates to financial literacy and free market principles. Junior achievement isn't just education, it's economic development. It is a proven strategy for preparing Ohio students to become Ohio's workforce. Thank you for your time and support of our students and our Ohio's future.
Thank you for your testimony. And it looks like we have two junior achievement students coming up next, so we'll hold questions till after. So are you Hunter?
I'm Deontay.
Okay, Deontay. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and member of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Deontay Slappy, and I am a student at East Liverpool High School in Columbiana County. I am here to ask the Senate to support junior achievement funding in House Bill 96 and tell you how investing in junior achievement can shape Ohio's future workforce. I want to thank Junior Achievement for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today about how their program has positively impacted my life. Junior Achievement, or JA, has been tremendous, and I couldn't be more thankful for the opportunities it has brought. The opportunity I'm most excited for is getting to go to Georgia State University in Atlanta for 5 days to compete in the JA Titan Challenge against schools from across the country. The JA Titan Challenge is a national competition for high school students where we get to experience what it's like to be business CEOs. We will engage in decision-making, planning, and making a profit firsthand. I'm excited to meet and compete with other students and teachers from across the country, as well as business leaders who work with JA. I'm looking forward to traveling to Georgia, not only for the competition, but also to explore a new state I haven't visited before. I know I will gain valuable experiences, especially since I will be there with my partner Hunter and my teacher, Mr. Nizer, who are both here today. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity provided by Junior Achievement. Our Junior Achievement program will also let you know how our teams perform in the Titan Challenge. The funding in JA in House Bill 96 is critical to help maintain the impact of JA to other students like me across the state. These opportunities have opened a whole new world of career possibilities and potential. When I first learned about JA, I wasn't sure if I could or wanted to participate. However, Mr. Nizer taught me entrepreneurial skills and showed me that I can build my own company. Now I am fully invested in it, and experience has been tremendous. I fully support Junior Achievement and recommend other students should participate too so they can acquire different skills for their future success and learn about career paths that they never thought they could do before. The opportunities have been very beneficial not only now, but for the future, and I couldn't be any more thankful for participating in Junior Achievement through my school. Thank you for supporting Junior Achievement and for allowing me to speak today.
Great job, and we do look forward to hearing how the competition went.
Thank you.
So, Hunter? Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Hunter Stell, and I'm a student at East Liverpool High School. I'm here to ask for support in funding Junior Achievement in House Bill 96 and share how impactful it has been in my life. Like my teammate Deontay, I competed in the Junior Achievement Titan Challenge at Youngstown State University, and I have the opportunity to compete in the national competition in Atlanta, Georgia. While Deontay explained what the challenge involves, I'm going to share some of the lessons we learned from competing. Through the Titan Challenge, we learned that running a business requires understanding the pros and cons of our decisions. We calculate how to make a profit and use a budget to keep track of the money coming in and going out. We also budget for research and development, as well as marketing expenses, learning how these can grow a business and how we can positively help our community. I also learned how to strategize and to pay attention to how the landscape of other business of your industry can affect how you need to change your strategy. These opportunities and rewards have been a great help to me and a wonderful experience to be a part of. I was unsure about doing junior achievement at the start of the school year, but I stuck with it, and it's been life-changing. The time I've spent on the Titan Challenge, along with the work I've done in the classroom, has introduced me to something I never thought I'd ever take a chance at. These tools won't only help me with entrepreneurship, they will help with all aspects of my life. I couldn't be more grateful for the chance to be a part of it for the last couple of months. Being introduced to the world of entrepreneurship has changed my view on my future. For about 8 years, I've been 100% set on being a football coach. Going through the process of JA Titans Challenge changed my outlook on my career and showed what I can do. While I still want to coach football, I've started to look at the possibility of starting a business instead. JA has been a huge part of this change in my outlook. I fully support and can never be more thankful for junior achievement. I ask you to support funding for junior achievement so every student who is interested in entrepreneurship can have the same experience I have had. I would choose to participate in junior achievement over and over again if I could. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and for your support for students like me.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any, would you all come back up? Questions from the committee? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is for Deontay and Hunter. Thank you both for your inspirational testimony and what you shared about learning about entrepreneurship. I believe the profit motive to be one of the pure and most noble motives that there is. My question for both of you, if you could wave a magic wand, where would you be in 10 years, both professionally and from a perspective of geography? Where would you live?
You want to go first? You can go first. Through the vice chair to the senator, thank you for the question. For a while, I've wanted to live here in Columbus, Ohio. I've always loved the city and loved coming here whenever I do. Professionally, I hope to go to Ohio State and go to the sports industry major and learn about that, and hopefully find a job coaching somewhere in the city and continue to build on my career from that.
Remember, you have a magic wand, so what would you do if you had your dream job?
Probably be coaching Ohio State football.
There you go.
Through the vice chair and the senator, if I had a magic wand, I would, I haven't really thought about what I wanted to do yet. I would probably move to Florida and work as either a football coach or a lawyer. I've always liked helping people, that or a physical therapist, because I like helping people get to their maximum and be able to get on the court, the field, or the track quicker and better.
And that's okay not knowing exactly what you want to do. Yeah, yeah. But we would encourage you to stay in Ohio. Yeah. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimonies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jamie Miracle, and then Janelle Gassaway is on deck. You may welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the committee, thank you for accepting my testimony in opposition to House Bill 96. My name is Jamie Miracle, and I am the Deputy Director for Abortion Forward, formerly Pro-Choice Ohio. Before I begin, I want to thank my policy fellow Milena Wood for her assistance with drafting this testimony. My testimony is greatly abbreviated. In addition to the subjects I'll talk about today, we also urge the committee to remove the $20 million in funding for crisis pregnancy centers, the tax credit for donations to these same dangerous and harmful facilities, reinstating the child tax credit, and fully fund the statewide doula Medicaid coverage program. The House proposal includes language that bans Medicaid from using diversity, equity, and inclusion in its work, removing the ability for the department to look at disease trends by race or how certain health outcomes look different in different populations across our state will make the work of medical professionals more difficult and cause our already high levels of racial disparities in health to continue to skyrocket. The desire for colorblind practices often stems from the idea that discrimination simply won't exist if we ignore it. In practice, however, colorblind approaches to medicine often yield poor outcomes for the relationship between medical professionals and their patients and overall patient health outcomes. Black women are almost 4 times more likely to die while giving birth than white women. Black infants are 2 to 3 times more likely to die within their first year of life than white newborns in the United States. Many of these deaths and other complications that disproportionately affect Black and other women of color would be preventable if we were dedicating the proper attention needed to the unique needs of these groups. In other words, a colorblind approach that would be required by this budget language will literally cost us the lives and health of individuals around the state. Withholding potentially life-saving information, strategies, and approaches to medicine for the sake of avoiding the imaginary horrors of DEI is bad practice and unjust. The House-passed budget document also includes 2 changes to abortion law and abortion law in Ohio, extensive changes to abortion reporting requirements, and the elimination of a medical emergency exception to the genetic services funding ban. In 2023, voters in Ohio overwhelmingly passed the Ohio Reproductive Freedom Amendment to ensure abortion access in Ohio. Unfortunately, this legislature is once again ignoring the will of the people with these unconstitutional abortion provisions. We urge the Senate to remove the unconstitutional, medically unnecessary, and burdensome abortion reporting requirements and reinstate the medical emergencies exception to genetic services funding. Try to go quick. This budget contains multiple attacks on trans Ohioans, including defunding Medicaid mental health providers and youth homelessness programs that affirm a trans person's identity, forcing these professionals to choose between continuing to be eligible for funding from the state or serving every person who comes through the door with the dignity and respect they deserve will not only harm trans Ohioans, but everyone who needs access to these services. Please listen to the stories of transgender Ohioans impacted by the politicization of their existence. We urge you to strike these dangerous and cruel anti-trans provisions out of the budget document. And finally, this budget also includes funding for so-called success sequence programs, which disguise themselves as a solution to poverty, but requires that we place blames for the failure in our social infrastructure onto the individual who are forced to live in the broken systems rather than the broken systems themselves. It also lays a foundation for abstinence-only education programming. The public overwhelmingly supports comprehensive sex education in schools, despite previous legislative efforts to politicize health education. Our schools should be equipping students with the knowledge that prepares them for reality, giving them the constant confidence to navigate the world around them that enables them to make good decisions. This is achieved with comprehensive sex education, not the failed rhetoric of abstinence only. Happy to take any questions you guys have today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony again.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Janelle Gassaway, representing herself, and then on deck is Linda Wagner. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, members of the Senate Finance Committee, and Senator Brenner, who represents my district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Janelle Gassaway. I'm a 40-year resident of Delaware, Ohio, the third of 4 generations to attend Delaware City Schools. I'm a member of the Delaware City School Board of Education, as well as a member of the Delaware County Republican Central Committee. And today, I would come before you as a mother and an advocate for the special needs community. In 2011, my son was diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. His doctor told us that he would never live a normal life and to lower our expectations. He'd never have friends, play sports, attend traditional school, hold a job, or live independently. We did not accept that fate for him. My son struggles every day to assimilate in the classroom. Constantly overwhelmed by his environment, he requires expertise for his level of autism. After advocating for his right to a free and appropriate public education, my son became the first student in Delaware to have a BCBA and RBT team working full-time to address his disability, allowing his teachers to simply teach. It was a night and day transformation. He began to learn, make friends, participate in class, and graduate from therapies, and is now entering his sophomore year with a 3.4 GPA, enrolled in honors classes, and is on track to graduate in 2028. He's starred in musicals and plays. He's in the school choir. He's in varsity swimming and diving team, and he just started his first job as a lifeguard. When the school provides the services needed for each student's unique needs, it allows them to flourish, and it's all about opportunity. Unfortunately, my son's opportunity has cost our school district hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. This year, Delaware City has estimated a cost of nearly $1 million in tuition and transportation costs alone for less than 10 students to receive services through alternative placement. That is about $74,000 a year in tuition for each student. From 2019 to 2023, we saw an increase from 15.9 to 18.48% of our students identified with a disability, which is well over the state average. That number is climbing. We've seen an increase in 504 plans and accommodations due primarily to an increase in anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation in middle school and high school, accounted towards mental health epidemic in teens. Those services receive zero funding from the state. I ask you, please use current input data, not from 2022, but from 2024 to determine the actual cost of education. Please consider funding unfunded special needs and transportation costs and mandates. And please continue to phase in and fund the Fair School Funding Plan. It will be an investment. Our students and our families are worth it. Our communities are worth it. If my school hadn't have invested in my son, he would not be the success story that he is today. And I ask you, please, as I've demanded our schools to provide my son with a free and appropriate public education through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, I ask that our Senate and our state legislators do the same. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Linda Wagner, and then Tamara Lunan will be up next.
Oh, good afternoon. It's a long afternoon, right? Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Linda Wagner, and I'm a retired resident of Galena. I am the proud parent of 2 graduates of Ohio Public Schools and the excited Omi of a new 8-month-old grandbaby. So I am very interested in the budget as far as public education, looking forward to her future. Ignoring the fact that approximately 90% of children in Ohio are educated in public schools, the House bill appears to significantly underfund them. Public schools receive 76% of total funding, while the private and charter schools who educate only 10% of our children receive a double-digit funding increase. The House budget bill used a random number, I'm sure a lot went into it, but it appears to be a random number, to fund public education rather than using the bipartisan formula that relies on identifiable and defendable costs, resulting in funding that is significantly less than what is needed. There appears to be no rational reason to backtrack on the research that went into the development of this formula, and use of this random amount may actually be unconstitutional and take us back 30 years. As we've heard over and over today, the House budget also tries to rein in property taxes by capping what a district can have in reserves. It makes no sense whatsoever as a tax strategy and punishes school districts who have been good fiscal managers. In fact, the state share of public school funding is steadily declining, and all of these things may ultimately push districts to ask for more money from property taxes to meet district needs. Personally, I would like to see students get a good education because I want there to be someone well-educated to take care of me in my golden years. Education is so important. A solid education system is what brings people to an area. It enriches our communities, and investing in our future workforce is one of the most important investments that can be made. Please do fully fund public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tamara Lunan with the CEO Project and Therese, I'm sorry about the name, Thompson. Welcome to committee. May begin when ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks Hudson, and esteemed members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tamara Luna, and I represent the CEO Project. We're a statewide organization representing over 300 childcare businesses throughout Ohio. As you know, small businesses are the backbone of our economy, but childcare providers are the true workforce behind the workforce. And we know this from COVID when so many were closed. I drove here today to request two things. One, that you increase the eligibility rate for publicly funded childcare, and two, that you support the inclusion of Senator Timkins and Senator Blessing's Senate Bill 177 into the state operating budget. Regarding the first ask, increasing eligibility from 145% of the federal poverty level back to the governor's introduced 160% federal poverty level will help stabilize our industry. Small businesses are the first to hire and the last to fire. When you put money into eligibility, it secures our providers' ability to plan financially. Additionally, this modest increase in entitled eligibility will help move us from number 51 in the United States in childcare. Regarding the second ask, including Senate Bill 177 into the state operating budget, many who have heard about it have been very receptive because it is focused specifically on workforce development. The concept is simple: free childcare for childcare workers. If a childcare worker is hired by a childcare provider, they would receive their hourly rate, but their child would receive free childcare. The state would pay for that care, and the government would collect the taxes on the salary of the employee. But more than just that, the worker opens a classroom for a minimum of 5 other children. That then puts 5 adults who would have been staying home with those 5 children back into the workforce. So the government can then tax their income. One of the largest cost drivers of childcare is the limited amount of available childcare slots. This bill will literally open up thousands of slots, and this model has been proven effective in the state of Kentucky. This is the only childcare proposal you have before you that has a multiplier effect that increases the tax base. This will literally pay for itself. As you know, the Ohio Chamber of Commerce recently came out with a study showing that our state loses $1.2 billion in tax revenue a year because of our broken childcare system. I am asking you to help us put people back to work by including the amendment to include Senate Bill 177 in the budget amendment 0470. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time. We may have some questions after the next one now.
Senator, my other client had to leave early. Do you want us just to submit it written? Or
If it's already submitted, then it'll be converted to written.
That's Therese Thompson, Senator.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Next up is Adam Hassan, representing himself. And then Takesha Boone would be on deck. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Real quick, Ms. Takesha Boone is not here. She had to go pick up her children, so she's not present. It's just me. Takesha Boone, the one after me. Yeah. Senator Chavez and other members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today about the importance of the Foster College Scholarship Act. My name is Adam Hassan, and I am a foster care alumni. I'm currently a student at Columbus State Community College, where I serve as the Vice President of the business community. I recently served at The Ohio State University as on-campus support staff for former foster youth. Today, I'm here to express my ardent support for the Foster College Scholarship Act and to attest to the significance that this bill will have. As somebody who is a foster care alumni and is engaged with the foster care community, I can speak firsthand to the difficulties that we face. One of the key difficulties that we face is financial security. Oftentimes, former foster youth do not have the same support that people who come from traditional backgrounds may have, and due to this, we end up shouldering the cost of higher education by ourselves. Tuition, room and board, food, other costs such as lab, equipment, etc., and the other costs associated with higher education tend to fall on our shoulders alone. Due to my time at Columbus State University and at Columbus State Community College in the Ohio State, I can attest firsthand to the myriad of difficulties faced by my peers. I am a witness to my peers going homeless. I am a witness to my peers on the brink of starvation. I am a witness to my peers succeeding academically until financial security was no longer present and I saw the damage that it inflicted on their lives, and oftentimes they got sidelined, unable to return to higher education. I faced a variety of these challenges myself these last 2 years. During these last 2 years, I've been nearly homeless. For months, I had no Wi-Fi. Oftentimes, I had no electricity, and oftentimes, I struggled with food security. Despite all of this and the fact that I've spent the last 2 years walking 5 miles to class and 5 miles back, I've made sure that I repeatedly show up on the Dean's List for academic excellence. As of now, I'm unable to transfer to a variety of higher institutions due to the fact that if I do, I will end up in debt and I am unable to cover the cost, but my goal in the future is to enter those institutions. I want to illustrate to you guys the impact that this bill will have on former FOSS youth and some of the struggles that we face. These struggles we face, such as tuition, housing, and all the other costs associated with college, are not short-term problems. Rather, they are constant challenges we face as we seek to start businesses, start families, advance our careers, and just become more productive members of society. I wanted you guys to understand that higher education serves as an illuminating light in our lives, saving us from the deepest pits of society, and it gives us the tools and the skills necessary to improve our lives, and it gives us the tools and the skills necessary so that when we enter the real world, we can succeed on our own. So I just want to ask for your support for this bill, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for your perseverance.
Thank you.
Any questions for the committee? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for sharing your story as one who has spent time in foster care and one who had to put himself through college 100% on my own. Took me 5.5 years. I can appreciate the struggles you're going with, and I applaud you for the way you're facing them and the goals you are making. You are going to change the world. The world will be a better place because of what you plan on doing. My question is simply what I asked the 2 high school kids earlier. If you could wave a magic wand in 10 years, where would you be both professionally and geographically?
Thank you, Chairman Chavez and Senator Lang, for the question. In 10 years, I anticipate myself in Ohio, and for me, a big goal of mine is when I look at a lot of people my age and within my community, I oftentimes think that they're lacking personal skills and logical, critical thinking skills. And one of the big goals for me is helping people develop these skills, because I think as a society, we struggle a lot with these things. So I envision myself as a teacher, somebody potentially running his own business and trying to improve the thinking and the capabilities of our youth, especially as we move forward in society.
Thank you. Any, Senator Craig?
Yeah, just very quickly, let me also acknowledge and thank you for what you are doing and continue to strive. I mean, life is oftentimes unfair, but we appreciate and know that, and I say that, as many of you know, my daughter has adopted 5 children. They're my grandchildren, and all of them out of foster care. And so we want them to have the model that you are exemplifying right now, and wish you the very, very best. But not only wish you, but want to make sure that you have the appropriate resources to continue your journey. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other questions, thank you again for persevering and sharing your story.
Thank you, Senator O'Brien, and say thank you to your daughter for us. Thank you.
Next up, Janae Boone, Worthington Christian Upper Schools. No. Priya Jamir, representing herself. Ellie Height, the Angel Works Foundation. Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. That went way faster here at the end. Wow.
Vice Chair Chavez, members of the committee, my name is Ellie Height, and I am the founder of the Angel Works Foundation, a childhood cancer advocacy and support organization. I'm testifying in support of the $10 million childhood cancer research funding that Governor DeWine included in the executive budget in the Department of Children and Youth. The House sub-bill cut the funding by $5 million. Senator Schaefer and Senator Weinstein have submitted an amendment to restore this funding to $10 million. I respectfully urge you to please support that amendment. Invasive childhood cancer incidence rates in Ohio have increased by 35% from 2000 to 2019. This is a problem that needs attention now. Childhood cancer statistics are shocking, and most people are not aware of how badly better treatment options are needed. To share just a few quick statistics with you, childhood cancer is the #1 killer of children by disease, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and pediatric AIDS combined. Most standard treatments for childhood cancers were approved 30 years or more ago. More than 95% of childhood cancer survivors will experience significant health-related issues by the time they're 45 because of the current treatment options that they have. 1 in 6 kids with cancer will die. This is a bipartisan issue in its purest form. This money will be used for new and novel approaches to research within Ohio at our world-class children's hospitals and universities. I know that you probably think that childhood cancer is rare, but my foundation pays for up to 3 funerals every month for kiddos here in Ohio that are taken by cancer. That is not rare, and it's increasing at an alarming rate. Recently, we lost 2 kiddos that I wanted to mention, Zane from Carroll and Caitlin from Powell. Caitlin made a video for the House of Representatives in support of the research fund. I sent it to every member. It was our intent to let her make a video for all of you as well. However, like so many before her, her voice was silenced by cancer way too soon. She was 10 and Zane was 4. I used to believe that research funding for childhood cancers should be a federal issue, but relying on the federal government to solve childhood cancer here in Ohio while our kids continue to battle and even die is unrealistic. It's not happening quickly enough on a federal level, and we have everything that we need right here in our state, right now, to advance care, leading-edge research, clinical trials, and treatments right within our state's borders. It's Ohio's kids that are dying. Shouldn't our state help them survive? Please don't fail Ohio's kids by not making them a priority. If our state legislators won't help our children, who will? On behalf of all of the kids currently fighting, the ones who are in remission, the 552 new Ohio children that will be diagnosed this year, and the ones that have already passed, please restore the $5 million to the cancer research line item and support the research fund for the full $10 million in the budget. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Lang.
Thank you for your testimony. I do appreciate it. In November, I myself have been diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer. It's a recurrence of a cancer that I had in 2019. And in doing the research, my wife and I put an amazing medical team together of MD Anderson, the James, Christ Hospital, naturopaths, an oncologist who got tired of treating her patients with chemotherapy and radiation and now does all sorts of metabolic and natural approaches. And what I was shocked to find in our research is what's available overseas that isn't available here. I literally am doing an ivermectin protocol overseen by my oncologist that is not very expensive. It's recognized throughout the world. It has tremendous success rates of dealing with stage 4 colorectal cancers when there was no other options, and yet it's not recognized here. Matter of fact, when I went to fill a ivermectin prescription at my pharmacy, I had a hard time fulfilling it. We had to deal with some other pharmacies. And also, you know, there are certain things we have to do that we're going to have to go out of the country for. In July, my insurance isn't going to cover it. It's not recognized. in Ohio, so I understand the debt that sometimes goes along with healthcare. I mean, we're going to be out several $100,000, and we don't have any chance of getting these reimbursements. My question is, when it comes to child cancer, is it the same scenario? Is there things going on in the rest of the world? Are they as far ahead of us on child cancers as it seems to me they are on adult cancers?
They are. And unfortunately, childhood cancer research is so far behind adult cancer research. On a federal level, childhood cancer research gets 4% of the research funding, and adult cancers get 96%. We have sent kiddos to Mexico for treatments for brain cancer. It's kind of amazing they don't lose their hair because they do treatments that are much less invasive than the treatments we're currently doing here. Mexico won't allow us to send kids there anymore. They won't allow kids to come from any other countries now. So that avenue has stopped. But yeah, there are treatments in Europe that we don't have here. And, you know, our families, 65% of the families with a child with cancer have to file bankruptcy. Most of them end up with $1 million or more of medical debt that they are never going to be able to pay. And that's even if their child passes. The families that we work with are typically middle-class families where one both parents are working, and now when a child has cancer, children go into the hospital for weeks or months at a time for their treatment. So one parent is missing substantial amounts of work to be with their child. And then we so often don't have good treatment options. Like vincristine is one of the most common chemotherapies that we're giving kids, and it was approved in the 1960s. And we just don't have better treatment options for them. And I realize $10 million in research dollars isn't a lot, but at least it's something. At least we could have a state fund to start trying to do some research. What you had said about ivermectin, I think fenbendazole is probably very, very hopeful. That might be part of what you're doing. But we have to have a research. We have to be able to get to the point where we can start to do those things for our kids. Right now, we just don't have a lot. And if we could just get the fund started, then we could go to big corporations. We could try to get federal funding. We could try to get more money in that bucket, but we have to get the fund started first and try to show some progress with it.
Senator Ingram.
Chair, thank you very much. You're right, $10 million isn't a whole lot, but I question, say, I'm thinking in my mind St. Jude's, I'm thinking of the Children's Hospitals networks that actually do a good job as far as childhood cancer, I believe. So, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe that it's so desperate that we're allowing children to die. My concern is that the research, are we insinuating that we're doing now, that this $10 million in research will up? Because here again, unless it's a farce, I mean, I toured St. Jude's, and so I just don't believe that there is nothing that we couldn't be piggybacking on here in Ohio.
So like in regards to St. Jude, I love St. Jude. St. Jude is doing research, and we desperately need the research. But unfortunately, most of the children that I have fallen in love with that die, they get a letter from St. Jude rejecting them. So while St. Jude is doing research, and thank God that they are, unless your child has a very easily treatable cancer, St. Jude can't accept them because they have to save children's lives to keep funding coming in for the research that they're doing. So kids that, even if it's just leukemia, but they have mutations, St. Jude can't accept them. Kids that have neuroblastoma or osteosarcoma, and there are mutations that make it harder for the chemotherapy to work, St. Jude can't accept them. So for a lot of our parents, when they get to the point that they know treatment options are not working for their child, they look to St. Jude thinking that is their golden parachute for their child. That is what's going to save their child. And then they find out that their child can't qualify to go there.
So that leads me to ask you, so what hospitals are you connected to? Are you doing this work through? Because I know you're the founder of this organization, and your degree allows you to have the expertise to be able to do that. But how does that connect to the children's hospital systems that are here, as well as even not just the children's, because there's nationwide and then there's children's in Cincinnati.
Sure.
So how is that connection being made?
So my foundation is affiliated with Nationwide Children's, but we work with every single children's hospital in Ohio. Okay. So like Nick Lashutka is in support of this funding. Oddly, so I realize anything, if you received documents in regards to the fund, it all has my name on it, it all has Angel Works' name on it. But in a very weird way, it doesn't have anything to do with Angel Works. Angel Works will not receive a penny of the money. I've worked really, really hard for 2 years to try to make this happen. But this research is so badly needed that when I was working with Governor DeWine's office, the reason the money is in the Department of Children and Youth was because we needed to make sure that the money wasn't held somewhere where they would skim off the top, right? So 2 years ago when we started, the James had kind of raised their hand and they would hold the money. They wouldn't do childhood cancer research because that's not what they do, but they would hold the money, look for research projects within Ohio to fund with it, but they were gonna keep 20%. And we need that 20%. We need updated treatments for our children. A huge number of our children die from the treatment. The little girl that our funeral fund is named after, she died the day after her 11th birthday. She died on May 30th, and she had turned 11 on May 29th. And her first cause of death is that the lining of her stomach ruptured. And then her second cause of death is that her heart gave out. And both of those things happened, but she had leukemia. She died because vincristine ate away the lining of her stomach. And that's what caused her heart to give out. So the treatments that we're giving children are so harsh on their bodies that a lot of our kids die from the treatment. And I'm not saying that our children's hospitals are not doing the best that they can. They're doing the best that they can with what they have to work with.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have Sarah Williams? Pete Butcher? Jessica Parent? Kevin Duff? Welcome to committee. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chavez, Ranking Member Hicks-Hudson, and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 96. Thank you for sticking with it. My name is Kevin Duff, and I'm the Executive Vice President at Ohio Excels. And my extended testimony goes into the full range of our policy priorities for the budget, which include increasing support for early childhood education, continuing the phase-in of the Governor's Merit Scholarship, and aligning state support for higher ed institutions to workforce outcomes. However, today I'd like to just focus on a few of our high-priority amendments. I should also note that Ohio Excels is joined by other business associations in supporting these amendments, including the Ohio Business Roundtable, the Columbus Partnership, the Cincinnati Business Committee, and the Greater Cleveland Partnership, and many more. First, we're asking you to consider 4 career-connected learning amendments. We believe that every middle school student should have access to a structured career exploration course or set of experiences to help them understand potential career options, assess their interest, and start career planning early. Furthermore, we believe that every student should have a single, comprehensive, and regularly updated academic and career plan before they leave middle school. This will not lock students into a career path, but instead give them a head start at figuring out what they might like to do and what they might not like to do as they get older, along with the steps that are required to get there. Ohio has a strong foundation of education and workforce data, but we're not yet using this data to its full potential. We still lack answers to fundamental questions such as, where are students struggling in the education and workforce pipeline? Or what is a program's return on investment? This is why we are asking the Senate to establish a Data Insight Board, a cross-agency leadership body made up of cabinet directors and external stakeholders. This board would help ensure our data efforts are coordinated, secure, transparent, responsive to stakeholder needs, and above all, focused on impact. With the right leadership and safeguards in place, we can finally unlock the full potential of our data for all Ohioans. The two other career amendments that I included in my testimony are a restoration of the Career Awareness and Exploration Funds, and then a new program, a new statewide high school internship program. Beyond the Career Connected Learning amendments, we would ask you to restore the kindergarten readiness assessments, which is a longstanding and statewide measure that helps teachers and families understand where students may need additional support. And we'd also like to ask for your support for an amendment that makes two changes to improve math instruction. First, we think the state should require new K-8 teachers to demonstrate proficiency on math before leading math instruction in the classroom. And second, the state should require schools to enroll students who achieve a high score on their 7th grade math test into Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, unless their parents choose to opt them out. The remaining amendments that I included in my testimony, we do ask for your support for those. They provide a better picture of potential educator shortages by collecting educator demand data, require schools to promote the new computer science promise program to students and families, and maintain current high school graduation requirements in anticipation of more comprehensive changes in the next budget. Thank you for your attention today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for hanging in there.
All right, thanks.
Jessica Camarga, Sylvia Whitaker-Traw. That is all I have on my list. Is there anyone else here that thinks that they should testify? Okay. Members, we also had an abundance of written testimony submitted, which are on your iPads for review. Is there any further business before the committee? Hearing none, we are adjourned.